Show me.
What is going on, everybody? It's myself, Anthony, Child of the Corn. Tonight we are doing my first episode, or the first episode of Mach's Movie Talk. I have a good two guests with me tonight, and mostly we're gonna kind of talk about movies that we've been watching as of late. Kind of just BS a little bit, and I do have some outline stuff to talk about, but mostly we're just going to talk about some movies, whether that be action, horror, superhero, all kinds of stuff. And yeah, if you guys get anything in the comments or in the chat that you guys want us to talk about, just throw it on in there. So let me bring on my two guests. My first one, I've had him on here a boatload of times so far. It's my man Conrad. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's up?
And then we're bringing on a first timer tonight, a good friend that I've, become good friends with on Instagram, and he's been on Brandon's channel and some other good channels. Is our man Donnie?
What's happening, party people?
What's up, Donnie? What's going on, dude?
Nothing, man. Just chilling. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, dude. No problem. So, pretty much just because, we've maybe talked about it like a little, Donnie. I'm not 100% sure, but I was actually just going to start out by kind of like asking you, because I don't really know, like when it comes to like horror and action and stuff like that, what are like some of your favorite like franchises, like personal franchises?
With either one or both.
Yeah, sure. Throw them all in there. Yeah, whatever you think.
Well, for the horror, of course, I got it. Candyman is probably number one. And then
I remember you telling me that. Yep, nice.
I love Child's Play. My mom traumatized me with Child's Play when I was a kid, and then I got older. I was like, this ain't even scary. Okay, let me watch it. And then Halloween for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Those are probably like the three that I just like pick up and go. As far as action movies, I'm not really an action movie guy. That's more like my mom's lane because it's so like unrealistic to me.
Yeah.
Because like she yells at me for like she used to like, yo, wrestling is fake. You know that, right? And I'm like, you watch Denzel Washington kill somebody with a credit card. What do you like? No, come on, man.
Yeah.
So I'm not really like an action guy. I mean, I guess superhero movies count as action, but I'm not watching like Jason Statham movies or something like that.
Yeah. Actually, I just Dace and I, we were just seeing I think Meg was on one of the things. I didn't even realize he was in that movie. The Megalodon movie, Jason Statham. Didn't even realize. I was like, Jason Statham's in that movie. So I haven't even seen that first one. I should definitely try to check it out. But nice. Yeah, I kind of just wanted to know, dude, because I feel like we've definitely talked about Candyman before, which, I love the original and the, I guess you would call it the requel, the one that they just came out with a couple years ago. I haven't seen 2 and 3. Is there 3 or is there 4?
It's 4 counting the requel. So there was
counting the requel. Okay.
Original.
I probably have seen bits and pieces of 2 and 3. I can't really remember. So, but I remember you telling me that they were pretty good. So
2 is definitely my favorite. It takes place during Mardi Gras in New Orleans, and it goes more into the connection of like the mirror, like why the mirror is used to summon him, and like how his soul got trapped in it. And it actually shows the scene of when like the lynch mob chased him down and killed him. Is in that one. I think it's called Farewell to the Flesh.
Okay. I've seen that the third one's been on Tubi for like weeks. I should probably watch it and stuff. So yeah, before we get on some others, let's see who's in the chat. We got Dino. What's going on? It's going for awesome stream. Appreciate you joining us. We got my man Shape. Just want to say, Shape, congratulations on 1,000 subs, man. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah,
like,
no doubt.
That's awesome, dude. That's a milestone, that we all, want to someday hit. So, dude, that's awesome. Well deserved, dude. Like, I know you put so much time into your channel and stuff, so that's awesome, man. Some good blessings right there.
He's coming out of those shadows.
We got my man Nightmare. What's going on, Nightmare? Appreciate you joining us, dude.
Yeah.
And then we got my significant other. What's up, Dace? She's I don't know. She might actually be I bought her an Xbox for her birthday, so she's been playing a lot of Skyrim and Borderlands. You guys familiar?
I haven't played it.
Yeah, Borderlands. I think it's like some kind of like Mad Max anime style video game or something. I remember, but yeah. Dino says, yeah, Child's Play is so good. So like Conrad, what are your franchises? I feel like I already kind of know. Is it like mostly like Scream, Halloween, Child's Play?
I mean, it kind of changes throughout time. I mean,
I dig it, dude. I dig
Scream,
it. Yeah.
Scream, obviously Halloween, and Child's Play, top 3.
Nice. No doubt, Shape. No doubt, dude. Always love, man.
And then action, I would have to go with like the Terminator films, the Die Hard movies. Like I'm a big fan of those.
Dope, dude. That's sick. Yeah, Die Hard's hard to hate. Like right now, I'm literally watching the Lethal Weapon movies, the 1 and 2. It's just playing in the background. I always like to have something playing in the background or whatever.
Cool.
Nice, Dino. Appreciate that, man. Nice. Appreciate that. It's always good stuff, man. He's got some good videos, dude. No doubt.
Yeah, he does.
The huge Halloween fan. So yeah.
Dude, honestly, speaking of Halloween, man, Donnie, weren't you on an episode with him where you guys were covering kills, right?
Yeah.
I remember. We kind of tailored off because Batman kind of got brought up or whatever. It was still a good stream, but like kills, dude. I was telling Dace a couple weeks ago, man. Like, actually, okay. First, let's just start off. Did you guys see the Exorcist trailer?
Yeah,
I have to see it. I'll watch it after this though.
Nice. What'd you think, Donnie?
Oh man, I like it. I don't know where all this is like. Oh, this is gonna be a bad movie, and I don't know where that's coming from. Like
everyone is saying it sucks, but I'm like, I don't think it will. You know.
Well, you can definitely tell it is David Gordon Green's movie. Like, I don't know if it's just like that. It seems like the same kind of film style. Like, I mean, that obviously makes sense, but yeah, you can definitely tell it's his film for sure. I'm not gonna blast it or like anything. I'm open to it, and so I'm not huge on the paranormal movies or anything, but
yeah, me either.
When I watched the trailer, I thought it reminded me. It kind of had like the same premise as "There's Something Wrong with the Children." Have you guys seen that? Are you guys familiar?
Heard of it, never seen it.
It's literally another Blumhouse movie. It's a Blumhouse movie where like they go out into the woods. These kids come back after their parents were like partying all night, and then they come back and these kids are like, like I don't know, possessed or something. And I was just like, oh, okay, yeah. But it actually looked really good. So I would say, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how they draw out like 3 films. Like I saw Nightmare say earlier today, it'll be interesting. Yeah. To hopefully they just, make 2 solid films. And then, however you feel about, Halloween Ends, it is what it is. But how do you guys, Donnie, how do you feel about his trilogy, his Halloween trilogy? How did you like it? How would you?
So for me, I have an issue. I don't know what it is with like just filler, like getting, and filler and getting to the point. Like, for instance, I've been trying to finish watching the OG Yu-Gi-Oh series for at least 3 years now because I get to those filler episodes and I don't know how many to skip to get back to the main storyline. And I felt like Kills just felt like that, like she was at the hospital the whole time.
There was a lot of those filler episodes.
Yeah, like and that's what I mean. It's like it was cool to see Michael like do what he does. Like, that was obviously fantastic. And it was like the most vicious shit I ever seen him do. But I like the ending because Halloween Ends, it felt resolved. It finally felt like all it is finally over. Like it's not a bunch of, oh no, actually that wasn't really him. He crushed a paramedic's throat and he survived. Like, I hate that kind of stuff.
You ain't fucking shade on
no,
dude.
No, I like both of those movies. Actually, I like
me too,
and Resurrection.
No doubt.
I just think that's such a cheap way to be like, Oh, actually, you know what? We're back to make more money.
For sure, right? Some
I wouldn't
Weinstein.
have hated it, but if they've got a little bit creative with the reasoning, they just like, oh, it's a paramedic. That wasn't really Michael. I just think that was so lazy to just do that. So
They're
Yeah, it
leaving
was
the same
it was
size.
probably the only thing that you could think of to even like make a continuation from H2O. Yeah. So I mean, it actually is kind of like a little bit creative, but a little bit like, oh shit, man, like really? You know what I mean? Like,
it
yeah.
wasn't Michael.
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
So what about you, Conrad? What'd you think of the trilogy? I know we've talked about it like 1,000 times, but just like, overall, what did you take away from it?
I think Corey did really good in Ends. Like I
Yep.
thought he was a really great actor. I would have shown him kind of shown him like probably the first two films. I kind of like I think a lot of people's like reason not to like Ends like oh they showed Corey at the towards the ending towards like the third movie. So and if they would have done that, that movie would have been probably received better, and the trilogy probably would have got like a probably 9 out of 10 from me. So that
Nice, dude. I
yeah.
like it. Spitting facts, honestly. Well, like, what do you think, Donnie? Do you think if they would have brought Corey into the storyline, maybe in Kills, it would have made a little more sense, or what do you think?
No, because I think then you would have had people complaining about, oh well, now there's two characters we gotta follow, and it would have turned into that because
I don't
people
want
are
any.
happy.
I don't want any fucking romance in my Halloween movies. No, I'm just playing.
No,
No.
there
No,
was a
for
lot of
real.
those people. Yeah, those like
Uh, Honestly, what I was gonna say was watching Kills a couple weeks ago. I fucking loved it. I was like, man, I'm gonna love this movie more and more as I keep, getting older and as the years go by. I think it's gonna be a straight up classic down the road. I think it's gonna be like the underrated one of the bunch. I think I don't know. I don't know. To me it very much, mimics like a very like 80s style slasher. Like it's just all kills, not a lot of deep storyline. Yeah, the hollow or the Evil Dies Tonight shit's a little over the top. It's not that bad, really. I mean, the hospital scene seems unnecessary, but really, if you take some of that shit out, that movie's a banger, I think, in my eyes.
it's
I
a
mean, I
perfect
don't
movie.
know if everybody agrees with that, but and then just Halloween Ends, it's the outlier. It's just whatever. If you like it, you like it. If you don't. I mean, this is a good one. Like, I mean, Shapes like says H2O. Like, it's hard. Like, I don't know how I would compare H2O and Kills. I think for nostalgia factor, I'd probably say H2 over Kills. But man, Kills is just good, dude. I like it. I think it's a good Halloween film.
I think that with kills, like I understand exactly what you're saying. But for me, where they lose me with it, not just Halloween, anything is when they do stuff that does not make sense. It's like, y'all, there's no way y'all thought that was Michael Myers. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
Right.
the guy that jumped off the thing there's no way. Like, y'all thought that was him for real?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah, even for somebody that hasn't really seen, Michael, I get that would be the argument and stuff, but did H2O or Ends have a better ending when it comes to Michael versus Laurie and finally Michael dying? Man, I would say both third acts were pretty good. I would say I just remember being a youngster and going to see that movie in the theaters, and when she smashes the freaking thing to open the gate with the rock, and she pulls
Oh
out
yeah,
the axe, and she's like, "Michael," and
yeah,
then it's like dun, and the music like just kicks in, and you're just like, "Holy shit!" Like hair standing up
Yeah,
on your
good.
arms and shit. Yeah, it's just really good shit.
Uh,
Ends, dude. I'm telling you, I'm so sorry. I bring this shit up to Dace like all the time when when Allison is it Allison? Yeah. Allison walks in and Corey's on the floor and he just stabbed himself. He's like, if you can't, if I can't have her, then nobody can. And then she's like, get away from him and shit. And then she like Jamie Lee Curtis like goes over by the stairwell and like gasps. I'm just like, what in the hell is going on? This is I don't know. It made me laugh. It was bad.
like she didn't notice that if she's on the stairs, then he stabbed himself. Like, what?
Yeah, but it was like,
this is
and then
great.
like okay, the biggest thing. I don't know why we always get in this ends talk, but like the biggest thing I have about that film is just they couldn't make up the mind between whether this dude is human or not human? Is he just a
Yeah.
man or is he more than a man? Like that was the only thing. Other than that, cinematography was pretty damn good. You know, obviously John Carpenter's good with the freaking with the score. It was awesome, but I don't know. I just okay. What's that?
No, I was just gonna say, you were talking about the score. I was gonna say that The Shape Hunts Allison is one of the best pieces of music like ever, just for horror. The violin bow on the guitar strings.
Which scene would that have been? My bad. Is that kills or that ends? My bad.
No. That's in the 2018 one when I think it's Oscar. He impaled him on the top of the gate.
Gotcha.
And she sees Michael, and then you hear that.
You're right.
It's
and
violin.
Then, you know, Dace brings it up here. We've talked about this a billion times too. 18 would have been a solid, just single entry. Like it would have just been, you know, absolute fire if he would have just, it would have been like showing, you know, homage to the second, you know, Halloween 2, you know, all thrown into like, you know, it would have been cool. It would have been cool either way, but I get why, you know, you're going to make money. So, I mean, kills
made a lot of money.
Yeah. I would say in my eyes, 2018 and X are the two best slashers of like the last 20 some years, probably.
And I feel
Donnie's going to probably be like Candyman Requel, which I would
no. There was killing happening in that too.
Yeah.
I feel like people didn't go as hard on X, like, oh, this is exactly the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like they did with just having a problem with every little thing that Halloween did, you know?
Yeah.
Oh shit! So you think that X just stole a bunch of TCM stuff or what?
I think it's definitely heavily influenced, but
Donnie,
that doesn't mean it was bad.
All valid, dude. All valid. I totally agree, dude. No doubt.
Some psycho stuff too. Like there was a scene where the guy looked through the hole and it looked very similar to Psycho. So.
Amen, dude. I agree with all of it, but I think that's why I loved it. To be honest, I was like, oh man, these vibes are so old school and shit. Ty West, dude, the transition and shots in that movie are so fucking good. Like when fucking Jenna Ortega, I think that when the light bulb turns out, it like transitions to like, or maybe it's when she turns on the light bulb. It's a transition to that, and man, so good, so fucking good. Yeah, I do remember this. Like literally, like that was a cool part. I know like the CGI and shit like that, you know, when like when they're in the van, it looks a little choppy and shit. It doesn't look as good. But man, when that part like happens, you're just like, and it's just like that screech, like right when she chops his head off, you're just like, damn.
I like to think, all right, I'm like, that is Michael though. Like in my mind, that is Michael. Yeah, they're like, oh, that's not, oh, that's a paramedic. I'm like, no, that is Michael.
Yeah.
Like it, I don't know. That still bothers me. The fact that like once I found that the resurrection was supposed to be the continuation of that, and it wasn't. I felt like just what? Because I felt like H2O, it was what ended up being. Just it's the resolution of all of this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are you guys' two? What are your opinions on both of those films? Like where do they, you know, lie in your franchise ranking? I guess, and if I'm putting you on the spot, is it like in the top 5? Maybe not Resurrection, but like H2O. Like where would they?
If H2O came on right now, peace. I gotta go. Like I'm gonna watch it.
Let's go, Donnie. Hell yeah, dude.
They did LL Cool J dirty, but
dude, his part in that movie was fucking bombish. Dude, he was killing it at that time in movies. Deep Blue Sea, Any Given Sunday. That motherfucker was killing it as an actor, dude. Like, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I loved his part in that film, and I'm glad he survived too. Like, and everybody like wrecks on him for like doing the whole like, you know, he's talking to his girlfriend or wife, you know, talking about the raunchy, you know, book, you know, stuff that he's writing or whatever. I thought it was so funny and cool, man.
And it had like that moment where you know how somebody like jumped over the fence and snuck in and like attacked George Harrison, you know, before he died. That's what it felt like.
Shit, to me, dude, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're talking Beatles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's what it felt like to me when like Michael's just standing there like behind him and he's paying no attention to what's happening.
Right. You know, hear, like the little rock hit the window and all of a sudden you look back and it's just, dude, that movie has such good parts, man. It just does. Like when I can't think of the Dawson's Creek chick that's sitting in the, you know, in the classroom.
Williams, right?
Yeah. And it does she looks outside to like that door that's on the outside of the facility, and you see him there. It's just like, man, that's a good shot. The mask looks like shit on some parts, but some parts it don't. It looks pretty damn
They had
good.
to use like 5 masks in the whole movie, man.
True.
It was insane. It was
Because
crazy.
I think if I remember hearing right, I watched a lot of Mike and Jay from We Watched the Movie. I think they said that they used the cursed. Is it
The parts mask, I think.
Yeah, I think right at the beginning of the film, and they should have just carried that mask throughout the whole thing, but then they didn't, I
That's look
guess.
great though. Like,
Yeah.
They did him dirty with the 5 mask.
Yeah, I actually told Conrad, dude, if you look at that mask, you know who it looks like? Have you seen this? If you look at it, it looks like Conrad. Why can't I think of that dude's name? The Social Network dude, not Jesse Eisenberg, but the other guy, the real life dude.
Mark Zuckerberg?
Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, if you look at it, it looks just like him. I swear to God, I'm not even lying. No, 5 gets wrecked on a lot. I love it just because it came out the year I was born, and that was like the only time or the only year that like the Holy Trinity had an installment come out, and everybody hates those installments. They hate Jason Goes to New York and Friday or Nightmare 5. They don't like them. Anyways, I think the mask is like a little like Mike and Jay are always like, yo, tuck that shit in or whatever. But there's some good parts in that movie. Like, yeah, I don't know. There's some good shit.
It's the one thing the thing that bothers me the most is like it's like that shot. I think that Loomis is standing there with him, and Michael's just like looking off like this, and it's just that shot of the man. I'm like, dude, why y'all do my man so dirty?
Yep. I know what you're talking about. Yep. Dude, Dino said I actually met LL Cool J. He was a good dude. That's dope, dude. That's dope.
Awesome, man.
I think he feels bitter that this generation doesn't know that he was a rapper.
Literally, we were on our way to Capital City over the weekend, and I was shuffling my songs in the car, and Mama Said Knock You Out came on, and I'm just like, damn, this dude had some rhymes in that song. Like that song hits, man. Like it honestly does. It's good stuff. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to bring up, since it was kind of the anniversary this last week of the Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, I kind of wanted to talk about those two films. So what was your guys' experience with those two films? Like, do you guys remember like where you were the first time you guys saw them, or like did you guys go to the theater, or Donnie, what year were you born, dude?
I was born in 94.
Oh, okay, right on. Nice.
I was born 92.
Nice.
So
like, what was your guys' first experience with those two films?
Man.
Ahead,
or do you just remember either one more so?
The experience, man. Like I went to go see it. I was like 15 at the time, and
nice.
Man, it was insane. Just being there watching that movie, you know, with Joker, Heath Ledger's Joker, that opening scene, just hearing like the sound, just being there, sitting down with my popcorn, just experiencing that. It was cool. You know, we'll never forget about it. So.
Totally agree, dude. Totally agree. What about you, Donnie?
Yeah, I didn't see the Dark Knight in the theater. I would have been in like 8th grade, I think, at that time.
Yep.
And I remember getting, buying like the DVD as soon as it came out, like Blu-ray hadn't hit. And excuse me, because at the time I don't think I had yet seen the 89 Batman, hadn't watched the 66 show, so that's the only version of the Joker that I ever knew. And
that's crazy, dude.
I just lost my mind because I was like, that, it just seemed so cool to finally see the Joker. I didn't know there were any other versions of him out there, so I'm like, they're finally bringing this character to life. Like, oh, this is super dope. And at the time I just thought it was the coolest thing. We're gonna have tryouts, and he just breaks the pool cue. Hey, kill each other real quick, and whoever lives, like, I thought it was super dope. Dark Knight Rises, I didn't see either. It just felt like it to me after the whole like shooting thing happened. I just felt like I didn't want to go to the theater and see it. And then
happened like down the street from where I live.
Really?
Houston, so it was like I think at an AMC, it was like down the street, and we heard what happened, and we're like, nah, we're not gonna go see it. We were gonna go see it, but we're like, nah, never mind. So,
Yeah, see,
So okay, my bad. Why am I blanking on this? Did the shooting take place during the Dark Knight like
yeah,
premiere,
yeah, that's
or
what I heard. It was on the news. Yeah,
was it on the premiere of Dark Knight or Rises? I couldn't remember.
it was Dark Knight
Rises.
Rise. I'm talking about when the dude shot all those people in the theater in California.
Colorado,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
Colorado.
Colorado,
Oh,
yep, yep. So that was Rises then, or it was Dark Knight?
Yeah, it was 2012.
right,
It was
right.
It was
Rises. Okay,
Rises.
that's what I thought. Yeah, yeah, super fucked up. Like honestly, dude, senior year, just graduated, summer of my senior year. We go see this movie. Obviously, I grew up, I just threw up the 89 poster because I had 89 in returns growing up as kids. Like it was like we had a max of probably like maybe a little less than we had like a dozen tapes or maybe like 15 or something like that. And returns and the original 89 were two of those VHSs that we had. So I just watched them both like religiously. Like Michael Keaton, grew up watching them all the time. Then Forever comes out, fucking loved it. Batman and Robin, people don't like it. I loved it. Like as
Me
a
too.
kid, I just fucking loved it. Like huge Arnold, I like Arnold as an actor, and everybody said, yeah, the lines were cheesy and stuff, but they were supposed to be. They were campy. It was supposed to be tailored to kids, and they were trying to sell toys and shit. So I get it. It's not the worst superhero movie, but it's not the best. It is what it is. But dude, for some odd reason, I didn't hop on the bandwagon when Begins came out. I liked it, but I just like it wasn't. I like the origin story that it told, with Bruce and everything. Really like that. I think some of the CGI kind of threw me off a little bit and stuff in that film, and I didn't quite maybe like the look of Batman in that film. I couldn't make up my mind. I was like, I don't know if I like it or not quite yet. But dude, when Dark Knight came out, it was everything else. It just fell into place. It was like, no, this is probably one of the greatest films I've seen. Like, I just remember walking out of that movie theater being like, I've never seen anything like this before. Like, this is insane. Like this Joker, I grew up watching Nicholson and I thought he did such a good job. And I was just like, oh man, Heath Ledger, he's on another level. Like, this is insane. So yeah, I just remember walking out of that theater just being like, shit. Like, I haven't seen a movie like this in a really long time.
The suit
So,
wasn't cheap. You ought to know. You bought it.
yeah. I mean, like the whole look and just everything, it was like a total different, just, look of Joker and everything. And you're just like, holy shit, man, like this is crazy. And, and that was something that I had only seen like a couple movies with Heath Ledger, like Knight's Tale. And maybe he did that after. He did like 10 Things I Hate About You. Like I only knew like a few films that he was in, but I was just like, whoa, this is something way different. And then when it comes to Rises, Dio says Rises was okay, but Dark Knight was something tough to live up to. Dude, I could not agree with this more. I did not go see Rises in the theaters because I was like, there's no way that this movie's going to live up to what the last one did.
Yep.
And then when I first initially saw the whole like Tom Hardy, it's like, damn, I can't think of anything he says in that movie. Well, I can, but it's just like,
I can't stand the look.
We were needed or whatever. Like, it's just like the voice. I couldn't dig the voice. Like, I was just like, oh my God, this sounds so dumb. Like, this is not going to be good. And, hopefully nobody at my job's like seeing this. This was like years of fucking go. I just go out with my buddy. We go get super stoned and fucking, he's like, yo, have you seen Dark Knight Rises? And I'm like, no, I haven't seen it. Like, it took me a couple years after the movie even came out to even watch it. And I was like, no, I haven't seen it. And he's like, dude, it's so fucking good. Throws that shit on. And I was sitting there like, this is some of the coolest shit I've ever seen. Like, I'm like, why did I, flake on this movie, man? I should have watched this so long ago. So I really enjoyed it. Like, I really actually enjoyed it a lot. I think Tom Hardy's Bane is actually probably a top 4 villain for me of all time, in that franchise. I think he just absolutely killed it. And then it took me a while to like then watch like the whole Nightfall, like comic book, I didn't know the whole like storyline behind Nightfall and like the breaking of Batman's back and all that stuff. Like the Bane storyline, it seemed to hit like, you know, not pointless or just not like totally spot on, but like it seemed to like make a lot of sense. So I don't know.
I think part of my problem is I'm sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh no. Yeah, you can go.
I was gonna say I think part of my problem is that once I see like this original design of the character, whatever it is, I can't stand to see it altered, and then like that ends up like bothering me later on. It's such a with the Bane thing because Bane was in Batman and Robin, and that's the way I know him with like the venom tubes going into him, and you know he's a wrestler. Like that's the way I know him, and to see this other version, I was like, this ain't Bane. Like you know that's how I felt.
Donnie, you couldn't have made more sense, dude. Like I'm telling you, exactly. That's what I thought too. Like initially, I didn't know very much about Bane, and then everybody's like, man, like they just made him look like, you know, not a very smart guy, but in the comics, he was actually a freaking intelligent mofo. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was and I didn't realize that, you know. So yeah, I totally agree. Dino says Batman Forever had the hottest version. Oh, dude. Gosh, dang it.
I'm like, yes, I agree.
What is her name though in that movie? It's
like
why can I not think of her name in that film? She is though. She's the best looking. Who's Nicole Kidman's character in Forever? Isley? No, that's not right. Pamela.
No, Pamela. That's Poison Ivy.
You're right.
I'm blanking on her name too.
Yeah,
she was a doctor though, like a psychiatrist or something, right?
Yep. I got to look this up now. Forever. Yeah, Pamela Isley's not right. Chase Meridian. Jeez Louise, how did I miss that? Yeah, Chase Meridian.
I knew it was on the tip of my tongue. I just didn't.
Yeah, Chase Meridian. Yeah, actually. Oh, sorry. What's that, Donnie?
No, I was just thinking about that's Batman Forever. Like how the Riddler looks in there, and then how the Riddler looked in the Batman. Like it just threw me off because I'm like, that's not how the Riddler. Like, you know, I want to see the green hat, the question marks. Like, that's
let's talk about it, dude. Honestly, I'm gonna save this for like a Batman stream, and eventually we should get together and do a Batman stream. Like, honestly,
be down.
But what's your opinion? What are your guys' opinion on Jim Carrey? Did you like his, you know, version of the Riddler, and how do you compare it to Paul Dano's version then?
Jim's was so like people are like, oh, he was being too funny, but at the same time he was very deranged and stuff, you know. Like to me, like I liked him like I like the Riddler like that, where he's funny, but then he's very like psycho. He's very like deranged and stuff. So yeah, he did.
Yeah, which is it's just how he's written, you know, like that's.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I think you couldn't have found a better person to play the Riddler in the 90s. Like, dude, Jim Carrey was just on one in the 90s. Like, I know people say like Robin Williams probably would have worked. Probably actually would have done a really good job too.
Oh yeah, he was supposed to be. Yeah.
He was supposed to be the Joker.
Joker, yeah, in '89. I remember that. I love Jim Carrey's version, dude. Like, I thought it was so funny and like campy. And people just got to realize that that's what Schumacher was going for. He was going for that Silver Age like version of Batman where it was kind of wacky and campy and shit. So, but dude, I mean, we don't even need to talk about the Batman. Like, the Batman's like my favorite superhero film all time. It probably will be, unless the Batman 2 is just like freaking nuts, which hopefully it is. But Paul Dano did such a good job. And that's, to me, we were watching Seven last night, and I just remember Matt Reeves saying that he was telling Paul Dano, like, yo, I need you to kind of like tailor your performance, or, you know, as the Riddler as more like the Zodiac killer, you know, something like that. So I was like, damn, dude, like that's so cool.
That's interesting. I think that with the what do you think that the what is it? It's Returns? No, not Returns. Forever. How would the dynamic have been if Billy D had gotten to be Two-Face? How do you think he and the Riddler would have interacted? Had it not been Tommy Lee Jones?
It would have been awesome, dude. Like, nothing against Tommy Lee Jones. I love Tommy Lee Jones. He plays good roles in, like, you know, other films that he's done, you know, Under Siege 2 and I'm probably not, U.S. Marshals and shit like that. Like, yeah.
Men in Black.
Oh, Men in Black. We literally just watched that. Well, Dace did for the first time. And dude,
really?
Will Smith was such a G back in the day, dude. Like, dude, that movie's so freaking badass, dude. Just like took me back.
Nostalgic for me. So
yeah. Yeah, dude, like I had told you, Donnie, that they were going to do in Returns that what's Christopher Walken's character's name in Returns? What's that guy's name? Some bitch. Can't think. Anyway, his character was actually, how he dies at the end. Catwoman's like, give me a kiss, electrocutes the shit out of him. Well, it was supposed to be Billy, and it was supposed to be like that's how Two-Face's character was supposed to get created. To then when Burton went into his third film, I love Schumacher's Forever film, but man, if there was one thing I wish we could have saw was Tim Burton's third film, it would have been interesting. Like it actually would have been really interesting. So
and part of the problem is that WB now has this track record of not letting people see their vision to the end. Because I'm gonna tell you straight up, my favorite version of Batman is the Snyder era, because I love the Injustice storyline. Superman kills the Joker, he turns evil, Darkseid's got him under his control. That storyline was about to play out. What's up, Aaron? I just love that era, but then to not let him see excuse me, his vision out to the end, it's the same thing that they did to Tim Burton.
Yep, totally agree. So Avery says, yes, the different versions of Bane are very interesting from the comic book to the movies. It's not completely bad, but the layering is complex. Yeah, I totally agree. Nightfall just totally put my perception of Bane into, I've already kind of speculated myself, who I think the villain is going to be in the Batman 2. I think it's going to be Bane, because that part at the end where freaking, Rob just took a freaking shotgun to the, chest and he's down, and then he injects himself with this green, substance. First glance, I'm thinking, oh, it's adrenaline the first time I see the movie. Then I read, get into the comics, and it's like, oh no, it's actually Venom. He actually had Venom before Bane even did. And it's like, oh, dude, it could be putting that storyline all into play. So, and honestly, it just, okay, I'm kind of losing my breath because I'm rambling. I would just say that, okay, so who would you guys like to see in the new Batman? Villain wise. I know I've asked you this, Conrad, a billion times, dude, but who do you think is the best villain to get brought into the new film?
Someone we've never seen before. I want to go with my guy, Deathstroke. I want to see that.
That'd be crazy, dude. Hey, how's it going, man? Appreciate you joining us.
Slade Wilson, So.
Dude, everybody knows Deadpool, but don't nobody know about Deathstroke.
Oh, that's Wade Wilson, right? Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's Slade and Wade, dude. You know what I'm talking about? It's the same character, but I've been telling Dace about Deathstroke. Deathstroke, we only got a little, piece of who it could have been in Justice League. I was just watching Batman.
I was freaking out. I'm like, okay, we're finally getting Deathstroke in the movie. I was like, oh shit. Okay.
Could have been crazy, man. Could have been really crazy.
My friend Aaron. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I like Avery. I liked Jim Carrey's version of the Riddler. It was extremely goofy, which actually worked for the role. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't feel like people realize that there are different versions in comics that it's just there's probably a very serious Riddler, and there's a probably very campy comic goofy kind of Riddler and stuff like that. So I dig it. I dig different versions of different characters. So I actually liked it a lot. So.
And I think what people don't understand is when those directors are trying to bring that to life, they're going off of what they grew up with. And in the 60s, they couldn't have Riddler and Joker just killing people in the street. That would have never made it on TV.
Yeah.
For Joker to be Heath Ledger's Joker would have never, they weren't going to let Batman be on TV if he was doing shit like that. There's no way.
Yeah. Yep. What were you guys' thoughts on everybody getting, kind of butthurt about Burton's second film with Returns? Was it too dark? There were parts when I was a young kid watching that where they would go through the the zoo or whatever, and it was all beat up and everything, and that music would kick in and shit, and I'm this is kind of freaking me out a little bit, but I was never overly scared of the film, but there were some parts that were a little creepy when I was a kid. But like, you know, like everybody's like, oh, Batman doesn't kill anybody, but you know, he turns the Batmobile around and he shoots fire through his car at that guy, and you know what I mean, and like kills him. And everybody's like, this isn't like, you know, family. I'm just like, dude, this is Batman, dude. Like, I don't know.
You don't.
But I feel like if they, you know, I don't know. I as a kid when I was watching, I was like, oh, I figured that that's what Batman did. He probably did, you know, kill some of the bad guys. So
that's what I was gonna say. And then think about in the the Batman versus Superman thing. It's like, yeah, there's a line, and then he's like, okay, these dudes crossed the line, so I'm gonna cross the line with them. Remember, he was like branding people, and when they went to prison,
coolest shit, dude. Hell yeah.
Like, and then when those guys got taken to prison, they would get killed by people because they had been labeled by the Bat. You know, like I thought that I didn't think he was like out of control, like Superman thought. But my friend Aaron and I were. He had just commented, yeah. Love you too, buddy. We were just talking about how what if like the yacht scene where Lex is talking to Deathstroke.
Bet.
Like, dude, what if they had been the ones to find Black Manta in the ocean instead of Dr. Shin? And you're setting off the Injustice League right there. Like,
yeah. Dude, Black Manta is such a cool character, dude. Like the dude that did I don't the guy that was in Candyman. I don't know what that I'm not sure what that. Yeah, dude. He smashed that role in Aquaman. I'm not the biggest Jason Momoa fan, but like I sat down and finally watched Aquaman. It was solid, dude. It was a solid film. I was like, damn, this is pretty cool. I think they could have done well, I don't know. Because Black Manta will probably be in the second one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
And Dr. Shin now knows that Atlantis exists for real because he had Black Manta's helmet at the end there. So he knows it exists. But that, like, I love like the way they made the trench monsters look and all that stuff. Like, there's a comic book. It's called Aquaman the Trench, and it's like James Wan just read that and said, "Here, I'm just gonna take everything in here and just visually make it into a film."
Cool. So Donnie, my bad. So then going back to the question, who would you like to see in the Batman 2?
You guys are gonna crucify me for this, but I didn't like the Batman, so I don't know who's gonna be.
Holy shit, Donnie! What? No, I'm just playing. No, Donnie, I'm just joking, dude. I know a lot of people that were like, I didn't like the darker vibe to it, you know, and stuff like that. And I'm like, dude, that's totally cool, man. Like, I totally get it, you know.
I don't know that it was the darker vibe that bothered me because I mean, like,
was it because we didn't see much of Bruce Wayne, or like what were some of the?
Well, first I really just hated that version of the Riddler, and
damn, that's crazy. Okay, nice.
I just don't like that aesthetic. But for me, it just felt like it was dragging on. And Dark Knight is really long too, but I just kind of felt like get to the point.
Donnie, I'm not even going to fault you, dude. If there's one little nitpicky thing I can say about that movie, it is long, man. It does drag. Like, you know, with like the stuff in between, the filler stuff, you're totally right. I mean, by the time he gets Paul Dano into Arkham and everything like that, and you're like, oh shit, that we still have like this whole other thing with like the flooding of like the event that they're at and everything. It is a long movie. It definitely is. But I think I don't know. Yeah, that's probably the only thing. So I can agree with you there.
So as far as villains, I mean, I don't know. I mean, do you use characters that we've seen before, but then just in a different capacity? I would love to see them use Killer Croc. I would love to see them use Deadshot, like for real. You know what I mean? But I don't know. You know, I have no clue. Like, but I mean, the Bane thing too. I didn't even think about that in seeing it then.
So, dude, that's dope. I'm gonna get some people's, and then I'll tell you guys what I kind of think. Dude, Black Mask would be awesome. I totally agree, Avery. Like, I think Black Mask would be sick. I liked. I'm sorry, I don't know actors' names like the best, but the dude that did Obi-Wan, should know this dude's name.
Oh, Ewan McGregor.
Yeah, like his impersonation through Birds of Prey and stuff like that. It was awesome. I thought it was cool. Which I actually like that movie. I mean, I thought Margot Robbie actually smashed that role as Harley Quinn.
Definitely did.
Yeah. So Black Mask would be cool because I mean, like, to me, the reason I agree with this is because it makes better sense. Like, for a live action version, makes total sense. Like, we got in the Batman, the first one, everything is very like mob related and like ruling the city through, mob related, stuff that they're doing and all that. Like Black Mask would make total sense. Redo Freeze. Like, I mean, Matt Reeves is like literally talked about doing Freeze. I just really wonder what he would, how he would go about it, to be completely honest. I know a lot of people hated on Arnold's like suit and all that stuff back in the day. I thought that shit was totally cool, man. I thought I was blown away as a little kid. I was like, damn, this is some cool ass shit. Like, I don't know, the blue lighting and stuff, I thought it looked pretty cool.
Why did it take diamonds though? I didn't understand that as a kid or now. Why the suit ran on diamonds?
He's got to become a thief, dude. He's got to be doing some criminal activities. No, that's a good question. Like, I'm really not 100% sure. Yeah. I like this one. I think the Mad Hatter would be pretty cool. Jackie Earle Haley from the Watchmen movie said he would like. I actually just saw this on Instagram. Yeah, where they had him kind of casted as the Mad Hatter. And I've been diving into some more Batman comics. And the reason why I like this is because I think in one of the comics, the Mad Hatter is like, oh shit, which one was that? It was a Halloween maybe edition where it turns out that the Mad Hatter is doing all this stuff, but he's actually not in cahoots, but he's kind of being like played as like a chess piece by Bane in the end. So it's actually pretty cool. So like, to me, that would actually make sense. I just like, I know they talked about Clayface, and I just don't know how they're going to do that live action. Like, I guess they could, I'd be interested. I trust Matt Reeves, but I just don't know how they would do that live action. Like, what do you guys think?
Maybe it could work. Maybe they could, like, if the CGI don't look weird, I think they can pull it off. But I mean, other than that, if it doesn't look right, I don't know how you would be able to do that. So.
What did you guys think of the CGI with Two-Face and Dark Knight? Like it, not like it?
It didn't bother me. Like,
didn't bother me either.
I didn't know it wasn't practical. Tell you the truth, like
that's dope. Yeah, I liked it. I didn't mind it at all either. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought, to be honest, I didn't think it was CGI, to be honest with you.
Yeah, like, I'm a bad like I can't really tell like some of the CGI stuff sometimes, as opposed to like the old Superman movies where he's just flying past the same rock. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. One thing I was gonna say was I agree, Donnie, when you said Killer Croc, dude. Killer Croc would be dope, because if you think about it, the whole city's flooded right now, and it would make sense to bring in Killer Croc. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe it's I don't know. The Venom storyline with Batman, it makes total sense to kind of how everything just happened, and like the flooding of the city and everything like that. I think Killer Croc could be brought in. And again, I think there's even like a storyline where Killer Croc's like doing something, or he's like the bad guy, and like Bane is like observing the whole situation of how Batman like does his work in the city and takes care of the bad guys and all this stuff. I don't know. Well, it'll be interesting. I think it'll probably be, it is like the most, that movie's like the only, like, I'm looking so forward to that movie, man. I can't even tell you. It's going to be cool.
And if you have Killer Croc in there, you could definitely add in Deadshot, because there's a comic book storyline where Killer Croc hires Deadshot, and then they have like a falling out over the payment, but he didn't know it was Killer Croc. So then when they get put in Arkham together and it comes out, then they're like at odds with each other, and Batman's like, I can get them both at the same time.
Deadshot, that was Will Smith, right?
Yep.
Yeah, nice.
Squad, yeah.
So then who was the guy that was just in Peacemaker?
That replaced Deadshot?
Yeah. Who was the guy that was in? Who's the actor that was in Beast? That movie that just came out called Beast.
Oh, Idris Elba.
Yeah. So who was he in Peacemaker?
Yeah, that's an Aaron question.
It was okay. Peacemaker. It wasn't quite Deadshot. I think it was maybe Deadeye. Where's he at?
And it's like they do the same thing. So did you really need to take Deadshot out for that?
Right.
I honestly thought that was Deadshot. I was
No,
like,
no. I'm not thinking Peacemaker. I'm thinking Suicide Squad.
Suicide
2.
Squad 2, yeah.
The sequel, yeah.
I
mean, they're like the same person. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
There's
so many characters like that.
Bloodsport. There we go. Okay, Bloodsport. Nice. I do like this. What Aaron says right here. Hush would be awesome, and be able to show more of Pattinson's range. Yeah. See, like so Hush isn't Hush the Riddler though? Like in the animated movie, right?
Which movie? Which animated movie?
Hush. Isn't Hush like
it ends up being the Riddler?
Oh shit! I hope I didn't just ruin that for you guys. Damn it!
No. I'm saying yeah, it ends up being the Riddler.
Yeah, I think it's the Riddler in the end. So like, really, I thought that's what they were doing the whole when they when they flooded the whole scene at the end when the mayor was giving her speech and stuff. I was like, oh, they're taking elements from Hush and stuff like that. Not solely like 100%, but like I thought that's what they were kind of going for. But I feel like Matt Reeves has talked about it, so or he's referenced Hush a lot, so maybe they will go with that storyline. I'm not 100% sure, but I thought it ended up being the Riddler. So I guess if it was going to be that storyline, I guess Riddler would have to get out of Arkham somehow or something. I don't know. I am excited for the TV series with the Penguin like that. I feel like that's going to be stupid good. Yeah.
There's never anything that just had the Batman the 66 movie is like the only thing that had like all the villains you wanted to see together. You know what I mean?
100%, dude. I mean, yeah, it even had like the shark that came in.
Yeah, like it and I go back and I'm watching that stuff and like obviously what we were talking about how it's it was on daytime television, you know what I mean? So there wasn't a whole bunch of like killing and all that stuff, but even still I watch it, I'm like, oh, this is dope. And I laugh, like you see where they just like painted over Cesar Romero's mustache because he wouldn't cut it off. Like, they're like, oh, this is cool because it's what my grandma would like talk about. That's what got me into superheroes and DC particularly was her talking about those old shows. And
so speaking of DC, so like what's your guys' thoughts on like the new Deadpool kind of transitioning maybe over to Marvel now? Excited or just
I have something
excited standard money grab? Hopefully not. I don't think it will be. I mean, hopefully not. I think the story, I'm not 100% sure what the storyline will be. I guess I didn't really know the comic all that well, like when Deadpool meets up with Wolverine.
I mean, we're gonna get Wolverine and Deadpool for the first time. They even like in the past, they even reference it, like they're they acknowledge each other that they're both in the universe. And I'm just like, oh man, we're finally gonna get it. So
So are they gonna be enemies, or are they gonna be like are they gonna be
they're probably gonna be like butting heads. That's about it.
But maybe butting heads and then becoming like, companions or something. Like, I don't know. Like I really don't know the comic book storyline.
I think as far as like the way the movie is going to be received, me and Aaron was just talking about this yesterday. Like movie going is so different now, since the whole pandemic and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's expensive as shit. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, not that it wasn't before, but
yeah,
now they're trying to break you for real. But I mean, don't you guys feel like stuff is staying in the theater shorter, but even when it does come out, it doesn't have like this huge, it's not hitting as hard as it was previously. Like when the trailer came out for Aquaman, like I lost my mind. Like, yes, it's finally here. But then like the Flash is already on pay-per-view. That movie just came out. Like
hell yeah, I'm watching it tonight after the stream, dude. No, no, dude, literally, Dolly. I literally just told Basis. I was like, holy shit. I was like, the Flash is already on Vudu. I'm like, holy shit. Like, that was quick as hell. Like, we literally just seen it a couple weeks, and then it was like a week later. It was, right when it left the theater, it was on Vudu like that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's as big of a, event anymore. Like Avatar 2, I thought that was going to shut the world down, and even then, it felt like, all right, it's out. People went and saw it, and boom, it's gone, just like that.
Didn't watch it. Sorry, I did. I just
no. I mean, I didn't either. I was just making a point.
No, I totally agree. Like we were, that's a good point. Well, okay, I'll get into that one, and then I totally. So you're saying it doesn't feel as like authentic, or just like maybe seems more money grabbish, or like what do you mean? Or people aren't respecting the films maybe as much, or what? What do you think?
I feel like the reception for it isn't as big as maybe it should be with having these two characters together, because they're we want to see Wolverine again as long as it fucking makes sense, but it doesn't feel like it's gonna be as huge as like when the other two Deadpool movies came out. It was like like right there, like oh this is about to be an event, like we gotta go. It don't feel like that yet.
Gotcha. Yeah,
that makes sense.
I think it may be just movie dependent, really, to be honest. But yeah,
because we're probably gonna get the movie like, okay, Deadpool 3 comes out, we're gonna get it like on digital a week later after that. I remember I was a kid. I went to go see Freddy versus Jason, and it came out in August, but the DVD released in January. At 5 months later, now they're doing it like, okay, DVD release a month later. It's just kind of like another movie to go watch. I guess it's not special.
I need it, man. I need it on digital.
I had to wait till like December. Nope came out in July, and I had to wait till December. I was pissed because it was coming, like what you said, a month later, boom, it's on Blu-ray.
Oh yeah.
Donnie, fucking great transition, dude. You know what? We're gonna hold off for a second. We're gonna bring it up. We're gonna talk about Nope for a little bit. Okay, well, let's see what they said here. Or movies just don't even go to theaters anymore, just straight to streaming. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, literally, Conrad just mentioned this earlier today, talking about how Prey just went to Hulu and didn't come out. We've talked about the Hellraiser movie. I was like, damn, that movie should have been the newest one that went to Hulu. I was like, damn, that movie should have went out to theater. Like, I think it would have been cool. And honestly, I think it could have like opened up the fandom a little bit to like Hellraiser a little bit, because like, I don't know. Oh shit, yeah. Well, this one too, but Donnie, is Cobweb available in theaters like where you're at?
I don't think so. Not that I've seen.
Damn, what about you, Conrad?
I mean, they're not showing it. I mean, they're showing Terrifier. We're getting that one, but we're not getting Cobweb, to be honest.
Well, you want to talk about some selfish shit? Dace won't let me go see this movie tomorrow because she's like, "Oh, you gotta wait till." But yeah, no, it's only playing in the biggest city in Nebraska, Omaha. Like, it's only playing in Omaha. It's not playing anywhere else. And I'm just like, damn, like this movie looks stellar. It looks like it's gonna be good, and it's not playing anywhere except for Omaha. So
is it one of those like one of the select theaters and then everywhere this date, or it's only having like this like minor?
Man, I really have no idea. I didn't know anything about it. I remember they sent me the trailer the one morning, and then I watched Mike and Jay later that night, and they were talking about it. I could have swore that they said it wasn't going to theaters, and I was like, "Oh, okay, nice." Well, then I looked to see when it was coming out. It said July 21st. I'm like, "Oh shit, that's like a day or two away." And I thought I saw it was coming out on Netflix, but I must have misread it or some shit. So
the trailer's good, man. Like it was pretty good.
I agree, man. I think it looks like a combination of like Babadook with Trick or Treat with like some Sleepy Hollow vibes with like Smile vibe. It looks like a cornucopia of just like a bunch of fucking dope ass films thrown into one. So like, I don't know. I think it looks pretty damn good. I don't know. I think it looks really good. So I'm pretty interested to see what it's all about.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes when it's just going straight to the streaming, like it doesn't get the respect that it should have.
They don't even advertise it or nothing, man. Like they're just like, oh, here you go.
Like case in point, I just saw a commercial for Blue Beetle. I feel like that should be bigger than it is, but a lot of people just don't know that character. They didn't play Injustice, or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
Aaron says my internet went berserk for a few minutes, but Hush was a character by the name of Thomas Elliot that got changed to the Riddle for the animated movie. Not quite sure why.
I think
Okay,
it's original.
okay, nice.
Okay.
So that could be yeah, that could be a cool storyline.
Yeah, when I got a superhero question, this is the dude I ask. Like,
Nice, dude. Nice. See, and that's what I like. I don't know. That's why I kind of wanted to broaden the channel like a little bit to more than just like horror. I mean, dude, I love horror movies, but like, man, I'm a super nerd when it comes to like, well, mostly. I mean, I love Marvel. I do love Marvel. Like, yeah, and I feel like it brings a little bit more variety to like conversation and stuff.
Yeah.
Holy shit, Donnie! I can't remember what you just said. Then I was like, dude, we're gonna talk about that.
No, we were gonna talk about Nope. I'm not gonna let that moment pass.
Oh, nice, dude. Honestly, I feel like Conrad and I have talked about this before, and then like I was like, yeah, Donnie really likes this movie. Okay, so Donnie, why do you feel people didn't like Nope or didn't quite get it?
Because they had a preconceived notion that it was going to be aliens or it was going to be aliens in their mind, what aliens look like
so signs, right, or some shit, right?
So then when it doesn't look like what they thought, it's like, I want my money back. And it's like, but you seen an alien before, you don't know what the hell it looked like.
Amen, Donnie.
It could be anything. It could be conspired as anything. You know, we've never
it
seen
could be us before. We could be we're the aliens, man.
Yeah, the jean jacket did nothing wrong. No, and that's how I was thinking about. Most people love Jaws, and he was just a killing machine. That's just what he did. And this is like a similar thing in the sky. Oh no, we hate this. What the
Donnie, what a fucking comparison, dude. Hell yes, dude. I like it, dude.
I like that, bro.
Dude, I love that shit. And I love Jaws. And man,
dude's a super fan of that movie.
Dude, like I'm telling you guys, I know I don't know if you guys saw my like little short or whatever I did. I just went and saw it at the IMAX. Technically, it's not considered an IMAX. Like I've seen a super screen before. To me, it was bigger than a super screen, but technically, I guess we're not an IMAX certified IMAX. Dude, seeing that movie on the big screen, it was fucking unbelievable. I thought I was back in like 75 watching that for the first time and shit. And it was so cool. My mom went with me and shit. And it was just like, even like her, like she was just like taken back on just like, that movie's so epic. And like, that's John Williams at his finest. Like that's where he starts right before Star Wars. I think that movie just means so much to American cinema and just film and everything. It's all of these genres thrown into one. Such a good movie, dude. Such a good movie.
My mom is scared to go swimming to this day because of that.
Amen, dude. Holy shnikes. The movie terrified me as a youngster. It was like literally like my brother was horrified of Chucky. So was I, like a little bit, but yet I thought it was funny because I could see like his comedic side. So it kind of like, I was still like afraid, but yet like, I still love the films and stuff like that. Jaws, I was terrified. Like, the biggest fear I ever had was like I'd be sitting there watching that movie as a youngster on the couch, and then I just had like this thing in my mind where I'm just thinking like the floor just turns into water, and I'm just like floating out on this like sofa out in the middle of the ocean. It just terrified me, dude. I was like, damn. Like, it was, I don't know, it was crazy.
But like, and kind of comparing, I haven't seen like a movie, like an older movie in the theaters, which it sounds like it's a great experience to have. But when like Star Wars, when they were doing like the last three, just going there and just the music hitting and seeing the crawl like in the theater, like I knew like that's what it had to be like when Empire Strikes Back, and it would have been great to see Vader tell Luke like that he was a spot like in the moment, but. No. Yeah, exactly.
Dude, just want to take what's up, Carrie?
Hey, Carrie.
Appreciate you joining us. Dude, I totally agree. Like, okay, so that was gonna be one of my questions is I just went and saw Jaws, and I'm just like, what would be some movies that you guys would think, back in the day that you would just like love to see on the screen? Like you just said Star Wars, Donnie, like Conrad, what would be some films like for you that
I mean, like I would have loved to have seen the prequel, like the Star Wars prequel films, especially Revenge of the Sith. Just seeing those lightsaber fights.
Nice.
You didn't see it in the theater?
Nah, I didn't get to see it. Well, I would have loved to, but probably Scream, probably Nightmare on Elm Street. You know,
the classic.
Movies like that would have been really great experience.
Carrie says Jaws is by far a classic, one of my all-time movies of all time. Yeah, favorite movies of all time. Amen. Like I can't even like I know it's like I have other horror films that like I would put in front, but if it was somebody was like, "What is your all-time favorite movie of all time?" It would probably be Jaws. Like it hits all of the genres. It's just like, yeah, and like Dace and I just watched the second one again. Couple days ago, and like even that second one, like when we did our underrated films or whatever, it was in my top 5 because I think that second one is just as good. It looks just as good. I know the third one tailors off or whatever, and it's not anything close to the first two, but yeah, that first one is just crazy. It honestly is.
I think
it would have been cool to see Jurassic Park at the theaters.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that would have been an epic
Jurassic Park. Like, oh my god, that would have been an experience.
Yeah, I totally agree, Carrie. Like Chief Brody, like in my opinion, yeah, he is like one of the greatest characters. And like you're just like I feel like that was the person that I connected with most in that film where like you're just like I'm living through his fear in that film because he doesn't like the water, he doesn't like to swim and shit. And then like when he's sinking with that boat, like I said, like one of the scariest scenes is like when this ship is sinking, he just devoured Quint, and then all of a sudden, like he comes through like the side of the boat and through the glass and shit, and you're just like, holy shit, like I'd just be losing my mind in fear. Like I would just probably have a heart attack. Just man, that movie's so good. And I finally looked at a behind the scenes on making that film and just what it took for them to make that film and everything. Crazy. Like literally just crazy.
When you look at it, like you see those older movies, you're like, man, people were resourceful. Like, hey, we got to get this done, and they just, the means that they would go through to just get a shot or whatever it is, compared to today, where you could just have the computer do it for you. But back then it's like we gotta get this done, and I think just to add on, I would Scarface to see in the theaters because that's my all-time favorite movie. And then I would love to have seen the original House on Haunted Hill because Vincent Price is probably my favorite horror actor. Dope. And the one from the 50s. That's the one I would love to see, even though it's in black and white, just see it in the theater would be cool.
That's dope. I like that. Yeah, like honestly, I think that's what made Jaws. I'm just going off what Carrie's saying here. Bruce, like I know it wasn't cooperative at all, but like that shark, that like, machine shark or whatever, that thing made that movie, that prop. But just like, man, I have so many things I want to ask you guys about. But and then going back to what you were saying, Donnie, comparing it to Nope, like it was almost like the best thing about Jaws is that they didn't show you the shark up until like the end of that film. Like, you know what I mean? Like they didn't show it, and like it, like that was what put the fear in you, like the whole freaking movie. And it's like you weren't seeing most of it, and then when you did, you were just like, holy shit. Dude, I feel like people,
Nope, man.
Yeah, like Nope was so good because it was more so like what he was trying to metaphorically show you, more so with like the alien, more so than like, hey, it's going to be like these like little creatures and all this stuff. Like he was showing you that like, even when the director was sitting there watching the octopus eat the crab, he was trying to metaphorically show you that like, hey, you are that crab, being in awe of this like squid. Because like, I think if people like ask you like, what's the most alien like creature on the planet, a lot of people would say the squid or like an octopus. You know what I mean? They're crazy. Like, have you seen some of those videos? It's nuts. And to me, it's like, even with like the monkey scene, it's like, I think we're like, humans are like sitting on this planet and we're like in this world where we're like seeing all this shit around us and stuff like that. But it's almost like, we could be the experiment. Like, you know what I mean? We could be the things that are like getting, we are kind of like the lab rat. Like the things around us are like we kind of like look down on, like, I'm just saying, like, personally, like, I'm not going to kill a spider, an insect, any of that shit. But like, they could have like this outer worldly, just like, you know what I mean? Like they could, there's this song by 9 Inch Nails where they talk about like looking at like the tiger in the cage. Like, do you know what side of the cage that you're actually on and shit? And it's like deep, like, you know what I mean? I just feel like Jordan Peele was going for more so that in that movie and understanding that. And I feel like people just didn't get it. You know what I mean? Like,
They
Like,
definitely,
yeah,
because I felt like, especially at the end when it like transcends into like its real shape, and it's because it had learned like, oh, they're wise enough to not like look at the eye to get eaten. So if I transform, that's gonna it's gonna avert your gaze to that, and
yep.
you get eaten. Like, I just thought it
And,
made sense to me. Like,
yeah, and like the whole thing where it was like the monkey, it was like, oh, you're gonna kind of dress up and make a mockery of me thinking you have control over myself, like this natural being or this natural thing. But when shit hits the fan, I'm gonna show you what I'm actually like really about and what could actually really happen. And it just like floored everybody that the monkey just goes off and kill. You know what I mean? Like it's like, and the person's like sitting there watching that and being like, it's like showing you like what could really actually happen instead of having me dressed up in like this little suit and making like this little show and shit. It's like you're still not in any control. Like I think that's what like the movie was trying to also put into place, is like, I don't know. I think Jordan Peele killed it. Like I totally loved it. I like all of his films, man. I think he's like one of my favorite directors. I think your mic's off, Donnie. Sorry.
Ian?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're good, man.
No, I was saying I think that the whole like getting caught up in like just trying to tame whatever, or thinking we could just because then even in that scene with Gordy, it's like he snapped and then he didn't realize what he did, because he's like tapping the people on the feet like, get up, like, like, my bad.
Yep.
And
Yep.
like, and I think Jupe thought that, oh well, it's my way back into the limelight and I can control this thing. Yeah, okay.
Amen, dude.
Like,
Amen. Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Yeah, I'm talking, Carrie, I can't even tell you like when I do like when I like to do the whole thing where I take little pieces of films and stuff like that and try to take like the most iconic parts, like I just did with like Dark Knight a couple weeks ago or whatever. Literally every scene in Jaws, it's like one after another. It's like an iconic scene after an iconic scene, iconic, line or something like that. There's so many in Jaws, like it's crazy, man. So this is the other thing I wanted to talk about, Donnie. You mentioned this earlier. So Daisy said Aliens would have been an awesome, one to see on big screen. Yeah, it would have. Like, it honestly would have. So,
yep.
What are your overall thoughts on Cameron, dude? You were kind of saying like, yeah, like you were kind of saying earlier, like he was kind of like a little bit full of himself. I didn't really know the whole storyline with Cameron, how he was kind of just like this dude who tried to get on a set of making a film. I think it was Piranha. Is that right? And then all of a sudden, then he became like this big filmmaker. I could be wrong, but I feel like I've heard people talk about that before.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that. I don't have like a negative opinion of him. I just think,
yeah,
he just immediately and I understand when you make movies that are outside of the genre that's like super popular right now, you might feel like, like left out or whatever. But that don't mean that Avengers was bad. Like, they was boxing in Avengers. Like, what do you mean?
Yep, totally
but
agree.
To be like, oh well, my movie hit that mark first. It's like, well, yeah, man, it's a new thing. But I feel like no movie that's coming out, just going back to that for a second, no movie that's coming out now is about to hit those numbers like it did with Avengers, Black Panther, Aquaman, whatever.
Yep.
But I don't have like a negative opinion on him.
I do. I think he's full of himself. No, I'm just joking. No, I totally know what you mean. Like, yeah, some of those directors and like stuff like that, they probably do have like a little bit of, obviously they have egos and stuff like that. I get it. Yeah, exactly. But okay, so I was thinking about this. So it was the anniversary of Dark Knight Rises was also the same anniversary, 37th anniversary of Aliens. It's almost going to sound like a stupid question. Daisy's probably going to hate me for asking this and probably going to hate my answer. What movie would you guys rather watch, Aliens or Dark Knight Rises?
I told you earlier, I never seen it. I'm gonna go with Aliens. Dark Knight Rises, no, you keep it.
Aliens. If you would have asked Ben like, would you watch Aliens or The Dark Knight? I would have said The Dark Knight, but in this case, I'm gonna go with Aliens.
Okay.
Anthony, what do you believe in?
Oh, that's hilarious. I gotta go. Oh man, I'm sitting there watching. You guys saw it. I was watching Aliens earlier. I was watching it, and I'm just like, Sigourney Weaver is. Would you guys consider her a top 3 final girl of all time?
Oh, damn.
I know I've asked this question to like millions of people. Like, I think she is. I think Sigourney Weaver is a top 3. It would probably go, Jennifer Love Hewitt, Julie James, Sidney Prescott, and then it would probably go Sigourney Weaver for me. That'd probably be my top 3.
Damn.
Laurie Strode ain't on that list.
Dude, okay, man. I'm telling you right now, I have no problem with Jamie Lee Curtis, but I feel like Ends turned out the way it did because of her. No shade or anything on her. I would love, if I met her, I would be like, holy shit, you've made some great films. True Lies, Total Babe and True Lies. Like, I get it. But like, dude, I feel like Laurie Strode doesn't hold a candle to Sidney Prescott. Like, I'm sorry. I just feel like she doesn't. I feel like Sid is such a badass in like 1, 2, and 3. And actually 4 isn't that bad, really, to be honest. That's just me. Laurie Strode would probably be in top 5. Yeah, we'll say top 5.
All I know is that Sydney should probably be eating through a tube as many times she's been stabbed in the stomach.
Hey man, apparently you don't know the Scream franchise, dude. You can get stabbed. You can get stabbed 20 times like Chad, man. You can still live, dude.
People said he got stabbed like 75 times or something. I was like, damn. Like,
I wrote
you're
that
like
down.
A demon.
Yeah, I wrote that down in my notes when I was I was like, there's no way. Like,
okay, so like what I was gonna say was like, to me, Aliens is like Terminator on alien steroids, pretty much. Like, that movie is really good. Michael Biehn, just like there's that cast is like totally just, it's awesome. Sigourney Weaver, excellent in that film. I think the xenomorphs look totally dope. I'm just too much of a Batman fan, dude. I'm taking Rises, man. I think Rises is just more rewatchable. I know that is just so not what everybody would say, but Aliens is like, it's good. The franchise is just like, I would probably take, I don't know. Aliens is really good. I don't know. I'm not trying to discount Aliens at all. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Because what I'm saying is, like, you were asking earlier about how Cameron was comparing to like new superhero movies, and he was like, oh, like superhero movies, the only you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, I think I would watch Rises over Aliens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was just like, yeah.
But so here's a question I have for both of you guys. How well do you think that science fiction goes hand in hand with horror versus stuff that's more like reality based? Because just a killer coming after you with a knife, obviously that versus xenomorphs or a UFO in the sky picking people up and eating them, it's different, and you might not be as scared of that as if you watched Arachnophobia.
Well, I think horror and science fiction all go hand in hand, because there's just like a little bit of horror in science fiction in general. Like, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There's always going to be those tidbits, because it's something that you're just not like, you're not familiar with, like, you know what I mean? So it's like, there's going to be like little essence of horror in there. I feel like they go hand in hand, like, really well. Like Predator, like I would probably choose the Predator franchise over Aliens. Just, that's more my cup of tea.
They just fit, like the science fiction and the horror, they just go together. It just works, like Predator.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like Predator and Alien, it just I always told Anthony, I'm like, man, they move around like a slasher villain, the way they kill people and stuff. Just they especially Predator, he camouflages, and he just, when he's trying to kill someone, he pops up. They just move around like slasher villains, and I love it.
Well, I think a guy chasing me with a chainsaw, being the fact that that's rooted in reality, is scarier to me versus
Amen. I would totally agree. Yeah,
like, that's what I meant by, like, if you make horror where it's rooted more in reality, that's scarier, because you're like, oh, this shit could really happen.
Totally agree.
I agree with that.
I like Carrie's top 3 here. Yeah, Nancy Thompson. She's in my top 5 because. Oh, okay. So I'm sorry, Donnie. I would probably put Nancy Thompson and also Kirsty. I can't think of Kirsty's last name in Hellraiser.
Not-
I would put her in my top 5 over Laurie Strode. I'm sorry. Nothing against Jamie Lee Curtis. I'm sorry. It's just
dude, you're not offending me. You're not offending me.
That's all good.
no, I'm just saying, like, man, I don't know. Yeah.
My butt hurt.
Don't let Brandon hear you say that though.
Yeah, no doubt. No, I totally get it. But like, I think it's just because, well, I don't know. I think it's just because I like those films a little bit more than some of the Halloweens, but I love Halloween. I love the franchise. It's probably my top 5, top 4, probably. But yeah,
Like Nancy's up there for me. Like she's my top 5, top 3 actually.
yeah.
Like she's great.
Okay, so if New Nightmare doesn't happen, is she still up there?
Yeah.
Nice. I dig it. Cool. Do you think that they wrote her arc off correctly in 3? If New Nightmare doesn't happen?
I mean, at the time, I think Wes Craven said, like, man, if I can go back, I could have, like, I wouldn't have killed her off. But at the time, it's like, sometimes the hero has to, die in a movie. Sometimes you gotta do those kind of things, Like playing it safe, it sometimes doesn't really work, So like, going the different route sometimes works. So
and then sometimes doing like the dramatic ending. if the original ending of Get Out had stayed the way it was, then I think people would have said, "Oh, I don't like this as much," versus the ending we got, where it's like, "Oh, Chris got away,"
Oh, holy shit! My bad. Whoa! Chris wasn't supposed to originally get away.
You haven't seen the other ending where it's not Rod who gets out of the car; it's the real police, and he goes to jail basically for life. And he's in jail talking to Rod, and Rod is like, he's like, man, like he's like, dude, I'm gonna get you a lawyer, and he's like, man, I killed those people, like, and then it just ends. Like that was one of the original endings.
Hated that ending. What the hell?
See what I'm saying? Like,
I would have hated that shit.
Wow, I would have been pissed walking out of that theater, man.
Yeah, what the hell? I would have been like, what the hell?
There was another ending where they actually got him, where Chris didn't get away, and they did the transplant thing on him, and Rod sees him and is like, Chris, I've been looking all over for you. And he turns to him and he's like, I don't know who you're talking about. And then black screen.
That would have been interesting. Oh, thank you, Jordan Peele, for fucking having it the way that you fucking had it. Right. Man, that ending was, dude, I remember going to see that in theaters and being like, I've never seen some shit like this. Like, this is awesome. Damn.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man. And it took me a while to see Us. It actually took me a long time to see Us. But, man, even that movie, too. Damn, that movie's so cool. That ending, that, like, twist ending. Oh, man.
I think it ruined it for me because I figured it out, like, in the trailer when she couldn't snap on beat. But
you figured it out in the trailer. Damn.
Because she was snapping off beat. It's not that hard to like
got you. Okay, nice. Damn.
And being underground, not hearing music and all that stuff, she wouldn't know how to do it.
Yeah. What was the reference of the rabbit in that film? Was it because of the lifeless eyes or some shit, or what was it? I can't remember.
I can't remember what he said about that. Because there was a specific reason why the rabbits were in there. I don't know that had anything to do with the, the Hands Across America thing, which was like, the big influence.
For sure, yep. I can't remember what he said in that. Yeah. So, I can't remember. I should look this up. I can't remember. What was his new film supposed to be about, or what was it called? Wasn't it a name already put out?
Brandon had talked about this, but I thought it was
like one word or something.
Yeah, I thought it was GOAT, like greatest of all time. Is
that really what it's called?
I mean, interesting to see like the next thing, considering the fact that I liked Us, and I know other people will be like, man, I'm not gonna go see this because he failed us. Like,
It's set for Christmas of 2024. Do we have a name? There's supposed to be an Avatar 3? Dude. Ain't nobody trying to see that
That money
shit.
train keeps popping up. You don't stop making movies.
I'm not seeing a name here. My bad. Hopefully, I'm probably just missing it or some shit. But I guess it's set out for next year. Interested, regardless of what it is. I'm still going to be psyched for it. So Daisy said, "Rabbit symbolizes rebirth, so starting a new chapter on the surface." Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. That's scary.
That's scary. Would you rather have a new Halloween film or new Nightmare on Elm Street? Okay, so this is a good question. I know a lot of people have been asking this. It'd probably be Nightmare film, obviously, because
Take a break for
we just got three Halloween films. But the thing is, do you think there hasn't been a new Nightmare film because they just know that whoever portrays the role of Freddy is just not going to be as great as Robert Englund? I think that's what they're kind of like. I mean, I have to guess that that's probably what they're thinking, to be honest. I've heard a lot of people say the dude that was in Barbarian, is it Robert Brick or something, or am I saying, or Richard?
I think Richard Brake. I think he was in
Richard Brake.
Yeah,
he seems like he could, probably maybe pull it off. What are your guys' thoughts?
He did a lot of Rob Zombie films. I remember him from that.
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, he's so creepy looking. So I just feel like that's what a lot of people looked at. Like, oh, he could play Freddy. He looks like kind of creepy. So,
I mean, Jackie Earle Haley isn't the greatest person to look at either, but that reception that happened to that movie definitely killed like whatever fire they were trying to get started with the nightmare thing.
So what's your opinion on that film, Donnie?
Which one? The 2000?
Yeah, 2010. I think so. Yeah.
And it's not the best, but I don't have like a problem with it. Where
hell yeah, Donnie.
It's on TV. Oh, turn this shit off. No, I mean, I don't. I would sit and watch it, but I don't. I kind of don't understand why it was so bad. But also, Robert Englund is kind of hard. Like some people couldn't get over the fact that Tony Todd wasn't Candyman in the requel. You know what I'm saying? And like these dudes are these icons.
Donnie, hell yeah, dude. I totally get it. Yeah, I totally agree. I'm not okay. Shit, it wasn't too long ago that I watched the 2010 remake, and honestly, I think a lot of people. Okay, well, do you think it's just because they talked about Freddy being a child diddler more than like they did in the original films? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
probably
that could be
like, I think a lot of people probably didn't like that aspect of it, to be honest. But
that could be.
I mean, yeah,
them making documentaries about murderers every week. Come on, man.
Hell yeah, Donnie, I agree, dude. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I didn't think he did a bad job. Some of the writing a little cheesy. I thought the CGI in some parts was bad, but some parts it was actually pretty cool. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't know.
Give him credit, man. I gotta give him credit. The opening scene of that movie was really good. Like, I actually love that scene, the opening.
Totally agree, Conrad.
In the diner, and then you see like Kellen Luck's character is getting up and just following the lady. It just had that Elm Street vibe to me.
Almost like what one were we thinking here? Like 4 or 5, like that diner. You know what I mean? Like I think Nightmare 4. Like they're sitting at like it definitely did have like elements of that. And then when they're like in the pharmacy and it's like flickering back and forth, that shit was dope, man. Yeah, that shit was cool. I was like, damn, it wasn't okay. So maybe it was because of this. Like maybe you had like TCM 03, Friday the 13th 09. It didn't live up to either of those two, but it's still like, wasn't terrible in my eyes, I guess.
And the diner thing, like I was thinking about the lighting. I don't know why, but it makes me think of that moment in Freddy versus Jason where Freddy's he's just like whooping Jason's ass. He's just like throwing him all around like whatever room it was. And I think it was like red. I don't know, it was red and it like changed green. The lighting of the diner thing kind of reminded me of that scene.
There was that 2000s like filter that they all kind of had, or they all kind of shared a little bit. Yeah, I totally agree. I agree.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't think it's a bad movie. I still, if it's on TV, I still sit and watch it.
If it was on Tubi, I'd probably watch it. Yeah, like no
They
doubt.
show a lot. They showed a lot during Halloween time on the Sci-Fi Channel. Like they're always showing that movie. They're like, all right, we're not gonna show no other Nightmare on Elm Street movie, but we're gonna show you guys that one. So, yeah.
Honestly, I would say Nightmare is probably one of my favorite franchises, even with that movie included. Like, I think that's why a new film hasn't come out is pretty much primarily because I feel like they just don't think somebody else can live up to what Robert Englund probably did. I mean, I don't know. That's just my guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to try to, especially when these guys have been playing these characters for so long. You know what I mean? It's
totally agree.
That's just the one thing. Like a lot of people didn't, me included, didn't want to give Rey a chance because, like, dude, this is about Luke Skywalker. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just, that's just what it is. And people like cling to, it's a new thing, and people hate change, and so it's like, here's something we want, something new. Then here's the new thing, and like we hate it.
It's like we want something original, and then all right, y'all got original over here, and like no, not that. And I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, seriously, like it doesn't make sense. I think wasn't Mindy like explaining that in Scream 5? It's like you make it too original, they hate it. If you make it just a straight remake, they hate it. Like, where's the middle ground?
Great. Great question, dude. Honestly, speaking of Scream 5, I kind of brought up to Conrad, Donnie, like what are your thoughts on 6? Like,
I love it. Like I have like a yellow like legal like pad notebook that I'd like usually write music in, but when I go to the theater, I'm like usually writing down notes, and I had like 2-3 pages worth of notes when I was watching 6. I thought it was dope. I don't like I'm not like my father, I'm not a killer. Then she proceeded to viciously kill this man. Like but other and Chad probably should have died. But other than that, I thought it was dope.
There ain't no way he didn't die for real.
Yeah.
If that was real, he would have died. Like that would, this was like, man, I don't know. I would have killed him off at that point.
I assume it's because he kissed Jenna Ortega. He was like, I can't die now. Like that's what I thought.
Tara.
This is a good statement. Yeah.
I could have seen him do that. I could have seen Heath Ledger as Freddy Krueger. Like if Heath Ledger was alive, he could have pulled that off. Like I'm not even kidding with that.
But it is true though. Like, other people can pull off, performances, better than the original. Man, I just feel like Robert Englund did such a good job. I'm not saying that the whole movie has to be centered around like whether somebody can pull off Freddy. Like, you know what I mean? He could almost be like a Jaws character where like he kind of like lingers in the background and comes out at certain points where they don't have to make, you know what I mean? The whole movie doesn't have to be centered around his whole, performance and stuff. It's more like the allure or whatever you want to call it, of Freddy more so than like him being in the whole movie. Donnie, I don't know what it is, dude, and I'm not like a person like, dude, I'm not trying to sit here and hate on 6. I just feel like 6 is just like, since I've watched it a couple more times, it's a little just too, dude, man. First time seeing it, I'm just like, yo, this movie's good. Like, I actually didn't mind like the third act. I thought I was like, you know what, I can live with it. They're trying to kind of, base it off the second one. Which, so would you put Scream 2 behind Scream 6 then in your order?
Hell no.
Donnie, this is why I like you, man. Yeah, exactly, dude. Because the second one, dude, it's just like
it's my favorite.
What? That's dope, dude. Damn, that's sick. That is sick. Dude, I feel like a lot of people hate on the third act of the second one. I think it's badass, dude. I think Mickey's awesome. I think Billy's mom is actually a good reveal. Ain't nobody watching that fucking film thinking that this news reporter lady was going to be the killer. There's no way. I mean, you had maybe like
the internet will tell you different though. They're like, I can see that coming. I knew it.
Man,
I'm like, no way.
No way. And like, I thought the reveal was good. And man, like then Cotton getting his, in the end, his redemption and shit. It's like, dude, that second one is so good.
What is Sydney's friend's name that she like lives with?
Allie, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that her name?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that would have been even crazier if they had went with the original plan of her being the killer.
For sure. And I think the boyfriend too, I think, right?
Jared, Jared O'Connell.
Yeah.
That would crazy.
That would have been sick. But yeah, Scream 2 the first time I saw it, I was like, I don't know that I necessarily think it's better than the first one, but it had more about it that I liked. Because
that's all that matters, Donnie. Hell yeah!
Like when I saw Billy, I was like, nah, it's dude. Like, I didn't know about Stu, but the first time I watched her, I was like, it's him. Like, and my mom, she's just like in the background walking by, and she's like, oh yeah, it's that crazy looking motherfucker right there, and just kept walking. Like, hey,
yeah,
like, and it's
even when he gets fake stabbed in the room upstairs, you were like, oh yeah, it's all fake.
When Ghostface comes in, I was like, he hit the ground kind of. I don't know, like
all acting and stuff.
Yeah,
and then Stu was overacting too, and he said no, please, like he on the list.
That was pretty good.
Every time I watch the first one, I always find something different though. I hear there's a scene where I hear Stu saying easy, you can kind of like when she's chasing when Stu's chasing Sydney, you can easily hear him say easy, and I'm like, oh, that's Stu, because he says it in the beginning kind of like to his girl, where she keeps hitting him, he's like easy, and I was like, oh, that is Stu. So like every time I watch the movie, I'm always finding something different I've never seen before.
Do you think that Billy thought Stu wouldn't go through with killing Tatum? So like I'm gonna kill her, you kill Sydney, because he might have hesitated?
I almost don't even know if Stu even was all into Tatum, like, right? It seemed like he was more into Casey, right? He was probably all bent out of shape about that, so he was probably
he probably got butthurt about it, like, oh, you know.
But no, Donnie, I think it's a valid point, dude. Honestly, yeah, like maybe, yeah, I think it's a valid point. Getting back to 6, I feel like they promised us something that we just didn't get. I know I feel like it has a lot of good fan service, a lot of good references. Friday the 13th Part 8 is in there. A lot of cool Giallo shit, like all that good stuff. To me, it's just like
the opening was pretty good though.
Opening solid. I didn't want to see Samara die. She's too much of a babe. Like I wanted to see her as one of the killers. Like I wanted to see her in the franchise more. Like I want to see her as Stu's sister, and then Stu gets revealed in the next film. Could have been there. Could have happened, but it's not going to happen.
But I understand what you're saying too, though, because I'm tired of it's like once they get past 4 movies, then like 5 is just like 1, and then 6 is just like 2, and then 7 is just like 3. It's the same thing Star Wars did with the Rey trilogy. Is exactly A New Hope, Empire, Return of the Jedi.
I couldn't agree more, dude. That's why when you referenced that earlier about the Star Wars films, I was just like, dude, I just feel like A New Hope was just like the original, whatever the newest one was, that you know what I mean.
What's it called? The Force Awakens. Like Rey gets her powers, Luke got his.
And it was just like with Scream 5, and then even in 6. Like I know they went to a different setting for the New York setting and shit like that, but like, dude, I just feel like they didn't take the risks that I thought they were going to. Like maybe they didn't kill Gail off because maybe Gail is either the opening kill in the next one, or she turns out to be Ghostface. Fucking doubt it. I think that's just too ballsy. You know what I mean?
So what was it missing then? You think it's because
okay, this is an easy answer.
Isn't there, or
it's too Dawson Creeky for me, dude. It's like it goes to a kill scene, and then 20 to 25 minutes is let's talk about feelings and therapy and core force shit, and then the therapist dies, and then it's like another 15 or 20 minutes of feelings and like all this shit, and I'm just like, dude, like there are good kills in that movie. And then, like, when he breaks out and kills Quinn, fake kills her or whatever, that's a good apartment scene. It really is. Like, that scene is cool. Chad just, like, runs out with Jenna and, like, leaves the other chicks up there. It's like, dude, you're fighting for your life. All 5 of you should be able to take this guy down. Like, you know what I mean? Chad, go at the dude. I know he's got a knife, but it's like, try to take the dude down semi, and then like everybody just jump on him, and like, you know what I mean? Like it's
Yep.
like I don't quite get that part. Like I'm just like, so then then Chad not dying, totally get that. The bodega scene is really cool. I like that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I was glad that they brought back
Excuse me.
What's her name?
Kirby,
yeah, from 4, like that. I thought, I really sat there thinking that I was like, holy shit, she is the killer. Like when
yeah.
I was like, oh shit, totally missed that. I was like, makes total sense, but man, I sure missed that. And then the reveal of the 2 kids with the dad, like I was like, oh, this is actually, it's not a bad reveal. Some cheesy lines in there at the end and stuff like that. He's got a gun and he throws it at Melissa Barrera instead of shooting at her. Maybe he ran out of bullets. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like when he starts, and then they fall off. No, because I think a round goes off when they're falling, right?
Yeah, like
yeah.
Every dramatic like shooting scene has that part where like the clip jams. Like
yeah, or something. And then okay, so this, I know this sounds totally stupid, but like to me, what I dug about the first and second one, and even the third, is like, to me, the kills are very like sleek and to the point, to the jugular, sleek, 1 or 2, and then it's done. Maybe except for the Randy scene when she brings him into the fucking van and she stabs the shit out of him. Probably the most over the top kill. Like, you know what I mean? In all of the kills, except for maybe the therapist when he hits him in the face like 1 time and he's done. He stabs Samara Weaving like 12 or 15 times. Melissa Barrera stabs that deputy dude like 15 times. It's like, dude, like this is getting like, you know what I mean? It's almost like too much. Like, I don't know. Maybe
it looked like she was tenderizing a steak. It really
did.
Yeah,
exactly. And that's what I'm saying. To me, it just doesn't seem as it just seems a little over the top. Just a little bit.
No, I understand it. I personally, I was sitting there in the theater. Me and Aaron went to go see that at the same time, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, this is dope. I'm writing down the notes and all that stuff. And we get to that part, I'm like, like what you said. I thought maybe it was Kirby, and I'm like, okay, come on, who is it? And then it was, oh yeah, it was me all along. I was like, man, like, because I was here, and then this happened when the reveal happened. Because I was like, y'all really just gonna take the easy way out? Like, that's how I felt about
Amen, Donnie. And like what Dino's saying here, I get what you're saying. I feel like they wanted to appeal to a mainstream audience in 6. Yeah, totally agree. And I get that they have to create a new audience for this franchise and like for this new trilogy. Totally get that. And I think five did a really good job of bringing back like elements in the past to like kind of open up like the whole franchise to new people that are probably just now watching, or you know what I mean, to a new audience. I get that. I don't know, man. I'm looking for just a dark, sleek Ghostface like movie. You know what I mean? That's kind of like eerie and just like I know like most of them have been a little bit campy and stuff like in parts, but like I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, so what are your guys' thoughts on 7? What do you think they're going for?
Can we get like a Ghostface that gets away with it? You know, like this time he gets away with it, because all the Ghostfaces, all the movies they end up dying, right?
Yeah.
This time let's have him get away with it. You know, it'd be
definitely
a change of pace for a time. So.
And maybe that's how they do a continuation with another film after 7 if they choose to do it. I mean, I've heard like I think Killjoy Jake has said like I think the script's already been written. Like I think they're just like figuring out like when they're going to start, filming and stuff. So like I don't know. I just like Donnie, what would your storyline be for 7?
Yeah, I have no idea. Like that's why I waited to go last. Cause like at this point, I really don't know like what else you could do. Because if you're just gonna take that easy way out with they're just related to Richie, then are you really gonna go for the gusto and bring back Stu? Like I feel like that's what we all want to see. Even though some people don't want to admit it, but at the same time, though, hear me. One of those big ass Zenith TVs did fall on his head, so he might be out of here for real because. Them TVs was heavy as hell. But if they decided to just pull the trigger with that, like it's a whole thing and it all leads back to him, I wouldn't be mad.
I wouldn't be mad either. I honestly would not, because isn't that's like, okay, it's not the only way that you write off Sydney's arc, but it's like if they bring her back, like what is that storyline going to be? Like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like they want to bring her back because everybody wanted her back in this other one. What is that storyline going to be? Like what are they going to write? Like how do they even bring her back into the picture? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've said that it's either got to be Gail dying at the beginning or her dad dying, and then she comes back to Woodsboro or some shit like that, or her dad goes, you know, they take him hostage or some shit like that. It's got to be. Is the only way that they can write her back in, right?
For Sydney, yeah, that's gonna be a hard one because I feel like the connection to the legacy thing dies with Gail. Then you really don't need a reason for like
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And they better not waste it. They better not come up with some cheesy cockamamie shit of having her come back just because the fans wanted her back and then they don't write it right. Like, you know what I mean? It
yeah.
would be a disservice, dude. They need to give her
It.
I don't know.
I think it would have been nice to see like her reaction to because we all agree that Bailey is the one that had the shotgun in the bodega, right?
Sorry, who?
Bailey, that was his name, right? The cop.
Yeah, you would think it was probably him. Yeah.
So he had like the mask that was aged. It would have been interesting to see like Sydney's reaction, even if she was just in the scene where the shrine was, and you know, just saw that one and just what her reaction would have been to seeing some of that stuff. Even, you know, just a cameo.
Yeah, totally agree. What I mean, did you even think that Gail needed to be in 6?
No, I personally I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know if
only,
she did
she only
either.
had she only had like a small amount of screen time.
Yeah.
You know,
but
not saying it was bad, not saying it was bad or anything, but I'm just saying like, yeah, like I don't even know if like, I mean, if she wanted to, I mean, that's, I don't know.
I feel like Gail was a weakness to like to the group because you know a weakness can be leveraged. So you know it. Oh well, we know that they know. You know they know Gail. We can use Gail as a way to get them here and off them too. Like
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Dino says what could they do in 7 that will divide the fan base like how Ends did
Bring
for
Stu
Halloween
back.
fans? Yeah. And I think it all centers around Sydney. Like honestly, I think if they don't, oh, man, if they don't write it right or send her off well, I just think people are.
I remember telling you this. Maybe they bring back Sydney the way they brought back Lori in H2O. Have this be like Sydney's kind of. Let this be Nev Campbell's Halloween H2O kind of situation, where she brings you know, like she has a great performance, like Jamie did. You know,
But
kind of.
if you do that one though, and you're looking to make another sequel, if you put Sam and Tara on the back burner for Sydney, like kind of having her moment, then doesn't that do like damage in the long run? Because it's like, are these the main characters, or like which way are we going with this?
Dude, Donnie, I totally agree. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Conrad, I think you could do it either way, but exactly like even just what Dino said, like people are going to be pissed either way. Like, you know what I mean? If there's too many
They're going to be like, what? You should have utilized the new characters.
Exactly.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. This is my story. Okay, this is my story. No, like this is how I'd write it. So you have Gail or Sydney's dad die at the beginning. She comes back to Woodsboro. I want a fucking Christmas setting. It's not gonna happen. I want a snowy Ghostface setting. It isn't gonna happen. So okay, this is the only way they have to do it. Sydney comes back, some fucking house, some way. She can bring her family, maybe not, maybe so. I don't know. If they take like, okay, so like she comes back for the funeral and then she, you know, crosses with Melissa Barrera and, you know, Jenna Ortega and all this shit. I'm thinking the storyline is Melissa Barrera and Jenna Ortega, like Sam and what's Jenna's name? Tara, yeah. Sam and Tara, her mom is in cahoots with Stu in the background. Stu and their mom have gotten together and they literally have put all this into like the thing. And like, I think towards the end of it, it all comes that like, Melissa Barrera and Sam and Tara are like kind of like with Sid, and they're trying to like put this all to rest and all this shit. Turns out that I think it would be kind of cool if like it actually turned out that Jenna and Sydney were actually kind of like the two final girls, and it actually turns out that like Sam actually turns on Sydney and actually teams up with her mom, and actually turns out to be like the ultimate Ghostface killer that like in the twist like goes behind their back to like try to kill Sydney off for like whatever, what all happened to her, like her dad and all this stuff. But then it turns out that doesn't actually happen. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to me, like that would be a good storyline. Like, you know what I mean? Or somewhat of.
I think it's probably the best that you're gonna get with like what's left over on the table.
Yes,
like,
Donnie, this is what I'm talking about. Like, see, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's about as close as it's gonna get. Like, maybe.
And I think I wrote in my notes like it seems like Sam is becoming more unhinged every movie. So in my mind, I thought she was going to turn in 6.
Exactly. It would only make sense that like then you think she's the good guy throughout the whole thing, but boom, twist ending, she turns. She's actually in cahoots with Stu and her mom. Like maybe in the time since New York and all this stuff, like they somehow came across with her, and they just like kind of coaxed her or like combed her or like groomed her or whatever you want to say, like, into becoming like this person to bring Sydney back and like kind of destroy the person that, her dad, and like, you know what I mean? Like kind of like MK Ultra her ass or whatever. No, like, I don't know. To me, that would be a semi good storyline. And then maybe Jenna not knowing at all like what was going on, but then like in turn, like then she helps, Sydney kind of like end the whole fucking thing or whatever.
Like real quick though, side note, I am hyped for Beetlejuice 2, but the it's two things. So you think it's like it could be like, I don't want to use the word cult, but almost that. Like there are these people that that Stu has kind of been like, he's got them going out as just like workers, and they're the ones going and taking the fall. If somebody gets killed, somebody gets pinched, it's like these are the pawns, right? Trying to set them up and get them in a position where he knows he can show back up and I could get this kill and like Conrad said, maybe get away. But my only issue with that is Stu smart enough to do that?
Oh, I think so. I mean, yeah. I mean, he like, he was smart enough to pretty much almost get away with all of the killings in the first one. Like, you know what I mean? Up
his
until
parents
like,
are gonna be so mad at him though.
Yeah, like, I know, right? He hit me with the phone. Yeah,
that's
like
my favorite part.
So mad at me.
You hit me with the phone, Dick.
Like, you hit me with the phone, Dick. To me, it just like where the fuck have her parents, Jenna and Melissa Barrera's parents, been the whole time? Like, you know what I mean? Where has Sam and Tara's parents been the whole time? They have to get brought into the storyline. It just has to happen. Like,
I'm almost 30. There's no way I'm moving to New York and my mom is not. I'm coming with you, boy. Like, what you mean? Like, it's just not happening.
Like, what if that happens? Like, what if Sam and Tara's dad dies and so does Sydney's dad? And then all of a sudden they're like, why the fuck? How did this happen? Somebody killed both of our fathers or whatever. Like, this is like, you know what I mean? Something's going on. Somebody that kind of knows both of us is in like, and maybe Stu and Sam and Tara's mom have like a little pawn that they're using or something like that up until like, then maybe they kill that ghost face. And then just like Conrad said, then the reveal actually is, Stu in the background. Or it's maybe Sam actually doesn't get revealed until like the 8th movie or something like that. Maybe she's the ghost face that like survives, and then everybody kind of like has that conspiracy of like, oh, was it actually her? Like maybe she was in cahoots with Stu and like, you know what I mean? Like her mom and shit.
Because people have suspected her in like minor ways, since her character first got brought up. But one thing this kind of just dawned on me. Remember the other day we were talking about X-Men, and you can read that real quick if you want to.
Oh no, yeah. This is a good question. I honestly think it has to bring Sydney back. If it doesn't, then I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see what these guys got in store. But I think if they're bringing Sydney back, it has to go back to.
Yeah, they're definitely going back to Woodsboro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if they go for Scream 3 and they go Hollywood, oh yeah, what am I talking about? They could do a freaking New Nightmare where it's all freaking, you know what I mean? That would be kind of crazy. I've heard a lot of people talk about
by a real name like Nev Campbell, you know, kind of like New Nightmare where
there's no way they'll New Nightmare that shit. There's no way. There's no way.
Nobody's thinking outside
like
of the
Nev
box.
Campbell's going to the Paramount studio offices or something. I don't know.
Right.
So you remember the other day we were talking about X-Men, and I was talking about how Xavier was like, oh, Magneto had this helmet on that I've never seen before, and it's like, bitch, he's had it since the 60s. You saw him put it on. Like, like it doesn't make sense, right? So something that dawned on me, and maybe it's just a detail that I missed. How is Sam having visions of somebody she never seen before?
Damn, that's a good question. Maybe she saw news reports of what he looked like.
Maybe she's.
But is that enough to make you have like visions and nightmares of somebody though?
Like, well, because
I don't know. I'm just
because technically he's always wearing that white shirt and shit, right?
Yeah.
But you know that.
Yeah, he got arrested that one time. Yeah. And maybe, you know, I guess just that lasting image of him or something. But what I was thinking is she would only have like pictures of him or whatever, because he would have died way before, you know. So it just the fact, because what I was thinking is, it's somebody she's never met before, she's having visions, then maybe why is she not having visions of Stu? You know, they're both these killers. That's, you know, I don't know if you want to say her dad's friend.
Damn, Donnie. Damn. Some good stuff right there. Yeah, no doubt, right?
Like that just dawned on me as you were
but
talking.
She's not having visions of Stu because she's actually in cahoots with Stu and actually talking to him. So actually she, you know what I mean? No. I don't know.
Do y'all think in the beginning of Scream 5, Tara was talking to the man himself, Stu Macher, on the phone? What if that was him? Because there was some parts where, you know, where the killer made the emphasis of Stu Macher, like he just shouted that name out, and you know what I'm saying? Like he got really pissed off at her because she didn't know nothing about him. Because what if he got pissed off because people were trying to forget about him? People forgot about this guy.
Are you talking about Richie?
Know? Yeah. No, Stu was like
Stu, yeah.
No,
like I always feel like in Scream 5, Stu was on the one behind that call.
Yeah.
Of the movie.
Bless you. But you know, you were saying that somebody was mad because they were like forgetting about Stu. You were talking about Richie?
No, aka Stu. Being like, yo, don't forget
about he was doing because they were forgetting about. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. The one thing that did like that, I was just like, oh, this is bullshit. There's no way Amber was doing any of those kills. I'm sorry. Like,
that's the biggest flaw.
Like she was fixing her hair and all that kind of stuff. So like, and Richie was at with Sam. You know, I mean,
and it's like what Anthony was saying about like in the earlier movies. It's like, you know, they stabbed somebody, they gave him that quick like 1-2, and then, you know, keep it pushing. You know, it wasn't all drawn out. Like, you know, Amber, if the kills were more like, you know, hit somebody in the stomach twice and then go, like a lot of that was just, it was a bunch of stabbing, and they always want to twist the knife and all that. It's like, do it. Get the hell out of Dodge.
I am telling you guys right now, I'm thinking about this. Dude, Conrad, you got it down, dude. That was fucking Stu in the beginning of 5, because he's like, I'm friends with your mom. Like, I know, like, you know, I've talked to your mom. She says, like, you're, you know, whatever. Like, it couldn't have been, you know, Richie if he said he was with Sam. So it obviously wasn't Amber either. So it definitely was Stu.
Like, you got to understand, Stu, he's more like, I like to think he's more wiser because he's probably like in his 50s and 40s or something.
And think about it. Right. He is more of a throwback when they start talking about slashers. You know, maybe he has like Richie and Amber.
Maybe he's a fan of the slasher movies, you know?
Yeah, you know what I mean? He maybe like finds out that Amber's family and herself bought the house because they were fans of what had happened, you know what I mean, in Woodsboro. And so he's like, yo, if you really want to be a fan, here, come be like my pawn, you know, whatever. And like, you're friends with this girl, you can get close to her. She's like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking it could all be written in, but
you probably told her, hey, go by my old crib, you know, get in there.
That was the thing that got me, because like, unless that house is an Airbnb, which it wouldn't be because murders took place there, how did somebody else obtain it? and they never went back and said that like, oh, his parents moved out of that house and left it to these family members or what.
I feel like I've seen it before. I just feel like Stu and Sid are going to be in the next movie. If it's not this next movie, it's going to be in a different movie. I swear. Like I just feel like I've seen it before.
Probably part 8 or something like that.
And
Yeah.
shout out to Matthew Lillard too, because he understands whatever the job is, he's getting it done. You know what I mean? Like he's dope at what he does. This 13 Ghosts, it's when I almost think of him when I think of Shaggy instead of Casey Kasem. Like just what he does, he just kills it. But what I don't like, this is something else that, just like to kind of go, we were talking about like the movies, like they consider it a flop if it doesn't make this amount of money and all that stuff. Another thing that I think, not everything needs to be a trilogy. Not everything needs to be a cliffhanger. Like I don't understand that. Like I feel like it's overkill at this point. Like my mom, she wanted to go see Fast 10 right before I'd gotten sick, and I was like, okay, I like Jason Momoa, so okay, I'll go see the movie. And then that shit ended on a cliffhanger. Like, to see what happens here, you gotta come see the next one or whatever. And I'm like, did this movie really need that? Like, this could have been. It's 10. We've made 10 movies. Let's be done. You know what I mean?
Donnie, you're preaching to the choir. Only the choir that doesn't. That has the exception for Batman. If there's more Batman films, yeah, I'll take whatever Batman films they want to put out. Like I'm all about that. And even like the new Mission Impossible, there's part 1 and part 2. Total made total sense. I loved it. But dude, I totally agree, dude. I so agree. Everything like seems more of like a money grab today. Now
you got 10 movies. Time to end it. Like,
yeah,
let's go.
Exactly, and that's what I'm
first
saying.
Off, people are saying the fucking Flash is like the biggest superhero flop ever. Are they fucking crazy, dude? Like, just like you said, though,
that 06 Superman,
40 million fucking dollars, and they're considering it a flop. And it's like it actually broke even, like a little bit over even. They're calling it a flop. It's like, well, it still made money. Is that like a huge flop? Like, really? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Like the worst comic book movie ever. I was like, what?
It has to be like Morbius, right? Or some shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like it has to be some shit like that.
I can't believe, but that's what I'm saying. I remember seeing and then the critics. This is the problem I had with the critics. Don't send a dude who is like an action fan to go be the critic of a horror movie. Like, he's not gonna get it. So of course he's gonna be like, oh, this shit was trash. Like, and
True.
Suicide Squad made $745 million, and they talk about that's a flop. But then the Suicide Squad, which was only on HBO Max, I think, they talking about, oh, that's the hardest like shit ever. Are you kidding me? Like,
I thought they were both pretty primarily even, to be honest. Like, I actually probably watched the first one way more than the second one. Dude, I saw the second one like once, and I didn't watch it. I think I saw it once or maybe twice. The first one, oh shit, dude. When that first came out, I watched that shit like 10 times. Like, it was, yeah.
Dude, I would, like, when I tell you I was out, like, I know everybody hates Jared Leto's version of the Joker. I fucking loved it. There's like, I got the Suicide Squad posters on the door over there. I had bought like just a bunch of gear. I had like a belt with like, it was a belt buckle of just his face, and I had a bunch of shirts and just all kind of stuff. I just loved that. And then for them to be like, oh, this is a flop, I was like, you guys have got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I thought the Suicide Squad was dope. I remember I didn't know a thing about it. My brother pretty much just told me it was DC, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to watch it. Like, I was just like, okay, sounds good. So Dino says, okay, my bad.
Oh, no, go ahead.
So he says the guy that called Tara in 5 said he was Tara's mom's friend from a group. What if that group was Ghostface Cult? Everyone thinks Stu started. Yeah, I just
That's
like you said, Donnie.
I agree with that.
I think everybody's like talked about the whole cult aspect. I think it's cool. Like, I think it's cool as shit. I honestly thought that's what they were going to go for in 6. They were
going to go with that for part 3, I believe, but the Columbine thing happened.
Yep.
They couldn't do that no more.
Speaking of Matthew Lillard, I'm going to watch that movie tonight. If I don't watch The Flash, Conrad, The Curve or whatever that you're talking about, that 90s film with him.
Yeah, that's on Tubi. It's like it's not a horror movie, but it's more like a thriller movie.
Yeah, I've heard good stuff about it, man. Yeah.
It's kind of like it's a movie about like urban legends, you know.
Oh shit, dude, that's right up my alley then. Nice.
It's even college themed. It's like they take place on a college campus.
So who are the chicks in the movie then?
Huh?
No,
Oh,
I'm like, who are the lead actresses? No, I'm just playing. No, but I've heard nothing but good stuff about it, so I'll have to watch it then. Yeah.
Wait, so I was thinking, I was just wondering, have either of you guys seen House on Haunted Hill?
Not the original, not Peter Vincent.
I've only seen the remake,
The
not the
remake, yeah.
original though.
The one with it had Tay Diggs in it, right?
Yeah,
And
Chris
Jeffrey
Kattan.
Rush.
Yep,
Chris
yep,
Kattan,
okay,
yep.
that is it.
Yeah,
I
so
always
so
get,
that but
I always get that other one mixed up. Wasn't there another one like The Haunting? That's the one I kind of get it mixed up
no,
with.
but there
Oh,
but
with Catherine Zeta-Jones or something like that. Like
I
it
think
had
that
her in
one's
that
on
one.
House on No, you're right.
no, no, but
House
there's
on Haunted Hill is with the one that the chick that plays Phoenix, right?
Famke
Yeah,
Hansen is in
yeah,
there.
yep.
She was Xenia Ottentop too in Goldeneye, if you ever seen that. But
Yeah, definitely. She killed it in that. She was always trying to kill everybody with her legs or whatever. Yeah.
yeah. Trying to kill her in the game is some bullshit. But no, I thought you might have been confused because there's a movie called Return to the House on Haunted Hill, which is like a direct sequel to the 1999 remake. But I think the OG one with Vincent Price came out in 1959 at saw in Tubi, and they got it in black and white and colorized. If you prefer to watch it in color, and there's one like scene in there that might be like the craziest like jump scare to me. I know a lot of people talk about like the lipstick demon thing, like that's a big one for people, but this one like scared me to death. And same thing, me and Aaron, I was showing Aaron the movie, and that same moment got him like, and it's just one of my all-time
I'll
favorite
have to
movies.
watch it, dude. Nice.
Wondering if
Speaking
I'll
of
you
jump
check it out.
scares, we were watching Jaws in that part where Richard Dreyfuss goes down to check out the boat or whatever, and he sees the shark tooth, and then all of a sudden then he kind of drops it and he changes the light, goes to look in the hole that's in the fucking boat, and the head pops out. There's
Yep.
this huge shriek. Everybody in the IMAX just even my mom, they were like, "Oh shit!" I knew it was coming the whole time. I was just like, "Holy shit!" It was good stuff.
That's always fun to like do to my mom, because my mom, I don't know what it is, she won't admit that she likes horror movies, right? But she is kind of one of the reasons how I got into them, and when she was 15 she snuck in to see The Exorcist,
Let's
and
go.
that's why I'm telling her, Mom, we need to go now, because like it's been 50 years since you saw the original one. Now you got your son. Like, let's go see it together. Let's go be scared together. you know, but she, I can remember being in the hospital and like in Georgia, that's where I'm from, and they like in the 90s they had those like those TVs on like the crane that you had to pull down to the bed.
You're
This is
right.
obviously
Yep.
way
remember.
before you had every, and then this is back when you had to like share rooms with people, like all this kind of stuff. And I'm in the bed, she's on the side, and she had brought the TV down, but it's like in between me and her, and she had fallen asleep. I wake up to that image of like Chucky where he's got, it had to be Brian because he had all the stitches and stuff in his face, and it was just like that image though of his face. It scared me to death.
Yeah, what it's when he's trying to get through the bathroom door? No. What is that
No,
part of?
I think what it scared me, because you know how in Bride of Chucky when she's got the guy handcuffed to the bed and she puts Chucky on his chest, and then he like turns his head around and
Not the
looks at him.
sides, it's how you use it.
Yeah, like it.
Asshole.
I think there's like a
Yeah,
zoom in
use
shot
it.
on his face, like, and then the way he had the pillow on dude, and the dude is screaming, and he's like, "How you
He's
been?"
sitting there.
Like,
Yeah, he's like, "How you been?" I saw Bride of Chucky when I was young in the theaters, and I just remember this starting. It's like Living Dead girls playing and shit, and she just slashed that cop's throat or whatever, and she's
so
holding
quick.
up his face, and I'm just sitting there in the back of the movie theater like this. I'm just like fucking like, oh man, dude. My brother was terrified of Chucky, but yet like I have to thank my brother for like me pretty much. It was my dad watching all the action movies, so then he showed me all those, and then my brother was always watching scary movies, so then I always watched those. And like Child's Play and Halloween were some of the first ones. Dude, I didn't like Chucky, but yet like I did like him because he was funny at times, but yet like yeah.
I remember seeing Child's Play 3 on the USA Network back in the 90s. Like after Raw would come on, that movie came on, and that's kind of like the first time I saw it.
So
like
fun fact.
Chucky film.
Excuse me. So I live in Columbia, Missouri. Boonville is about maybe 20 miles away, going west from here. that's where the military school is that they shot the movie. Child's Play 3 is
Oh,
there,
Dude.
and
dude.
it's abandoned, but you can go like and check it out. It's just been like abandoned for years. You know, you
Oh,
can go
damn.
That's
check it out.
crazy, dude.
Yeah.
So my bad. I want to get to in Scream 5. Dino says in Scream 5 when girlfriend kills Vince with his
Ghostface
stab in the neck.
kills.
Oh my bad. I'm an idiot. Yep. Actually, I freaking love this. I
thought
love
that's what
this
it said
scene.
too, my bad.
I was thinking, like, who was Vince's girlfriend? Yeah, with the stab in the neck when he was crawling away. It sounded like someone behind the mask said, "Nobody gets my car." Rumor is that Ghostface was Stu, and the car was his too.
Oh, wasn't
Yeah,
Vince
and I mean
related
Vince.
to him or something?
Yeah, he was. He was. So maybe he's like maybe his sister, who then had Vince, who would have maybe. Oh, it was his sister. My bad, sister. Maybe she's like, I'm sick and tired of this kid. You know, make it known that Ghostface is still alive. You know, and stuff like that. You know,
Yes,
dude,
please go murder my son. Yes.
yeah,
Like,
maybe she dies in the next one. I don't know. Yeah, I mean it. I actually love that part. I freaking love. That's probably like one of my favorite kills of the franchise because you know you have Red Right Hand playing in the background and shit. It's just like, and that's what I'm saying. It's just very to the point. Stab to the jugular. I'm gonna watch this dude bleed out, and I'm just gonna like, you know what I mean? It's not too over the top. It's just like. Because it to me it just seems realistic, like you know what I mean.
What I hate? I hate that they didn't show the silhouette of Ghostface.
Amen.
Like they took that out. I was like, why?
Yeah,
that would have made that scene really good too. Like better.
I think too the because I knew dude was about to die right after he got into it with Chad. Because when I first saw it, I was like fake ass Junie Cortez. Like
appreciate you, May. Nice.
And but yeah, I felt like exactly like you said though. It's like it's right there to the point. That's kind of how I feel about Michael. Like he not that he doesn't stalk, but once he catches up, it's donezo. Like your chances of getting away have gone 2-0. Like
nice. Sarah hey Sarah, how's it going? Appreciate you joining us. Okay, so what kind of Michael do you like? Donnie and Conrad, do you like the more ninja style of the first, or do you like the whole like
ninja
brunt and brutal like style that you get with like kills, or maybe even like
I like
I guess what other one is he kind of like that? He's kind of more ninja style in most of them, but like you know what I mean? Like
he's definitely like that in 2.
Yeah, definitely like that in 2. Man, there's some good ass kills in 2 also, man. Like
that needle to the eye was crazy.
The hot tub scene, that scene, like I know she's like super hot and stuff, but like just the kill alone, like it's just like
why that didn't burn him. I always wondered that.
Because he's not human, dude. That's what
sure, but I like the I don't know. I guess my favorite version of Michael is the one that's not after me.
Right.
I do like the stalking thing more. I feel like, cause when I watch the original Halloween, I think of like old Undertaker, like when he was first started, like when he didn't talk, and Paul Bearer would be carrying the urn, and when Michael's in the closet after she stabbed him with the hanger, and he just sits up. And then you think about all those old matches, 91, 92.
Undertaker,
like Kane, like when Kane first came out, I think that's what I think of.
Like,
yeah, I was afraid. I was crying like a little girl when the
not only is that the best debut of all time, but that was the first time we seen somebody like the same size as Undertaker just whoop his ass really quick. It's the same thing you've been saying all night.
I hated it, dude. I hated it when Kane first came out, and like he comes out there and he does the whole freaking thing, and the flames go everywhere, and then he just
he ripped the door off the hell. Oh, and I was just like,
that was
no way.
Wasn't he going against Shawn Michaels in that match? I think
wasn't that Bad
Blood?
First
ever Hell in a Cell. 97. It was in St. Louis. Like it was in St. Louis, and the thing too, like, and then they had like this great epic rivalry and stuff. And you guys know, like Kane was just a monster at that time. Like it just like that dude. Like when you go back and you look at some of those pictures, how big that dude is. But you guys might have seen the WrestleMania match where they fought. And Undertaker, it took him 3 tombstones to beat him, and like he still.
I remember that WrestleMania 20, right?
No. I'm talking about this is when Kane still had the mask. WrestleMania 14.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And he was just unstoppable. But that's what I think of. And when they have done interviews, they say that they watch like a lot of like Michael Myers and Jason and like just brought that element over to.
I thought I was mistaken, but I swore that I heard that same thing. I couldn't remember, but I was like, didn't they say that they got inspiration from Michael Myers? I could have swore that they said that. So yeah, I was glad you guys said that.
They were like inspired by like the horror slashers, the villains and stuff.
Well, there's a I'm trying to think of what it was. There's like some interview where the two of them sat down, Kane and Undertaker, and now the Undertaker's retired. He's doing a bunch of interviews and stuff now.
True. Yep.
Where like they sat down, just them talking about everything, and like I never knew that like the Inferno match, like Kane rolled under the ring so they could put the fireproofing gel on it, because you know how you always had one arm out and the other one had the sleeve.
True,
and they put the gel on the sleeve, and then before Undertaker came back down to the ring, he rolled back out so he could stick his arm in the fire. But just like stuff like that, when you're a kid, you don't think about how they do all that stuff. But like that clip I sent you, I was like, Undertaker just killed the big boss man. Like I thought he was dead, like for real.
Yeah, same here. I thought like what?
It's like he just murdered this man on TV.
Yeah, and then they became tag team partners, dude. They were like kicking everybody's. I remember when they were doing that shit, dude. That was cool as hell.
You ever seen when they jump Vince McMahon? That's some of the funniest shit I ever see. Because like he was telling them that they like couldn't be the champion, or like he was gonna do something to them if they didn't get the belt off of Austin. And then Undertaker was like, "Man, you like watch who you talking to." And then Undertaker turned away, and then Vince tried to give him the double bird. And Undertaker turned around and saw him, and then the next thing you know, they just jumped his ass. Like
you just fucked up.
Dude, Dino says the same thing. Like, I might have to look this up. Boss man looked dead when they hung him. Damn,
I sent you the video.
I thought he was dead. Like I was like, oh, how did you do that? That just looks like they killed a guy. It was crazy.
And then even as a kid, like, because what happened, like Conrad, you might remember, like he put the noose around him, and then Paul Bearer was up at the top of the stage. They showed him, and he was hitting the button to make the Hell in the Cell go up. So then, like, that's when it started choking the big boss man, and the fact that he was just hanging there like that, and we didn't see him for a good while. Like that happened.
I was convinced he did die. Like, as a kid, I was just like, oh no, he's probably dead.
I remember asking my cousins who were like way older than me at the time. I was like, how did Undertaker like kill Big Boss Man and like just got away with it, And they were like, man, he didn't kill him for real. But but at the time I saw it, I was like 4, So in my mind, I was like
6 years old at the time.
Like while he's looking that up, what did you think of the moment? Remember he said he was talking about the buried alive at the very beginning. What do you think of that moment? Well, Undertaker sticks his hand through like where the grave is, and you just see the purple glove.
That was man. That was like very like everyone cheered, everyone started yelling like, yeah. I thought that was a great moment, like very iconic,
I'm telling you right now.
I think of Undertaker. I think of that moment, Undertaker. When I think of Undertaker, it kind of reminds like that moment just pops up in my
That's what you think of.
Yeah.
I think of him hanging Stone Cold from that symbol that he had. Like,
oh yeah.
But what were you gonna say,
dude? If that dude was holding his breath or like trying to I mean, I'm pretty sure they legitimately hung that dude for like quite a bit, or quite a long time. Like holy shit, that dude's a beast. Like that's when like Undertaker was getting into like his I'm wearing eyeliner kind of shit. Like what I mean? Like
that's when he started the ministry. The ministry.
Yeah, the ministry. I remember that.
He had like the pointy beard and everything, and like he hit Big Show in the head with a wooden baseball bat and broke that bitch. And I was like, dude, like he swung that for real. Like but I'm saying I've always appreciated, especially as I got into horror, like the horror elements that they brought over into WWE. Doesn't always work with every character, but with those two, they definitely caught like lightning in a bottle with Kane and the Undertaker. I mean, and the one thing I think about is that casket match. Conrad, do you remember where like he was in the casket and it's like there was a camera in there apparently because he was turned like this, and then he he's looking at the camera and he's talking like, like this is the last of the Undertaker, and then all the lights go out in the arena, and then the next thing you know, he's floating above the Titantron with like the jacket and the hat and everything, and it's like, how the fuck did he get out the casket and get
right
above the Titantron? Like,
good stuff, dude. Like Undertaker always had like good storylines and shit.
I used to watch this company called TNA, and we
appreciate you
saw,
joining us, dude.
Sorry. I used to watch this wrestling company called TNA, and I saw like an Undertaker kind of character called Abyss. Yeah, I was like, man, it kind of reminded me of Kane and the Undertaker, and I was a fan of that.
I'm pretty sure that's kind of what he was going for. He works for WWE now, but I'm pretty sure that's.
Oh yeah. I think he's like a producer or something.
Cool. Yo, what's up, Blake? Appreciate you joining us, man. Thank you.
What's up, Blake?
Yeah, that's my guy.
Actually, speaking of the horror, man, he was doing a stream with his buddy, and they were talking about the Scream franchise and just overall kills. So I'm just interested. I feel like maybe Conrad and I have talked about this before. Like Donnie, like what would be like your top 3 kills of the franchise?
Ooh.
Obviously, we know the first one's going to be the first, right? Or maybe you're not. Maybe you said you like the second better. So,
that's a good question. Let me think about it, and I'll tell you in a second.
May says she's watching Wishmaster. Nice, like it. So was that directed by Wes or was it produced by Wes? Produced?
I think he was like the producer. Robert Kurtzman directed.
Okay, right on. I guess I always thought that he was the director, but then I heard somebody say he was producer. I was like, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah.
So
nice.
I'm trying.
I watched that movie a lot during the pandemic. Like I was.
They were all on TV. Yeah.
What are you guys 3 kills? Because you guys might say something that I'm like blanking on.
No, it's all good. Yeah, appreciate it, Horman. Yeah, executive producer,
right.
Nice. So for me, it's got to be because and no judgment here, Horman. Like I totally get it. Like I mean, everybody looks at the franchise differently. I think they had the movie theater scene in the second one, like I think up like closer to like 10 or something like that. To me, I feel like that's like one of like the top, just like kills of maybe even any horror movie all time. Like honestly, I feel like the opening kill scene in 2 is just so effing good. Like I feel like it very much like even rivals the first one like very, very closely. I think the whole just scene with Drew Barrymore is just so iconic because it's so realistic. And maybe a lot of people think the whole movie theater scene isn't very realistic. To me, I feel like they pulled it off. But third,
wait, I got stabbed in the ear, man. Damn, that must really hurt.
Yeah, because see, that's the thing. That's the one I was thinking of. That, of course, the opening of the first one, and I was trying to think of a third when I was seeing if something you guys said might have sparked like, oh, I forgot about that one.
Let's see. What would be my third? Damn, there's a lot of good ones. Third.
The way Anika fell and busted her shit was crazy. They did Dewey dirty.
There was a death scene in Scream 4 where her intestines were just hanging out.
Yeah,
that's like damn. They really did a number on her. What's her name? What's her name in that movie?
Which character? I know what you're talking about. I just
in Scream 4, like I forget her name. I think she's like one of
Olivia's
friends.
There you go, Olivia. Yep.
That's
Olivia,
when.
There you go.
That's when like it was happening like across the street, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the horror man said, okay, what's up?
No, I was gonna say the stab directly to Anthony Anderson's dome in 4 when he was in the cop car, I think.
Yeah.
I just didn't like it. I didn't think it was practical. I just don't think it's that easy of a like, you know what I mean? I don't think you can go at somebody and just be like stab to the face.
He was putting up quite a fight. Like he was just kind of like he was punching the air, and I was like, "What?"
Oh yeah, your brain.
Wait. You said that, but didn't Michael Myers do the exact same shit in Halloween Kills? The dude was trying to choke him with the stethoscope, and he literally just.
You're right, and you're totally, and it was like just you're totally right. And the other one in Kills I don't like is when he takes the fluorescent bulb and smashes it, puts it on the lady's neck. It would just brutally like just fall apart. You know what I mean? those fluorescent bulbs, like you touch them wrong and they just like, you know what I mean? They
That is
just like
crazy.
shatter. So,
She survived that. Like that's really
true.
crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
I was like, what? When you
Like-
get shot in the throat, I mean, isn't that like that's done? You're dead. Boom.
you would think, because if you get shot like somewhere in, this upper torso, neck region, if you're standing on like the parking lot of the ER, it's non-survivable.
Yeah.
So she should have been out of there.
Yeah. And then that's like, yeah, she was like, she can't open the door. I'm just like, will you open the damn door and run? Like, I'm just like, I don't know. That part was actually really cool though, with the whole drone and everything. He's like, oh shit, somebody's in there.
Why did he punch the light out? Like, I mean, they'd seen him. They were already like scared.
He's
it was
against
alerted.
UV rays, dude. He doesn't like it. No, I don't know. To me, that was actually kind of cool. I was like, he turns on the light. And he's just like, oh, dude. And then, dude, I don't know. Kills has some good practicality, but then not so good practicality. I totally agree, dude. Yeah.
Like the force of a hose. Like,
totally
you're not just
agree.
gonna walk
You're telling
that
me
down.
12 or 10 to 12 firefighters can't take on one motherfucking dude, and just like
the little room that he was hiding in, like from the fire. We saw that whole basement. That room was not there when she threw the little flare down there. It was like, goodbye, Michael.
Okay, so the gun case was there, but to me, there was no stepping into the case. It was just like a pull open the door. Here's my guns, like kind of racked up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I totally agree, dude. Like, and again, this is what I'm saying. 2018 should have just been a standalone film.
Yeah, and then because they left the end could have been ambiguous. Did he burn to death? Like, did he get out? Whatever. And then, I think that, and it's not to say that I dislike those movies. And again, part of the stuff that the elements that I like in Halloween Ends, other than the fact that it felt resolved and like there's finally an ending, I think what a lot of people didn't like was the whole, like what you were saying earlier. Is he just like a regular ass human, or is he supernatural? And I think that those movies brought him more to like a middle line of both, whereas before it's like he was just like one. Or,
dude, this is sounding like ends talk, dude. Make up your mind. Is he or isn't he? No, I'm just playing.
like that's what I'm saying though. Is he?
Yeah, no, I'm just playing, dude.
He's like in his 60s, dog. Ain't no way he walked in no hospital like, hey, fix like these cuts. I got my fingers cut off and shot with a shotgun in my hand and all kinds of. Hey, can y'all fix this up real quick? He's living in the sewer. You know that shit's infected. He's in his 60s. Of course, he's weaker.
Yep, true. I appreciate you joining us. Horrific Nightmares.
People forget that he's not like Freddy or Jason. Like, people forget that.
True.
Like, he's a regular guy.
Right.
You know,
like
he's a human
zombie.
being. Yeah. He's not gonna like, be like, when you harm him, he's not gonna like respond like Freddy, or Jason. So I mean, he's an old guy. He's getting older. He's getting up to his like 60s or 70s. So
wouldn't he be in the 60s?
Conrad, he's not a man, dude. Don't you get it? Like, no, I'm just playing. So Dino, we were talking about the Scream franchise. So I see Sarah put hers up here. Casey's iconic, definitely. Richie stabbing. I actually really, I liked it how like it was either Mike or Jay from We Watched the Movie. I think it was Mike. He was like, I don't know why, but I got a little turned on when Sam was on top of Richie and she just stabbing him to death.
I was
like,
okay. I ain't on no weird shit, but I understand. Like,
yeah, I totally understand. Yeah, that's the best way of putting it.
She was all covered in blood and shit at the end. I was like, wait a minute. Like,
why am I missing out here? Jason, the whole setup was so good. Jason.
Who the hell is Jason?
Jason.
Oh, the one from the opening of the Scream 6. Remember?
Oh, word.
That was his name.
Okay.
That was his name.
Okay, because I was about to say, like Sarah.
Actually, I hated it. I actually hated it because Samara died. I didn't want her to die. She looks so good.
I get it, because they were trying to tie in, like, because Jason, Jason Voorhees, they were kind of paying homage to that.
And then he's sitting there and he's watching. Dude, I thought that was such a cool reference and shit. And then
And then you saw the head in the freaking refrigerator and
she
shit.
gave me a C on my Giallo paper, man. And I was like, holy shit, dude. But yeah, like when he opens the closet and all the masks are in there and shit, that's pretty cool. I still think Richie and these guys could be pawns of Stu, man. I think so, man. I think you could play into, I don't know. I just think so.
I feel that. I
We're all over
understand.
the
And then
place. Sorry.
the led to Halloween.
It's always back and forth because it's the two monster franchises.
No, I want. So here's something that I wanted to ask: is what are you guys' opinions on? I feel like with horror, and maybe it's just the only genre for me that I like some of the sequels more than some of the originals. And obviously, there's some of the originals you just don't fuck with the original, But like, you know what I'm saying? But some of the sequels, and I just wonder what you guys think, because I know that you mentioned Julie, so of course I see I know what you did poster right there. Like everybody hates the second one. I like it.
Oh, Donnie, I'm all about the OGs. I really don't like sequels, to be honest.
Interesting.
No, Donnie,
I'm more of a sequel fan. I'm more like that kind of.
Yeah. Like Anthony's definitely like, you've been playing poker this whole night. Like,
so Donnie, when you brought it up earlier, when you said Scream 2 is your favorite of the franchise, I was like, dude, that's so crazy dope, because honestly, I grew up watching Scream 2 way more than Scream 1. I was always about watching Child's Play 2 and 3 more than I watched Child's Play 1. Always watched H2 more than I watched H1. It was always watching the sequels compared to the originals. But I do have appreciation.
Child's Play 3.
Oh yeah, dude, Child's Play 3.
know?
Oh man, so rewatchable. And I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, dude. Julie James is better in that film. I think Ray is too. Do I like the storyline of the first one? Oh fuck yeah, I think it's way better. But I still have fun with the second one because I don't know, man. I just love I Know What You Did Last Summer. I think the storyline is very slept on. Honestly, I think it was cool that Kevin Williamson actually came up with that screenplay before Scream. I just think it's kind of slept on.
The when did the first one come out?
97, year after
Scream. So it came out after Scream, but it was written before.
Correct. Mundo.
Okay. Yep. I didn't know that, but I didn't even know that there was a sequel. I guess I just never thought about the whole
hell yeah horror man like it.
Yes, like I think I never thought about that killer when I think about all the other like slashers. I never thought about the dude raincoat and I never thought about that. And so I finally sat my ass down and watched the first one. It was on TV, Stars, whatever it was. And then it said, I Still Know What You Did. I was like, that's not the title of the first one. I sat down and watched, and I was like, dude, I like this one more.
Yep, the setting is really cool. It's like definitely something that Club Dread did a really funny horror comedy, with the whole beach setting and shit. Love that movie. I actually I literally just got a copy, a DVD this weekend. There's this huge fucking physical media place in the capital city. I got that, a Cursed unrated, because my other copy was fucked up, so I had to get another one. And then I got a Predator collector edition DVD set. Anyways, dude, yeah, I like the originality of the first one, but I think the sequel is more rewatchable and more fun. And I think Julie James, dude, Jennifer Love Hewitt, I had the sequel growing up on VHS and I watched it religiously. It was, and I thought The Fisherman was a slasher that was also slept on.
What's Brandy's boyfriend's name in the movie? I know it's Mekhi Phifer, but what's the character's name?
Oh, I should know this.
Either way, I was gonna say that scene where they're in the kitchen and the fisherman grabs him, the CGI blood doesn't
I have seen no damn killer. Yeah, and then the CGI bad. It doesn't look the best, but it dude, what is his name? I should know.
I just love that movie. It's that's what I was saying. Candyman 2, Child's Play 2 is my favorite. This one was the second one is my favorite.
Tyrell, I should have known that. Tyrell. Yeah, Tyrell, nice.
Brasilia.
Yeah, when he
Jack Black was in that one. Jack Black, remember?
Hilarious. Hilarious.
You remember they were talking about that in Scary Movie. He was like, "Why does every movie keep getting sequels?" And he was like, "I still know what you did last summer. That the fat kid with the dreadlocks. What the hell was up with him? Like,
Yeah. I hated that motherfucker.
yeah." Yo, the
Yeah,
way
that
they
shit is
redid
funny.
the Scream get killed in the bathroom scene had me crying in Scary Movie. Like what happened to him?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah.
remember.
And at the end when he shows up and he's like, surprise,
Oh, yeah.
Sydney, and he's got the patch on his ear. Yeah, me crying. Like the one scene's really scary.
Oh, I like that. That's very we're gonna get to that. Okay, so Friday 2. I will say that we talked about on the underrated stream that we did. I said the first one is very slept on because I feel like it did a lot for American slashers in the 80s. Like it catapulted all those slashers. But the second one's really good.
And it was at the beginning of the decade too, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I think Friday 2, I have just as much love for that one as I do H2. I mean, I like Friday 3 and 4. To me, 3 is very slept on too. 4 is probably the best. 6 is probably my second favorite, but yeah, 2 is fun. Honestly, Dace, that's like one of her favorite slashers.
So
yeah, Sackhead Jason is pretty underrated in my opinion.
No, he is, and that's the thing. It's like what I was gonna say because I remember seeing that when I was playing the game and stuff, and that's what made me go back and really
nice,
watch.
yeah.
I'm not like I don't have them. It's not my favorite franchise. I don't have them like memorize which one is which and stuff. But which one is the one where he has like it's almost like a spear looking kind of joint? Like you know what I'm talking about?
Right? The second one. The second one. So actually, they say that
no, because he had the hockey mask on. What I'm talking
about. Well, he does the spear kill in 2, which they say they copied from Bay of Blood. They actually steal. They don't steal. They take a couple kills from that one and they use it in the second one. The spear kill is in the second one. Is it in the third where he's using the pitchfork?
Not the pitchfork, and I don't think it was just like in the game because in the game,
when the spear where he stabs the tire on the car. 6 lives, and then yeah, she falls in the water, and then he I think stabs her again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Because in the game, when you picked him, it's like he was like holding, he was standing there holding it like
that sounds like 6. Yeah, that sounds like 6. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that's the.
Yeah, and this is totally valid right here. I think the reason why we watched the sequels more was because growing up the sequels were on TV more. Yeah, probably because I feel like USA didn't play Child's Play 1 because they didn't have the rights, or like you know what I mean, or they didn't have like they couldn't play it or some shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And too the like with like our like generation and stuff, millennials with us. The sequels were coming out, like as we were growing up and stuff too. So it's kind of like with people who saw like the original ones, they're like, oh, well, the sequels are trash, because they saw the original. So you know what I mean?
There's a lot of people like that out there, to be honest.
True. Sarah,
they're very close-minded.
We've talked about this 1,000 times. Scream 3, like don't hate me for saying this, Donnie, but sometimes like I almost want to put Scream 3 as my second favorite of the franchise. It's really fun. I feel like it's the most Scooby-Doo of them all. I think that's why I have a lot of fun with it because it's so much fun.
Yeah, and it's not the top of my list, but like I'm not that dude that's like, oh no, bro, like you don't know what the hell you're talking about because you like like what the
So it's probably at the end of your list then, or what?
Probably. Yeah, probably. Like it's definitely not top
five.
No,
it's all good, dude. No, I get it. Yeah.
I can't remember if I had written it down or something. It was on Brandon's stream where I was like it's the last one I'm reaching for,
Nice. Yeah, definitely. I like it because it has like that whole I know Hollywood is, it's different. It's but to me, I think it's cool. Like Urban Legends 2, I like it because it's like they're at school, they're doing like filmmaking and shit like that. It's kind of like behind the scenes of just like how shit's done, like you know what I mean, kind of thing. So I like that
how films work in a way,
Yep, exactly.
It's pretty.
That it's always kind of cool to see that like behind the scenes stuff. That's why I always like you were talking about digital. That's why I always like to get the physical, copy and stuff, just because there's always all this cool stuff. And like how Jordan Peele was talking about how, they went to SoCal, to the university, and they went to I'm not sure what the exact term is for where they like are studying marine biology. And he had people who like literally their job, they just study like jellyfish and stuff like that. And
Cool.
they were who consulted him to make jean jackets like Final Appearance, where it looks like a jellyfish. Like, it came from observing real ones and, putting that in the film. But if you just had it on digital, like on Tubi or, Netflix or something, you wouldn't get all of that.
That's true. Sarah does say this too. Yeah, there is a harpoon kill also in Friday 8. At the beginning also. Yeah, he like stabs that kid. Well, he shoots the kid. He misses the shot, then he stabs the kid, then he puts it back on, then he stabs that chick. The only part I don't like about that chick is when she's down in like the little cubby of like the front of the boat. She's like screaming forever, and then he finally stabs her. I'm just like, dude. I don't know.
Didn't he like kill,
like, yeah.
Is that the same one? He killed the chick with the she had a flying V
guitar. Yep. I freaking like 8, man. I don't know why everybody hates on
They were on the boat. I like that though. I like that they were on the boat and all that.
Shit. To me, it's the most.
That's the one I'm talking about. Like
that's 6. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, with Tom Matthews. Yeah.
Yep, that's a good one. Freaking love that one too. Sackhead Jason in the remake looks so good. Totally agree. Remake was awesome, man. Honestly, a lot of people don't like how he found the mask. I thought it was cool. I thought it was like just kind of a simple way of being like, oh, this is how he got the mask. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I really.
Oh, Sarah, I'm gonna have to watch it again, but
yes, Final Destination 2 is my favorite. Damn, that's crazy.
Oh, damn! I love the first one so much, dude.
Really?
Part 3 is my favorite. Part 3, that's with the roller coaster.
Part 3, cool.
Yeah, that's my.
I think. I just David saw. Is it David or David Sawa? Yeah, like, dude, that.
David Sawa. Yeah.
Yeah, that first one is so good and iconic. But dude, the other ones are so rewatchable too. Like, honestly, they are. Yeah.
Don't you feel like after the Sean William Scott kill, the first one starts to like slow down or just like fall flat? Like for me, it starts to like fall flat after that point. And
okay, yeah. Let's see. So gets his head taken off by the train. Then it's
that's after the teacher. And
I guess the electrical wires like sitting there like rattling on the ground for like ever, it seems like, and then he finally yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Oh, I just like it when he's like, I beat you, you fuck. When he's that shit is so fucking funny.
He gets in the boat and he dips. Like, yeah, I didn't like that. And then but what I can say though is how I liked how 5 like circular ending.
I think 5. Everybody references 5 a lot. Yeah, I think a lot of people like 5. Yeah, I'll have to rewatch that one, but yeah, I think a lot of people like that one a lot.
I remember watching it, and then I thought something was up that everybody had flip phones, but I was like, okay, just let that slide. And then when they got on to go to Paris, Sam and Molly at the end, and his ticket said Flight 180, I was like, no way. And then, of course, that it's a prequel.
Yep. We talk about it a lot. Donnie, what are your thoughts on like the 2000s horror like remakes and stuff? I mean, I know we've kind of talked about it a little bit.
Well, give me some examples, because that Rob Zombie shit is off the table. No way.
You weren't even a fan of the first one?
Negative.
I thought the first one had I thought the first one had good elements in it, actually very like kind of remake-ish, like, good elements. Honestly, I think Scout Taylor Compton, I thought she did a good job. I thought Danielle Harris was good in it. Even Danielle Harris in the second one, but man, the second one just goes off the rails like pretty fucking quick. Yeah, completely off the rails really quick. The first one, I feel like it drags in the third act, but other than that, it's not bad. It has really good stuff, but then
I was going to say they were
yeah, for me the third act kind of just drags a little bit towards the end. Yeah, pretty much.
I was just going to say how like Conrad was saying that is is it sci-fi? It's like the Fear Fest or something like that. All October they just
Oh,
show horror movies all day. AMC. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna sit my hands down and watch this. And you know, they almost had me at the beginning because like he's out there doing whatever it was, and like God of Thunder by Kiss was playing. I was like, oh, they almost got me because that's my favorite band. And I started watching more and more, and I was like, this ain't it. This ain't it. Like,
Is it the whole first act with the little kid that you
Was
don't
it
like?
the stepdad? You know, he was all here, all like, you know, crazy and stuff.
It that didn't help. That didn't help. But
that stepdad is fucking hilarious, man. Oh man, that
yeah,
shit is some fucking
William
funny
Forsythe, I think that's his name. William
Yeah,
Forsythe.
I think so.
Yeah. I think that maybe that's something to do with it because I mean I understand like the whole backstory thing. I just think sometimes it's a matter of just doing it right because you know some people like how just to compare like some people like the Joker where you don't know anything about it like you know Heath Ledger's Joker they were talking about like all his clothes are custom, he has no IDs, he has you know no dental record, nothing, and then versus like the '89 Batman, it's like this is Jack Napier. We know who he is. We know where he went to college. Like this dude is a criminal, kind of turned.
But it was never written like that. Burton did that all on his just own like. Burton did all of that own twist, like all himself, with the Joker being the killer of his parents and stuff like that. It was never written. Yeah, it was
and that's what I'm saying though. And I like that. Like, oh, it gave like an origin story. It kind of you know it maybe showed you why this guy was that way. You know, like I just like you know the Jack Napier storyline, and you get more of this background with Michael that you don't get in the you know like the actual like the OG one. But I kind of feel like it's a slow burn in that part up until he you know like breaks out and just you know kills all the guards and you know all that stuff.
So you wanted it to be more of a like evil spirit more so than just this crazy mofo.
Well, I feel like it's at a certain point of the therapist is talking to him and stuff. Was just talking to him, and it's just like, well, we know something's wrong with him. He won't talk. He's psychotic. Like we got that part. Let's flash forward now. You know.
True.
I mean, how many more meetings do we need to see of him trying to get him to talk? We know
and
he's
wearing
not going
wearing those masks and shit. Yeah, and
he's
like, am I going home today or what?
Crack, you know.
Yeah. Is another one where he's like die when he's stabbing.
Oh, that was part two, the remake, the part two. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that was two.
Oh yeah, when he starts talking and shit, and it's just
he's like die, and he stabs Dr. Loomis.
Oh, that's some of the best shit ever, dude. No, I'm just playing. Yeah, that's when it got bad. Yeah, honestly, that second one, you're just sitting there in the theater and you're watching this, you're like, this is nowhere even close. It was like ends. Man, I know Horror Man is gonna hate me for saying this, but it was okay. When I reference ends, it ends. When I mean ends, I'm just saying it was something that I was not thinking was going to take place. It was just like, you know what I mean? It wasn't what I was expecting. Yeah.
That's how I felt when I was watching like Endgame when, you know, the fact that Iron Man did the snap and stuff and then it killed him. And I was like, that shit never happened. You know, the Black Panther suit can absorb all that. They gave it to him in the comic book. Why would you change that? You know?
Oh, they did?
Yeah. In Infinity, at the end of that, because Black Panther's suit can absorb all that energy. Remember how it would be like lighting up kind of purple?
Yep.
And he could redirect that.
And he can redirect it. Yep.
They gave the gauntlet to him for him to snap and you know kill like Thanos in the Black Order because his suit could like harness that and he wouldn't be harmed, and then nobody else had to die.
Donnie, you should have never told me that shit, dude. What the fuck? Are you serious, dude?
Yeah,
what the hell? See, they had to make it a tearjerker ending to make it like a, you know what I mean? To make it a slam dunk, dude. Jeez Louise. I'm not gonna lie. I actually liked Infinity War more than Endgame. I know that's probably against, you know. I watched Infinity War so many fucking times. I loved it. I was like, dude, this is fucking awesome. I mean, Endgame was good.
It shocked me because I just didn't expect them to go like that route. I didn't expect. Okay, I expected. Okay, they were gonna win. It was gonna be a cliche ending to a superhero movie, but the bad guy won this time. I was like, what?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember being in the theater, and at least in my theater, it just seemed to be a whole bunch of Black Panther fans because that part where he's like, Okoye, you know, the battlefield is no place to die. And then he disappeared. Like, I remember the whole thing. There was just this audible, like, oh, like when he disappeared at the end of Infinity War.
It was a
And
big gasp in my theater. Like they were just, oh my god.
yeah, that's how it was. Like a lot of people were like hot about that. I know I was like, but
especially when Spider-Man, he was starting to kind of like,
sense-
oh, something wrong with me. Oh, and I was just,
Tony, I don't know what's going on. Yeah,
yeah, like
honestly, it was
Tony,
so
help.
good.
I felt bad, you know. I was like, oh
And
shit.
and too, shout out to Star-Lord for fucking up the whole plan. We could have stopped this before we got to
He
that
got
point.
really emotional too. Like he was like, oh man, what did you just do? You know?
Like I understand what you're saying though. Like like they were definitely boxing in that first one. Just but the second, I kind of felt like since they failed, it made the second one obvious. They're gonna have to go back in time because there's no other way to undo this. Like it made it
Yeah.
obvious, and
Yep.
then it took 2 hours for them to go back and collect every stone and all that. Because it's only like the last 40 minutes that there's boxing taking place.
Something's
You know?
actually happening.
Like-
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were all like sitting there just like waiting for it. We're like, God,
Like,
Thor's.
come on, let's do this.
Yeah,
Because when
Let's get over with.
because like when I stream it, it's just at that part when it's like that part where like the three of them, it's Cap, Iron Man, and Thor, and he's like, it's a trap, right? He's like, I don't really care. Like I always just like I watch that part, rewind it, so when I go back, I know that's the part I want to watch. It's just them boxing. Like I don't know, I don't watch any thing that happened before that.
Okay, I'm gonna agree with Sarah here. Totally gonna agree. I know we were just talking about horror remakes.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, I was just gonna tell Sarah. Dace and I watched this.
We got a
Dace,
sequel to that one.
yeah, Dace watched it for like the first time a couple weeks ago. Actually, I don't know. It might have been the second time, but she said that she didn't remember a lot of it, and she was just like, I was telling Conrad after we watched it, I was like, damn, this remake actually might be better than the original, to be honest. But I don't know. I think it probably might.
I have to agree with that because I think the same thing. Like I think they should have did a sequel to this one.
Tell me which one is this? Is the one with
Jessica Biel? Yep.
Oh, okay. Because
Yep.
I get that confused with the one with Jordan and Brewster. Which one is that?
Oh, that was the beginning.
That's the beginning. Okay.
The next one. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which actually wasn't that bad. I actually thought it was pretty good.
No,
Yeah.
I agree, and I just can't. I like I said, I get them elements of them confused. Is this the one where he kills her in the backseat, or he's in the backseat and he's got the chainsaw?
Beginning.
Or
Yep.
oh,
This
that's
one-
the beginning.
This is one
she
where
gets
she God, why can I not think of that dude's name from Full Metal Jacket?
Arlie Ermy, yeah.
Exactly. He's all like goes out to the truck and thinks she's in the truck and she's actually in his car and she fucking runs him over and shit and she gets away with the kid and then
she hit the reverse on his ass.
and then she freaking what's his name comes out and freaking chainsaws the side of the car and scares the shit out of you like one last time and
that's what it was. He
that
hit
would
the
be
side
some
of the
good
car.
shit. And then
I
you're
was like,
thinking,
all right, get his other arm.
Yeah.
My mom, like we saw that, and then is that the one at the end where it's like talking about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like the
Yep, they're going through the
Hewitt,
basement and shit. Yeah,
and it's like black and white with that iconic like flashbulb sound, and
yep.
and then and I can't remember exactly what the narration is saying, but my mom showed me that, and which was a mistake because I couldn't have been. I was like 9. It came out in 03, and I'm in my room trying to sleep, and I saw like the shadow like on the blinds of like the tree moving, and I was like, hell no, like mom, like because it just scared me to death. But I like it. I do like that.
Yeah, my mom used to tell me that really happened in real life. Like that was real. That really.
Dude, it really did happen.
Yeah.
Houston, Texas, dude.
Yeah, again. Yeah. that's real. Like,
no, like I grew up thinking the same thing until I saw like how like a making of it, and they were like they lightly based it upon Ed Gein or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
If anybody wants to know where fucking some messed up mofos are from, it's Wisconsin, dude. Dahmer was from Milwaukee. Like, dude, you guys should watch. You guys ever watch Making a Murderer on Netflix? Super fucked up, man. You will not trust.
I never really got to the show, but I'll probably have to check it out.
It's super sad, man. You will not trust the system that we are living in. I mean, I know we pretty much probably
not that
don't.
I do now, but
yeah, I was gonna say like it's super fucked, man. Way super fucked.
Crazy thing you were saying that about Wisconsin. My friend Marquise, we've been friends a long time. He was telling me, like, cause like the was I don't know if it was a docu-series or just a series in general that they did about Dahmer last year, a couple years ago, whatever, and
Last year,
like,
yeah, yep.
and everybody lost their minds about it and stuff. My friend Marquise, actually, his mom, so he's from Milwaukee. His mom actually, like, when she was a kid, they didn't live but maybe 5 houses away from him, and like,
Damn.
and so like she saw him, and she always felt like just the fact that she was like a girl is how she avoided him, like preying on the people in that neighborhood. But she would see him going in and out the house and all kind of stuff. Like they were in that close proximity to him.
That's nuts, dude.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Sarah. I don't really trust anybody that borders them either. So no, I'm just playing. Actually, my bad. I don't know my geography. Does Wisconsin border Canada? Or no?
So.
Or is it Or is it under Minnesota? Maybe it does.
No.
I don't know. Shit.
Yeah, like we
no, because in that '70s show, don't they go up to Canada? They just drive across the border. Yeah,
they get like beer and stuff like that.
That's a good episode.
They put them in jail and stuff like that. They put it like, oh, you're arrested because you don't have your papers or something. I don't know.
Right? Yeah, that is a funny ass episode.
Yeah.
So Donnie, are you more Marvel or DC? I mean, I'm not saying that you have to select one. I know you probably have, I know you probably like stuff from either side, but which one would you probably more so favor?
I'm taking DC all day and tomorrow.
That's dope, dude. Let's go. What about you, Conrad?
It really does depend. There's some days I say Marvel, some days I say DC.
Well, you're not. I was gonna say you're not gonna hurt my feelings if you say Marvel. Like,
yeah,
I thought
that's why I'm literally wearing a Marvel shirt like right now.
Because I'm a big fan of both like Batman and Spider-Man, so I'm kind of like it really depends on the certain days,
I don't know. I guess maybe it's something about the darker element. There was something more jovial about Marvel's stories.
I'm always talking about the Punisher. I'm always talking to Anthony about the Punisher. I'm such a big fan of that character.
We don't get to see him get used a lot. But that's not to say that I don't like Marvel stuff. But the Marvel, like the Avengers storyline, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't get into that till like when Black Panther came out, and then I went back and watched the other stuff to like be current. But with Marvel in general, the stuff that I grew up with, just Fantastic Four, Spider-Man in particular, like, and that's kind of where it stopped. But like what I was saying to you is that my grandma would tell me, like, did you guys know there was a Superman show on in the 50s? Like it was in black and white, and then they transitioned it to color, and that was like the first time people got to see, him in the red and blue and stuff like that. And my grandma was telling me about, because she would have been like in her 20s at that time, just about that show, and then the 1960s Batman, and that's what made me like, oh, let me check these characters out. And then y'all remember the Justice League cartoon from like 2000, 2001, somewhere around
Cartoon Network came on there?
A little bit, yeah, I think so.
It was the Justice League, and then it went to Justice League Unlimited. But
oh yeah,
they had like Hawk Girl, Green Lantern, Batman, Superman, Flash, Wonder Woman, and the Martian Manhunter. And when I saw Zack Snyder's like the full version of Justice League, and that scene when Martian Manhunter like reveals himself, because I had a feeling that character Lennox was Martian Manhunter. He was. I thought it was him, but to see him like revealed, I just had when you're watching movies and stuff, something like that, and you get like you're waiting on something, and it turns out to be that, and you have that moment, like that's how I felt.
Same thing when I watched when I went to the movies when I was a kid. I saw Spider-Man for the first time. I'm just waiting. I was like, oh, that's Norman Osborn, like sitting in that car next to Harry, and I was like, just it had me geeked out at the time. So,
who is your favorite Spider-Man out of the three?
Probably Andrew.
Yes. What about you?
Probably.
Oh, I like them all. I honestly do. But nostalgia's got to be Toby. I just like those movies better than kind of the rest of them. I'm not saying that Amazing Spider-Man the films aren't good. They are. I would probably prefer Emma Stone over Kirsten Dunst, to be honest. But yeah, Tobey Maguire. I just like the villains, Willem Dafoe and then Doc Ock. And did I really like Eric from that 70s show as Venom in the third one? Probably not, but I think they were fun. Like honest, like I think my bad, not amazing. I think Spider-Man 2 might be like one of favorites. It's probably in my top 5, I'd say. It's so hard because I literally
movies or movies in general.
Actually, Marvel would be a better way of putting it, because when it comes to superhero movies, I'll probably put a lot of the Batman films up in my top 5.
I understand. Like
the Wolverine, probably one of my top favorite superhero films. Like, yeah, that one was top notch. I love that film so much.
Well, Logan went balls to the wall, and
Logan was super good. I like the Wolverine just a little bit more, but dude, Logan was super good, man. Super good.
But don't y'all feel like the X-Men story is just so hard to follow sometimes? Like
Donnie, amen. I literally my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I literally just told Dace as I was going through Vudu, I like to see what's on sale and shit. All these X-Men films. So the first one came out in 2000. Yep. I didn't realize up until Apocalypse that there was like 5 or 6 in between. I didn't even know that. I was like, holy shit. I didn't even. What's up?
No, I was saying where I didn't know that you didn't.
I didn't. I guess I must have forgot. Yeah, like I was like literally like, holy shit! Like there was First Class.
Okay. I see.
There was like First Class, Days of Futures Past, X-Men 2. Like I was like, holy shit! Like there's a lot of these in between.
Yeah. So like 2 things. One, like Connor, I don't know if you're a fan of like the X-Men like franchise as a whole.
They're definitely too many.
I love the movies. They're pretty good.
So here's the thing. So what is that? Days of Future Past. That came out in 2014. I have been confused for 9 years. Like the first time I watched that movie, I was so lost. Like I considered like stopping it because I was like, I can't follow this shit. Like I don't know what's happening. But
like, what's what? Like it just
true, because like okay, so like what's the one with Magneto wearing the helmet and he's out on the beach and he's like taking all the torpedoes from the that's the one before, right? Yeah, that one's
isn't that First Class?
Yeah, that one's First Class.
So that's supposed to go before the one that came out in 2000.
Yep.
Yeah. What's the actor's name that played him?
Oh yeah, what is that guy's name?
Eric Fassbender, I think.
Yeah, I think that is right.
Michael Fassbender. See that there's another plot hole that I've always. My friend Aaron, he was in the chat earlier.
Dude, we gotta get this Aaron dude on, man. He's all into these superhero films and shit.
So he's so knowledgeable about this stuff. So
yeah,
I'm saying, like me and him, like when I met him in 8th grade, we bonded over John Cena because he was like the top guy at the time, and then it quickly went into like the superhero talk. And one of the things, so I mentioned earlier about the Magneto and the helmet and stuff, and it's like Xavier saw him take the damn helmet from Shaw. Because you guys remember when he moved the coin through Shaw's head and killed him, and then he took the helmet. And remember, Xavier was like, "Eric, don't do this," and then like he was like
such a
knocked his voice out.
Such a good scene, dude. Yeah, that shit's dope.
And so then later on in X-Men, where he's like, "Oh, he had this helmet that blocked my thoughts I've never seen before." Like what? But the one thing that's bothering me is I think that's the first one where Mystique turns into Wolverine and they're like having the fight, right? Because Cyclops is going to hit one of them, but then they're both like, wait. And then he doesn't know which one is the real
Holy shnikes, right? Dude, forgot about that shit. You're right. Yep.
And so they're fighting like, and I think they're fighting in like some gift shop in the Statue of Liberty or something. Because remember they were going to get Rogue. And so you remember like when Wolverine hit Mystique, she had, the fake claws, and so hers broke, right? And like later on, she comes up behind him as Storm, and he was like, something's not right around here, and he turns and stabs her real quick, and he's like, and it's you, because he stabbed her in the stomach. He could smell that it wasn't really Storm, whatever. So he stabbed her, and she's on the ground. And if you remember, like towards the end, like right before the credits, it shows there's a security guard laying on the ground with those same 3 marks in the stomach. So you knew it was Mystique. She had changed, so she could so they would help her, right? So what I couldn't understand is that one little stab, it didn't kill her, but that same stab killed the Phoenix in, X-Men 3: The Last Stand. Like, after all they talk about how strong the Phoenix is and all this and that, he walked up and stabbed the Phoenix in the stomach, and that one thing that killed like this most powerful character that we've ever seen, but it didn't kill Mystique.
The inner flame started in her stomach, dude. That's where it was. That's like I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, that part was so fucking dope too. He's all like getting fucking like halfway ripped away his skin.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Step he takes and shit. And I'm just like, dude, this is fucking dope. My brother gets so pissed because like, he's big into like, he likes Scarlet Witch and her backstory, and then he really likes Phoenix and all that stuff. And he's like, yeah, she would just like fucking like just like incinerate him away and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, it ain't what the movie said.
And it's just stuff like that that just confuses me, because Xavier got killed in Last Stand. They had a whole funeral for him and everything, but then how the hell is he alive in Days of Future Past if he was already dead?
I don't even understand that. That's why I'm saying
a lot of the writing does not make any sense.
Yeah, I was gonna say even Horrific Nightmare said the same. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't even remember some of these. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they all kind of blend together and gel together. Where I'm just like, damn, I don't even remember like which one is which.
How many timelines are in the franchise?
Like I feel 3? Like, yeah, and then you have like I'm sorry. Yeah.
Which character do you feel like, I've heard Mike and Jay talk about this a lot. Which character do you feel like did not get their due within the X-Men?
How long you got?
See, I don't know all that many characters, but okay, I'll let you guys go first.
No,
I was just gonna say Nightcrawler killed it.
Nightcrawler absolutely killed it. I thought his storyline was always dope in the like original 2, at least, anyways.
I would have loved to have seen more like Gambit.
Gambit, it's gotta be Gambit, dude. Gambit's gotta be number 1, or Cyclops. I just feel like Cyclops was kind of a side character. I feel like in the animated,
he was just there to beef with Wolverine. It seemed like
exactly. That's all it was.
I wish we could have seen more Scott. Like,
yep.
That'd been great.
I thought he was supposed to be like the lead dude. I mean, he was a little bit like in some of the movies, but more so it was just like you said, Donnie. He was just there to kind of beef, like, pretty much.
Do you guys feel like they should have stayed like more original, or not original, but like more to the source material? Like, me and my brother were just talking about this before I got on here, and we were talking about biopic movies because he hadn't seen Straight Outta Compton and he was getting ready to buy it and watch it. And I was talking to him when biopics come out, what confuses me, like, how are you getting stuff wrong? There's literally documentation of what happened. You should not be getting any of this stuff wrong. And with the source material being like the comic books and stuff, I'm saying, did it bother you that Wolverine didn't have like the yellow, that we know, Cyclops didn't have like the blue and yellow, because I remember the visor always being like a yellow kind of color.
Badass.
Because there was like one of those old, like, had the joystick and the buttons, X-Men fighting game, like in the laundromat when I was a kid, and that's how I saw those like original costumes.
I had like this little handheld game with Cyclops and Wolverine where, like, if you like got so far with Cyclops and Wolverine came out to help you, and it was against what was his name? What was the one dude's name? It was not Darkseid, because Darkseid is DC.
Apocalypse.
That's Apocalypse. Yeah, kind of like looks the same a little bit. See, and this is what I'm saying. I can't even like front or anything. Like, I did not know the comic books very well at all. Anything I knew about the films I took away from, or anything I knew about the source material was all from the films, like just what they put out pretty much.
I definitely recommend, like, if you have like a interest in because this is how I learned about the DC characters. Aaron actually gave me, before he had left to go to the Marines, he gave me this encyclopedia he had, and I mean, it's not like something that he made. Like, the book is like this thick, but it's got every character DC has ever made, and it's all of their powers when they were first in a comic book, like all their movie appearances, and like their whole backstory summary. And it's alphabetized, like from Adam all the way to Zatanna, like in order and stuff. And there's a Marvel one too. but he knew that I like Batman, Aquaman, and all that stuff so much. He let me have that. But I'm saying that's a good place to start because it'll point out these are the comics you should read if you want to get more into like Batman, more into Joker, whatever.
Dope. I think Walmart. I actually think I saw one for Marvel in Walmart, and it was like a big ass book. It was like that thick, like you said, and it was like big ass sheets. Like I was like, damn, that's a big ass book.
Like it's like a tall book. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. The only reason I didn't get it was because it was Marvel. But yeah, like maybe I should look into a DC one. But just like Horrific Nightmare says here, they try to connect all the movies together. Unfortunately, different movies broke different rules. You kind of have to overlook the little mistakes to enjoy them as a whole. Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah.
Yep.
Have you played Injustice before?
Okay. Bits and pieces, just a little bit here and there, like in big arcades, and then more so. I think I played a demo. Is all I played. We played Mortal Kombat versus DC, and then I remember Injustice came out like a little bit after, and then I remember I played like a demo, and then I just didn't play it very much.
I remember Marvel versus Capcom.
Yep.
Remember that one.
And so, okay, two things real quick. I didn't know this, but there's there's Injustice and Injustice 2, but so before that storyline like starts in the game, there's actually like a comic book that came out. And it's like
cut the mic. There you go. One more time.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
I was moving the computer. It was like here's everything leading up to the Injustice storyline, and then it showed how the Joker and Harley Quinn kidnapped Lois Lane, and then they did some surgery on her where they connected her while she was pregnant, right? And so Superman was telling Batman about this, and meanwhile they're doing this like surgery on her where they connected her heartbeat to that bomb that he had in Metropolis, and then he got sprayed with the pheromone, right? So he thought that Lois was Doomsday and took her into outer space, and he ended up, killing her. Obviously,
awesome, man. Yeah, awesome film. Yep.
And then that's right. There's the Injustice film. I forgot about that, where it kind of it goes over that storyline, and so it leads all the way up to when the bomb goes off in the comic, and then the game picks up right there, and then you move into Injustice 2 that has Brainiac. Cool. But while we're here, I was going to ask, what is your opinion on what we're going to call the Snyder era, just for argument's sake, from Man of Steel up to to Justice League, the stuff that came, even the movies that he didn't do, like Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman, stuff like that. But he kicked it off with the.
I can let you go, Conrad. What did you think of Zack Snyder's kind of like superhero era that he kind of like went through?
I mean, at first I wasn't kind of behind it, but when I saw Justice League when they did the Snyder cut, I was like, damn, this was amazing. Mm-hmm. I love this movie. But I mean, at first I didn't like Man of Steel. I was like, it's too dark or whatever. But throughout time, I kind of gained an appreciation for the film. So
yeah,
he did good. He did good in my book. So
they misfired by not giving Batman his own movie before they went into the Justice League thing. But so why do you guys think that there's so much hate for that, like that version of the Joker?
Oh, dude, I don't like Zack Snyder's version of those films. Like, I'm like, I know everybody likes them, and so I'm not a fan. Like, no, I'm totally playing. I know, like, apparently they said the Barbie film fucking makes fun of Zack Snyder fans or some shit like that, or fanboys or some shit like that. I'm just like, first off, I wasn't a huge Man of Steel fan just because I'm not a huge Superman fan, because it's a story about this dude that's like pretty much unfucking stoppable. So like, I'm just like, man, I don't like that kind of shit. Like, I want to, you know what I mean? Like, Batman is cool because he can be like hurt, you know what I mean? Like, it's he's human.
He's got real world shit to deal with. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, to me, actually, the storyline of Superman is actually cool because like he gets found in like this, farm state of Kansas. It almost like, I mean, like literally when I just was watching Batman versus Superman, when they're like burying him and they're like going through the cornfields, I'm like, man, this is like literally right out my back door. Like, you know what I mean? So like, it's pretty cool. Like, I like that aspect of it. But dude, Man of Steel was dope. Like, it took me a while to actually watch the film. And then I finally watched it and I was like, dude, Henry Cavill, like, this is fucking awesome. And
I
then
thought we were gonna get a sequel, to that film.
And then like Batman versus Superman came out, and I was like, anything Batman, I'm gonna watch. So I watched it, and I was like, dude, this is super dope. Like, I remember when that came out, I had to wait till it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and then I had to download on my computer, and then I finally watched it like 4 or 5 in the morning, and I was just like, this is my like favorite Batman film. Like, I was like, shit, this is crazy.
You watched the Ultimate Edition? Is that what you had downloaded, or?
I think it was probably like the first one. So the first theatrical probably is what I probably watched.
Okay.
But I was just like, and then when when Justice League came out, I was like, again, I didn't know the whole backstory of like the Flash, like all that stuff, because like literally it was just me watching like Batman pretty much. So when that came out, I was like, oh, this is dope. Like, like I don't know, I liked it a lot. Like, and like, I know it was like a 4-hour film, like his cut and stuff like that, but I dug it. Like, I literally was about ready to put that shit on, like right before we started. Like, because I knew we were probably gonna be streaming for a while, so I was like, oh, I can just put that on in the background. But I totally dug it. Like, I think Zack Snyder's a beast, dude. Like, it's almost a shame that like we're not gonna like. That was another thing. I was. Yeah, it was another. And I totally agree with what you just said. That a Batman standalone film against like Deathstroke would have been fucking awesome. Like, that would have been super sick. Or even just like him against the Suicide Squad or something like that, or like him against like just like anybody else like that. Like you said, like his own movie.
Because a lot of those villains in Suicide Squad are his villains.
Exactly.
Harley, Deadshot, Killer Croc, like they're all his villains.
Yep. Yeah. And so like when he's in there like for a little bit, when he gets Harley or whatever, or rescues her from the car crash and shit,
and
or
Deadshot
whatever.
Too.
Yeah. And it would have been cool if he would have got us. I mean, technically he he didn't get a standalone film, Batman versus Superman, whatever. But I just felt like Flashpoint, watching the animated movie to then watching the movie that they gave us, they just left so much shit out. They could have went into like a 3-film thing with Flashpoint, just like they did with Endgame and shit. You know what I mean? There were so many other characters they could have brought in that could have made that whole freaking storyline just epic, man.
And like I was just blown away with like when the Batman versus Superman, because I hadn't seen Man of Steel. Like because what you said, I've never really been a Superman fan. Like, they got this one dude that can do everything. Well, what the hell is them? Why do they need a Justice League if he could do everything? Then kind of feeling, But like, and I think that in the cartoon Justice League, they dumbed him down so the other characters would have a reason to help and stuff like that. They did that with Martian Manhunter too. But what I was thinking was like just sitting in the theater, and that moment I still like just like get chills when I think about he's fighting Superman, and he had like the big like metal like armored suit on, and like the eyes are like glowing and stuff, and I think he shot he threw the grenade down, the smoke grenade. Superman like runs through it and he shot him with the kryptonite grenade, remember? And he catches it, and then it explodes, and then he's telling out like breathe it in,
breathe it in.
Like Superman went to punch him and he blocked it, and like Superman is like deer in headlights. I had, but being such a Batman fan, I was sitting in the theater really like,
yeah, right.
And the fact that he had him dead to rights too. If Lois hadn't walked up, Superman might have died then, because he was standing over him with the spear. It was about to be over. And like when Batman is about to get killed by Doomsday, and Wonder Woman, like she falls in with the shield, and she defends, blocks away the lasers and stuff. Like I just thought that was so dope. And I like Suicide Squad. I felt like that version, like I said earlier, of Joker was just like a reinvention. He was more like a gangster than just anything else. And he's got the cap teeth because Batman knocked him out, and which is a thing that happened in one of the comic book storylines, and I just don't understand why everybody has such a problem with that version of the Joker. It maybe it's just because they didn't see enough of him, because Jared Leto said that they filmed enough to have made a Joker movie of just just him with how much stuff he filmed for that movie, and then he's in the movie like total 7 minutes or some shit like that.
Nice. Yeah. This is a good question. We'll get to it right after. I just because I'm just gonna I've heard Mike and Jay talk about how Doomsday should have been its own movie and stuff like that. They kind of just like kind of fitted in here towards the end of, you know, Batman versus Superman or whatever. I guess I really don't know the storyline all that well. So, but they said it could have probably been.
I disagree, just because Doomsday is like, you know, they didn't need to go. I don't think they needed to tell the whole story of like how a scientist made him in a lab and all this and that. I didn't really need to do that. Like Lex mixing Kryptonian blood with human, like, you know, just like normal human blood. I thought that was a great way to like fuse those two things to make this unstoppable monster. You know,
what's your thoughts on Jesse Eisenberg? Well casted or not really?
No, I like that version of Lex. Like at first, I didn't know where they were going with it because you're thinking like this is real tall, like slender guy, and you know he wasn't bald at first, and I was like, oh, like what? This is supposed to be Lex Luthor. Like what the hell is this? You know, but I like, but he was
no,
like
literally. Conrad and I said the same thing. We just talked about this like the other day. We were like, yeah, I mean, I feel like his personality kind of is there, but yet like when I see Lex Luthor in anything else, well, if you see Lex Luthor in the original Superman, he's kind of like this nerdy kind of guy. Yeah, so actually, maybe thinking about it now, maybe yeah.
No,
Gene Hackman, right?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like I get that, and he was definitely like cunning. Like he knew what he was doing. Like
true,
you know, when he brought Clark and Bruce to that like party where he was like giving their speech and stuff, he knew what he was doing. Like and getting like just putting them on each other's radar and stuff like that. And I think he might have even planned on Batman stealing the kryptonite because he knew that it could be weaponized and just.
He had to have. Yeah, I mean, you would think, maybe,
And if you see the Ultimate Edition, there's a scene where he's back in the ship after Doomsday and Superman both die, and he's talking to Steppenwolf about the mother boxes. And that's what brought Steppenwolf to Earth. And then like the FBI agents come in and raid the ship and they take him to jail. And that's when he's getting his hair shaved and stuff. But that's what brought Steppenwolf to Earth, like for the Justice League thing, you know, because there was like I'm saying the regular theatrical version like bypassed that whole part of the story, so you didn't even know like, whoa, what is this villain that we got? Like, why is he here? You know what I mean?
True.
But yeah, I like Jesse Eisenberg just as an actor in general. But I thought it was a good like portrayal.
So you liked him in Curse then, or what?
In Curse.
Yeah, he was in Cursed. Yeah, the werewolf movie.
That was his first movie, actually. Like,
was it, dude? That's fucking crazy, man. Yeah, he was good as shit in Zombieland and shit. Both of them, yeah.
Like in his
Zombieland,
he was like 19 years
I know
old.
him from.
Social Network.
From Now You See Me is I think. No, I seen that too, but Now You See Me I think is where I first saw him.
He's in that other one too. You guys should watch it. Vivarium.
Zombieland, right?
No, Vivarium. It's called. Look it up. Vivarium. It is something different, fellas. Something different. It's like a psychological thriller. Yeah.
Okay.
I could be saying it totally wrong. Vivarium. Vivarium or some shit. I don't know.
From 2019. Is that right?
Yep.
Typing it.
Something way different. Okay. I'm just gonna go off what Horrific Nightmares is saying here. Favorite DC characters. For me, it's just Batman. Like, I mean, I like other characters. I guess I would say Blade. Blade was always like Blade's DC, right? No, Blade is Marvel.
Yeah,
Blade. No, Blade's Marvel.
Yeah, Blade is Marvel.
Yeah,
Blade is Marvel. So is the Punisher. Damn, because I like both those guys.
At the time when the movie came out, I didn't even know it was like a comic book character. I just assumed it was like an original horror character, you know?
I gotta just go Batman. I mean, I like Aquaman because I guess I just don't know the story, the backstories. I mean, I guess I like Superman. I mean, it is what it is, but like, I just don't know the backstories of everybody very well. I mean, Flash is pretty cool too, and you know.
You can go, Conrad. If you were done, I didn't mean to just interject.
And really, I'll say Deathstroke too. He's kind of like an anti-hero or an anti-hero or whatever you want to say. Like I like his backstory too. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
The obvious answer would be Batman, but if I want to be different, I'd probably go with John Stewart's the Green Lantern or something like
See,
that.
yeah, that's cool. I actually just talked to some lady in a GameStop. I was there and I got some shirts, fucking dope ass shirts on sale for way cheap. And she was like, "Oh, you're a DC fan?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm a Batman fan." And she was like, "Oh yeah." And then she showed me that she had like the Green Lantern tattooed on her ring finger. It was pretty dope.
It's
Cool.
funny. I was thinking about getting that same tattoo, but what I wanted to get is the Green Lantern oath like tattoo. In brightest day and blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. On one
Dope.
side, and then get the rest on the other forearm. Because when I was a kid, my favorite color was green. So when I saw Green Lantern, and then obviously, just seeing a character that looks like you, it kind of like draws you in a little bit more. He was the first black superhero I ever saw. You know what I mean? Until I saw like Cyborg happen, and then Black Panther, Green Lantern. John Stewart was the first black superhero I ever saw. So, um, Green Lantern, Batman, and
Yo, fellas, I'm gonna be right back real quick. Yep, keep going. Sorry.
yeah, you get uh, so Green Lantern, John Stewart, Green Lantern, Batman, and and definitely Aquaman. I'm a fan. Actually, hang on, Conrad, check this out. Yep,
Oh, damn! That
like
what? It's
if,
nice, man.
if I ever get like a chance to get Jason Momoa to sign it, like that's why I left it in the box, is meant to try to get him to sign it.
Hey, he does conventions.
He does sometimes, yeah. I'm not sure what his relationship is with Warner Brothers and stuff now, with all the changes happening, and how they got rid of everybody, Gal Gadot and Ray
Oh
Fisher,
yeah,
and
James Gunn's gonna start running things, right?
and since they got rid, yeah, they fired basically all of those characters. The only reason he kept his job as Aquaman is because 2 wasn't done yet
Oh
when
yeah, he
that
still
started
got to
happening.
do that movie. Yeah,
So that's gonna come out. It's supposed to hit like in the spring of next year, because it's supposed to come out December of this year, and
yeah.
they pushed it back. And we were talking about movies like flopping and like what they're considering flops and stuff like that. And my concern is that Aquaman 2 is gonna do poorly, because people are like, it kept getting pushed back and people are forgetting about it. Then people are gonna be pissed off because of Amber Heard and all that
Oh
drama that
yeah, yeah,
happened. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
And it's not. I just don't think it's gonna do with the first one, because I think the first one
You
hit.
think the movie itself? You think it's gonna do good? Like, you think it's gonna do good?
I don't think the movie itself is going to be bad. I just think like the reception of it
Oh
is
yeah.
going to be bad. Anthony, I was showing him like we were talking about my favorite characters and stuff, and just one of my
Dope. I like it, dude.
and the I just got collections of this stuff. Like I got like a Black Panther thing that I hung up on the wall after Chadwick Boseman had passed away, and um,
I,
uh, but those are probably my 3 favorite.
I don't
3.
got no superhero, but I do have like a figure of the Crow, Brandon
Oh,
Lee's the Crow. I
Dope.
got a
That's dope.
I got a figure of that.
did you leave it in the box?
Yeah, it's in the box right now.
Man, I wanted to put this out. I kind of want to save it. I think I'm gonna save it. I'll show you guys, dude. I got. Oh, let's go, dude.
That's dope. That's really cool. Wait, let me hang on. It's right here on the wall. Because the night that Chadwick Boseman, or the night that the news broke, I remember I was just like scrolling through Twitter, and I saw it and I was like, no way. And that night I actually had on my Black Panther pajama pants. And so I was like, this is really eerie. And then
That is eerie. Damn.
I already had this, and then I have like a wall in my room that has like obituaries of just like my family and my dad, stuff like that. And then after he passed, I took the action figure that I had and I put it on the wall too. I don't know if you guys can see.
Nice.
Like it.
T'Challa. Love it.
I like the
Yeah,
box. Nice.
yeah, I thought
All
that
right,
was.
if we're all pulling them out, I'm gonna pull out mine. I was literally gonna save this, but okay. So this one I
That is
got
too.
like I got this like about a month ago or something because I was thinking to myself, I was like, okay, I'm sitting here watching the Batman animated series like fucking every day, every day. So literally, I thought to myself, I was like, dude, I had this Batman figure when I was growing up. It was like my favorite toy growing up. And I was like, damn, you know what's great about the internet? So I looked that shit up, found the exact same one that I had growing up, and I bought a brand new one.
Oh,
So
word.
yeah. It's just from the animated series. I don't know. It's nothing like crazy, but this is literally the same one that I had.
Oh,
And dude, this dude sent this to me in like this bag and everything, like perfectly, like
that's
I don't know.
hard. Is that like a weapon? What's in there? Like the red. Is that what that is?
It looks like a jetpack and a like a wrist harpoon or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
But I swear to you, fellas, I literally had this growing up, and I was just like, "Holy shit!" For me to find this still in a box and everything, I mean, it cost me like $40, but I was like, dude, you know what?
Was that hard to find or not?
Literally, it's weird because I found a bunch that were online that were opened, and then I was all like, they were like $20. And I'm like, well, why would I just not spend another 20 just to get one that's actually still in the box? So
And is it like more rare because it's not the traditional Batman costume? He's got like
yeah,
horns
I
and stuff
think
like that.
so. Oh no. Actually, spin that. The original animated series costume was actually way more expensive. This one was like 40. Yeah, that original one was like $150.
Wow.
But there are different other ones that come, I think there was like a black and white like snow one or something like that. Really cool. I wanted to get Scarecrow from this same line because I had the Scarecrow also as one of the other action figures that I had or whatever. Honestly, that would be a good fucking bad guy for the Batman 2 also, but I don't know how
Scarecrow,
they
yeah,
would.
I
Yeah.
I thought about that actually, like when
big
you had
fan.
asked, yeah. Um, the I don't know that somebody would he would like have a bunch like do a bunch of like actual like hand to hand combat with Batman though.
True.
But real quick before you read that, Conrad, like so with the crow thing, do you know? Uh, is it like who's like in control of like Brandon Lee's like estate? Because obviously, because it's him. Like his
Yeah,
likeness. I would assume that they did for that. So like, who's in control of his like estate? Like for them to put out
I would
that
like
kind
to
of stuff.
think like probably his sister or something because she's still alive actually.
Oh,
Like
okay, yeah,
probably her, you know.
okay. Because I was gonna say like it's the same thing with like Jimi Hendrix. His sister,
Yeah,
owns the whole Experience Hendrix thing, and she's like super strict about like when the music gets used or what it's being used for, all that kind of stuff. And
I
so
heard she's kind of like Brandon's sister. She's more lenient. She don't really, because she wants to get his work out there and all that kind of stuff.
and that's that I think like Janie is coming around to that realization because for a while there, like when I was in junior high, first getting into Hendrix, like it would always be like the same 5 shirts that came out, the same 5 posters. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
There might be a new album here or there with unfinished work, but I don't know how I feel about that. Like it was unfinished, that meant it wasn't ready to be heard yet. So,
yeah,
um, but I just wondered with those action figures and stuff, they're actually like scanning the faces of these people now. You know what I mean? And just with
yeah.
with him being deceased, I didn't know if it was like they used like somebody else to scan just to apply the makeup, or if that's like actually modeled after him.
That's dope.
Probably after him.
Which obviously, they would have had to get like some kind of permission from his family to,
Oh yeah,
mass
definitely.
produce that.
Yeah. I mean, I
But
like
yeah,
the way it looks. Like looks pretty cool.
when I see the box, I see the face in the bottom corner. I just think of Sting. Like I just like it,
Dude, I
Yeah,
it
don't know what it is, but you're totally right, man. Yeah, what?
like just like I just think the jacket. He had the trench coat. He had that bat,
it's
and
so weird every time. I hardly. I mean, it's not because I don't like the Crow, but it's so weird knowing that he's dead, and it feels like a weird kind of vibe when you watch the movie, and you get those kind of chills.
Yeah,
It's
no, I know
yeah.
exactly. Like that's the weird thing, because for the longest time, I was thinking about some of my favorite artists are like people that aren't here anymore: Prince, Michael Jackson, Jimi Hendrix, Bob Marley, and then like it kind of dawned like, huh, these same people it's like they almost seem like mythical at this point because it's been a long time since they died or whatever, and then it hits you like, no, this dude like walked up, the same earth that I do, just did like this other stuff, but I know what you're saying. When you do watch it, it feels like almost surreal watching like an interview with Bob Marley, knowing that he died 40 years ago.
Like with Heath Ledger, when I even hardly watch that movie because it's like he died, and it's just wow, it's kind of weird. It has such a weird mystique to it. So.
Yeah, it's literally all I could think about. The third act of that Dark Knight movie, like as he's hanging there talking to Christian Bale and shit, and I'm just like, man, I can't believe he just passed away right after this fucking film. Like,
crazy. And it hurts like me being like a basketball fan. Anytime I see like a clip of Kobe Bryant, like I just man. I cried that day when I heard the news, and it's just it's like I didn't know him, but I like the dude felt so personable that I felt like I knew him, or I watched him so much that it's like I felt like I knew that dude. And I was like, dude, I can't believe that that he died.
I remember when Eddie Guerrero passed away. I remember the day, like, damn, it still hurts to this day. I remember when he passed on.
That it just seems so strange because some of those people, like when Prince died, I tell you, like, so Prince is probably like my second influence on the guitar, like Hendrix first, and then Prince. And that day, I had been listening to Prince like all week, and my mom texted me. She was at work. My brother and I were talking about him. We were texting, talking about it. And she texted me. She was like, she's like, DJ, Prince died. And I was like, Prince who? And she was like Rogers Nelson. And I was like, get the fuck, come on, dude. And I went to, ABC or NBC, whatever it was. And, they were like, like rock icon Prince found dead in, his Minneapolis home. And I was like, no, get out of here, And like I cried that whole day, man, because I felt like I knew that dude. But also it seemed like that dude was gonna live forever. You know what I mean? Like you never heard about him being in all these like salacious scandals, and you know what I mean? It's like he just kind of stayed to himself, and it did, you know what I mean? He just seemed like, you see him like, oh, I got a performance, then boom, he's gone, and then you don't see him again until an award show or something. And I was like, Prince died, man. He's only 57.
Damn, I did not realize he was that young. What are your thoughts on that whole thing, dude? There's probably conspiracies on. I don't know. I've just heard different things
with Prince.
On Prince. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we all know how treacherous the record industry is and can be, and so there's a thing in music called the compulsory license law. And it doesn't exist in any other medium like books or movies or anything. It's just a music thing where you can, it allows an artist to, like earlier we were talking about Jimi Hendrix. Anthony, let's say you want to do a cover of Voodoo Child. Due to the compulsory license law, RCA like owns Jimi Hendrix's music. You don't even have to go through if he was alive or his estate. You could go straight to the record label and ask to do the cover. And if they say yes, but his family doesn't want you to, the record label bypasses what they say and you can do it.
Yeah.
And so that's why all these people were doing all these covers of Prince's music and stuff. Now, the reason I bring that up is because he had that beef with them and where he was writing slave on his face and all kind of stuff like that.
I remember,
in the early 90s and stuff, and he had that issue with him. So when he left WB, his first album that came out in I think 79 to his last album underneath Warner Brothers was like 95, 96, Chaos and Disorder. We're talking about over 20 albums or almost 20, including the Batman soundtrack.
Yep.
All good. Right? Like all under WB. And so every time a song gets played, that's tallied. And then all the radio stations that are playing these songs, and then you add all that up. We played it this many times today, this many times this week, this month, this year, and then there's a check. So they're getting 100 million, 200, 300 million off of this catalog of all this music, right? So 2014 was the 40th anniversary of Purple Rain. So, or 30th, it was 30th or 40th anniversary. Anyway, he had that vault full of music, and so he's doing all these remixes of songs. You know, he's gonna put out here's stuff that has kind of been like sitting, you know, for 30 years. Like, here, check this out, and he was gonna put it on like a collector's edition of that, whatever, right? Well, it's just an anniversary that was gonna have all this extra stuff that you never heard. And then all of a sudden, while he's working on that, Warner Brothers contacts him and is like, hey, we want to give you all of your masters back. This stuff that we're making, you know, literally $100-200 million off of a year. Why would they, you know, like, that's not weird. They just called him like, you know what, we've had this for 30 years, but no, you can have it.
Kind of weird, yeah.
With no, there was no like catch, like you gotta come sign back with Warner Brothers. You know, there was nothing like that. They just called him up to give him all of his stuff back after having it for 26, 27 years. That seemed weird. And then right after that, he dies.
Yeah, see, I thought I had heard that, like, pretty much what you just said. I thought like they were able to establish the rights to their music after so long. So like once they got to a certain point, they earned all of that like rights to, I think what you just said, like their master works or whatever, like they were able to earn those or able to get the license for all of that shit. And then they're like, hey, if we can't make money off this guy anymore, you know, what's like, I mean, I know that sounds like terrible, but like, you know, what's like, you know, we can't allow this person to get his rights to his music. Otherwise we can't make any money off of it. Right. Or something like that. I've heard this about like other artists and shit too. I don't know. Always like they were just saying he was taking Vicodin or some shit. And then they just somehow got mixed with fentanyl. Like how the fuck does that even happen? Like it shit just, you know, dude, I'm telling you, it's a fucking scary world we live in, man. Like it honestly, like it fucking is crazy. How like when you get to certain points and doorways and shit, it's just like fuck, dude. It's like, do you even want to?
They're not even trying to fool us no more. We're already,
like that's what I'm saying. Like,
real shit.
Like, do you want to even like step into those doorways to even find out what like that life is even like, dude? Yeah, Prince is like crazy. Like I feel like his talent is very slept on. Like I feel like people don't realize how great of a musician he actually was, more so than just like guitar. Like he could play all kinds of shit. Like I didn't even know this for like the longest time, but yeah. And it's crazy, dude. Like you could say that's the same storyline with like a lot of artists though. You know what I mean? Like
he played like 17 different instruments on his first album when he was like 19. And so like I know what you're saying about the like it goes back to the artist, but that's a thing that they would have had to work out with them and the record company. That's not an automatic law.
Because wasn't that even like the same thing with like MJ? Like, wasn't he finally going to get away from Sony or some shit like that? And then like once he did, it was like,
well,
I heard he was even going to fucking buy Marvel.
Part of Sony, right?
No, so he had the he owned the Beatles catalog, because what happened was the Beatles catalog was like it was up for sale, right, from the record label. And they wanted all of this, you know, money for it. And Yoko Ono, Paul McCartney was like, that's too much for me to just buy. So he asked Yoko, like, hey, you know, like this is, you know, John's works and stuff like that too. I need you to go half with it. And you know, it was 30 million, 40 million, something like that. And she said that price was too much. She wasn't going to do it. So then he's telling this story to Michael Jackson when they were working on Say or whatever it was. And then Michael Jackson came in and bought the catalog. So then that was like, you know, or 80, 82, 83, somewhere around there, right? So think about that. Like if he's got his masters and then he's getting paid every time the Beatles songs are played.
For sure, yep.
So fast forward to the Sony thing, he made that deal. They're like, we've never made a deal with an artist for $100 million, $200 million, whatever it was. But it was only due to him if he sold X amount of copies of that album called Invincible.
Yep, you're right. I remember that. Yep.
You guys know that? You know that song, "You Rock My World," where it's got him and Chris Tucker in the video.
Oh yeah.
No, you did. Oh yeah, they're all got the like zoot suits on and shit. Fucking dope. I remember when that music video came out and shit when I was younger. Yeah. Cool shit.
And all of his music videos were like little mini movies and stuff. But the point I was making is Tommy Mottola wanted him to do a different song as the lead single, and he was like, "No, I want to do Butterflies." They were like, "No, we want you to do You Rock My World." So they had this disagreement, and Michael was like, "I'll just take my own money and make the video I want to," because the record label was like, "Well, if we're paying for it, you're gonna do this song." And he was like, "Well, shit, I'll just do it myself." So then Tommy Mottola got mad, and he had the record pulled off the shelves around the world. So that meant you couldn't go buy it anywhere. Because this is still like Napster, like you download something, your whole computer is fried now. So the album gets pulled off the shelves, so you can't go buy it. So then that means Michael Jackson's sales like stall. He doesn't hit that benchmark that he's supposed to hit to get the money, and then that's when Sony hit him with the like, "Oh well, you didn't fulfill your part of the contract. You are now indebted to us for this $100 million, $200 million." So dirty. And then that's how that's when they started saying that, like he was in debt and needed all this. But he owned part of the ATV catalog, include part of Jay-Z, Beyonce's catalogs, and Elvis Presley. And then on top of that, had the full Beatles catalog. And then he bought Eminem's catalog after Eminem made fun of him. So how could he be broke? like, you know what I mean? All that money coming in. And then but when he tried to sell that to Sony, like, here, you guys, this is worth, this catalog is worth $100 million. Take it. They didn't want it. They wanted him to come in on some mafia shit with like a briefcase of like paper money and dump it out on the table. And then that's how they screwed him over. And because I honestly think that the whole "This Is It" tour thing, had he actually got to go through and start it, I think he would have died in the middle of it. Like, he was too frail and like feeble to go work like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yo, Horrific Nightmares, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. JM. Thank you for the comments, man, and stuff. Man.
Yeah, likewise, brother.
Damn, yeah, actually, shit, we've almost been on here for about 4 hours.
Time flies when you're having fun,
Like, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, maybe we have come to a stopping point. I gotta drive to actually Omaha tomorrow morning with my madre. Man, I wish I was going to see that Cobweb movie, but I just hope that movie comes out on streaming at least. I hope that hopefully that film doesn't if it doesn't stay in theaters very long, hopefully
don't worry, it's gonna come on next week.
Yeah, hopefully it comes to streaming. I almost feel like if it has that very Halloween, I guess allure to it and shit. I'm surprised that they're releasing it now in July. You know what I mean?
You would thought they would have released it in October or something.
Yeah, or somewhere around fall time or something like that.
Don't you guys think that a lot of horror movies come out around that time, and so that's why they are starting to release them in because what Scream came out in March or something, right? Which Megan was in January,
Yep, true.
Oh,
yeah, because I think they just was that new Pet Cemetery thing. Was that a TV series or was that a movie?
There was another one.
I think there was another one coming out in October. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember if it was streaming or if it was a movie.
I think they're gonna be streaming that. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Nice.
Cody Leach said it's like a prequel or something.
That's what's up. Damn, that could be interesting then. Prequel, nice.
I was gonna say there was, if you were ending the stream, there was just something I wanted to show Conrad, but go ahead.
No, yeah, go for it, dude. It's all good.
No, it was just a because we obviously talked about a bunch of topics and stuff like that, and I was just thinking about when we get off of here, I'm probably gonna get on the Xbox, and they just the new WWE game. They have you guys know they have DLC packs and stuff, right, for all games now. Whereas $60 isn't enough. We need you to pay extra money after you buy the game. And they just added. So I was going to ask if either you guys knew that the guy that played Debo in Friday, you guys knew that he used to be a wrestler too, right?
Yeah, I heard about that.
I did know that. Yeah.
So they just added him into the game as one of the DLC characters. The first time he's ever been in a WWE game. So it's actually like really cool. Like playing. I know he's passed on now, but when they asked him, "Have you ever hit anybody as hard as you did Red and Friday over that bike?" And he was he was like he said hell yeah, ask Hulk Hogan. And
I feel like I've seen that. Yeah, I feel like I've seen him say that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Because there's a movie called No Holds Barred around 89,
Oh, yeah.
90.
The one that.
And so they did that movie, and then he had like a program where him and Hulk Hogan were like, they wrestled each other for good 6-8 months or whatever, and then he left and started doing the acting. But I had gotten like a collector's edition, and I wanted to show Conrad that's Kurt Angle's autograph.
Oh, let's go, dude.
Like, there we go.
Nice.
That's sick, man.
It came with that, and it came with this other thing, which I don't even know how they managed to do this. It came in like this, this cool box with all these different like moments from like WWE on there. Like it's got all the different wrestlers. But
that's cool, man.
This was you guys ever seen that clip where Brock Lesnar suplexed Big Show off the top rope and the ring collapsed?
Oh, the ring exploded. Yeah,
I
remember that.
So they took the ring skirt, like the little thing that they lift up when they're getting weapons and stuff, like chairs from under the ring. They took that and cut it into 30,000 pieces, and I got one of the pieces. See there,
dude, that's crazy.
That's insane, man.
Number 26,682 out of 30,000 authentic ring skirt from the year 2003. But that's what I'm saying. It's just we talk about like fan service and that kind of stuff. It is really cool when they go through and they find these things, and like give the stuff like to the fans and that kind of thing. It's just something that I thought was dope. I didn't know that Conrad was a wrestling fan the first time I met him. So
yeah. I'm always posting wrestling. Like if it's not a horror, I'm always posting like wrestling stuff on my Instagram.
We need to get together and drag Anthony to one of those, like to a live event, so he can see it in person.
Oh yeah!
I just remember, when I was coming off second shift, and I was getting off at like 11:30, 12 o'clock, and I was driving down to south side of town, and I just remember seeing the big tour bus. They were in town for Yeah, they were in town, and I just remember seeing those tour buses and the big old WWE stuff on the side, and I was like, I had to work that next day and stuff, but I remember when it came to Lincoln.
Dino in the comments, he's a huge wrestling fan too, Dino. But I don't think he's here anymore. He's a huge wrestling fan.
I hadn't seen him. I don't know if he's probably like a regular on your streams. I hadn't never seen him before, but yeah, it's like wrestling is like so mainstream now. Like you remember like in the 2000s, like, you wouldn't talk. It's like that water cooler talk. Like you overhear someone, hey, you watch Monday Night Raw? I watch that too. Like, but now it's like it's everywhere. And it's like, like Roman Reigns and, just seeing these guys.
LA Knight,
Crazy. One thing I just wanted to, did you guys know about this new Halloween series coming to Peacock? I heard. I did not hear anything about that.
I've heard about it. Like there was people talking about like they're gonna do like a Halloween series.
No,
really?
I need more details.
Yeah, no doubt. Like I'm just sitting here.
I've just heard like rumors, but that's about it.
Crazy. That would be honestly. It's just like.
What would y'all think about that though? Like, would y'all be for that? Or?
Definitely. It's just like Batman, dude. I'm not gonna shy away from more Halloween stuff. Honestly, I'm not gonna shy away from anything.
Hey, y'all seen Gotham? Y'all seen that show, Gotham?
Oh man, I haven't seen it. I heard a lot of people talk about it though.
Yeah,
so it's good stuff.
That's the one. Yeah, I really liked it.
It's a really good show. I really like it. It has a lot of crime element to it, and
that's dope.
So do you guys prefer like a TV series over a movie? Because here's my only issue, my only gripe. Yeah, I say is like sometimes the TV shows like they have too long of a life. You know what I mean? Where it just starts to feel like it's dragging, or they've run out of ideas and stuff. Whereas the movie kind of, we have a lot of amount of time. We got to get to the point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to see this. Give me 1 second, fellas.
Do you think that they ended Gotham at the right moment? You know, like they knew when to quit and they ended it. Boom. Or what do you think?
Yeah, because I don't think that it could have gone. Because like case in point, not that I dislike it, but I feel like the Flash went a little too long.
Oh yes, they went really long, man. Like a lot of seasons. Like that's,
you know what I'm saying? It was like 8
yeah,
seasons or something crazy like that.
Oh yeah.
And
That's like Walking Dead kind of numbers of seasons. Like that's
yeah, like
too much.
and that's what I mean. And one thing I did actually like, I'm not even gonna lie, was I'm not the biggest like Superman fan as I said, but I liked Krypton when that was coming on. I think it was on Sci-Fi or something. Did you ever watch
How many
that?
seasons were there? Like 2, right?
I think it only got 2, or maybe it might have gotten canceled after the 1 actually, because I know the 1 ended on a cliffhanger with with Doomsday. Remember they had Doomsday frozen in like ice or something on
remember that one
on Krypton, and like it ended, and then I don't think they ever picked it back up.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, May. Yeah, sorry, it says unavailable, but yeah, I totally believe you. I'll have to look into it a little bit. Yeah. She said she sent it over to me on Instagram. Oh, here we go. This mask is looking like 5. Exclusive Halloween series in development for Peacock. See, they're making up for ends. I knew it. See? No, I'm just playing. No, that's dope. That looks good. Actually, that mask looks really good. Nice. Yeah, I just saw speaking of Halloween, Brandon's doing that fan film. Looks dope.
Halloween Lives, right?
Yeah, that looks sick. Dude, I like when people do shit like this, man. Like it's cool, man.
I want to do one of those in the future, like make like a Halloween fan film and just put my own vision to it. That'd be cool.
So that would be dope. I saw what's the guy's name? Gosh, Mach, you freaking amateur.
Where's he from?
Who was the guy that's in Happy Days? The main guy, not Fonz, but the other.
I was gonna say Henry Winkler, but I guess that's not it.
No, that is Fonz.
He's a filmmaker now. He's a director, actually a very famous director. He did like American Graffiti.
Jeez, I know who you're talking about.
You know this? Everybody in film is probably like, you freaking idiots.
The guy
that says George Lucas.
It does.
Oh, right.
Ron Howard's in it. That's what I'm talking about.
Ron Howard. Okay.
Yeah, Ron Howard. So he talks about good shit, Dino, man. You good stuff, man. Yeah, Ron Howard. He's on this thing where he was talking about people taking like this class for like directing and shit, and just like everybody kind of like finding their own vision and shit. And I was like, man, it's interesting because I feel like everybody kind of is their own director. It kind of just is like, I don't know, like if people had the supply and means to like become a director, it would be interesting to see like everybody's eye on certain stuff and shit like that.
Like he went from an actor to a director, right? Like,
oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
Like that's crazy.
So let me just. This is something I was just thinking about earlier, just real quick. Who excuse me, who are you guys' favorite director? Like, if you had to like just pick like one, this is your favorite director. Maybe you haven't seen all their films or anything like that, but you just like love their style or the way they write, whatever it is.
You can go first, Conrad.
Probably like Wes Craven. I like his sort of like I've seen some of his movies where I just like his style. It's very like darkness.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying John Carpenter doesn't do dark films, but he goes more deep into that.
Yeah.
Like Wes goes more deep into the darkness of films and stuff. So yeah.
Was it Wes Craven? Was he? I may be thinking about somebody else. Was he involved in Vampire in Brooklyn? The Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, he did that one. He directed that one.
That's what I thought.
I don't know why everybody hates that movie. I think it's good stuff.
I mean,
it's not the greatest, but like it's pretty good shit.
Because it definitely, there's like a couple of moments in there that actually did scare me when I saw it.
Definitely, like the eyes and shit of Eddie Murphy and stuff.
His eyes were yellow when he was like looking in that window. Yeah, and like the way he transformed at the end, where he stopped looking like as human. at the end of the film is that's really creepy. But who was your favorite director?
It's whatever director is going to cast me as Terry McGinnis in the new Batman Beyond movie. No,
Batman Beyond. Yeah, there you go.
no doubt. Okay, so there's a couple. Like, okay, so like I would probably say Wes Craven or Carpenter. Like, I know those in like Jordan Peele. Like, okay, but if I had to like,
Ooh, this man.
I'm gonna say this dude, and I really did not know that he did all these films up until son of a bitch. Damn.
What movie was he in?
Actually, Joel Schumacher's a good one. Honestly, I dig those Batman films a lot more than you guys
Lost Boys, right?
kind of know. Yeah, Lost Boys and Falling Down was another good one with I think Michael Douglas, I think was the dude. Falling Down. You guys should check out that movie, man. No, it's this dude. It's John McTiernan. John McTiernan did Predator. He did Die Hard 1 and 3. He did Last Action Hero, Hunt for Red October, 13th Warrior. You guys should watch that with Antonio Banderas. You know what I'm talking about?
I heard about that.
Yeah, 13th Warrior is pretty good. Honestly, yeah, so I think he would probably be my favorite. Honestly, you know who's a really good one? Speaking that, I was just watching Lethal Weapon. You guys know who Richard Donner is?
Yeah, I can't think.
So Richard Donner, he did the original Supermans, the Superman films.
That's why I knew his name.
Yep. And then he did the Lethal Weapons too, 1 through 4. I didn't realize that. I was like, damn, this dude's a beast.
Don't you guys hate when they do that, where it's like it'll be 3 movies and it's like one director will do the first and like the third, and it's a different person in the middle? Like, I hate that they did that with the last 3 Star Wars movies, because Rian Johnson, who did Episode 8, he didn't like stuff about 7, so he changed it. And then with J.J. Abrams, who did 7, came back to 9, he was like, "How you just gonna change my shit?" No, and like, hey, put it back the way that he had it. Like, I hate when they do that kind of thing, because obviously everybody interprets and sees stuff differently. But True. Conrad, you said Wes Craven. Conrad, I meant like just director in general. It didn't necessarily have to be horror. He's just your overall favorite.
Probably Chris Nolan.
Yeah, I was gonna say Christopher Nolan's probably a good one. I mean, I think if Zack Snyder's a good one, holy shit, Christopher Nolan's definitely up there. I haven't seen like Interstellar and shit. I don't know. Yeah, I need to watch that film, but there's a lot of good directors. Damn, who else was I thinking?
I can't think of him at the moment, but he did like Dress to Kill and Scarface and
Brian De Palma.
There you go.
I was just gonna say Mission Impossible 1 guy. Yeah, I was gonna say another good one is the guy that we just watched, 7, David Fincher.
Oh yeah,
David Fincher. He did Zodiac, 7. He did Fight Club. He did
The Social Network.
Social Network. He did Alien 3. I don't know why people don't like Alien 3, man. It's a good fucking movie. Yeah,
like dude. I think they're like those original movie fans where it's just like, no, we don't like sequels. We only like the original.
True. Yeah.
So
want to give it a chance because it's going to go in some different direction. And I mean, sometimes they're right. The sequel goes in a different direction that you can't like understand, but
you can't win those people over, man. Like, they're just like, oh, we want something different, and then they get something different. Like, oh no, I'm gonna freak out again.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It's like with like when fans of franchises, basketball fans and wrestling fans are like the stupidest groups of people on the planet. Like, because especially wrestling fans too. Like, they're just like, I don't know. You can't. My friend was at a show, dude. My friend was at a show Saturday, and it's just kind of like, I hate wrestling fans that go like that. They go to the show to get themselves over, and like, there's a wrestling match going on. You guys are like being stupid in the crowd and chanting different things that have nothing to do with the match. You know, like there were a lot of guys like that when we went to Raw a couple of months ago. There were a few guys like a couple rows from us, like they were doing the same thing, and it's like.
Or like they even chanted like Chris Benoit in the crowd. I was like, "What,
dude?
Are you serious right now?"
Was that a live show or it was on TV? I mean, I'm in a house.
It was like a show that my friend went to. They were live though. Yeah.
Right, but I mean, it was a house show. Like there was no cameras at that show, or it was.
Yeah, there were cameras. Yeah.
Oh, so it was on TV then.
Yeah.
Because you know how with Raw and SmackDown being live, you know, obviously they got that live delay and stuff, and you know they mute out the crowd and stuff when they're doing that. And I understand how polarizing the Chris Benoit like situation is. So I definitely understand that, but those guys those guys are just being obnoxious. Like literally, we're watching the match. It's pretty much quiet. It's Monday Night Raw. It's live on TV. It's pretty quiet. And these guys over here are just screaming Asuka at her while she's in the ring. She was wrestling Bianca Belair. And it's like just two guys just yelling as loud as they possibly could. And everybody's just like, dude, shut up. We're all watching the match. Like, why you gotta be that dude?
Yep.
I just wish there's sometimes where the wrestlers can hear them out, just call them out on the microphone. Just bury them on a promo or something.
And they do, like, sometimes, you know what I mean? And obviously not as much now because it's like PG, but back then there was a couple times where like The Rock he'd fire at somebody in the crowd, like I remember one time somebody told Undertaker when he was a heel, they were like, "You suck," and he turned around, he said, "Yo, mama sucks," and got back in the ring like nothing happened.
Hey, say what if you sleep with your sister? Remember he said that?
And that's what I'm saying. Some of those guys, are just quick, but I feel like you go see something like that, you got to just respect those guys, man. Them dudes.
Oh yeah.
They say when you get slammed on the ring, it's the same amount of trauma to the body as going through a car accident.
Oh yeah,
like one slam. Then imagine
it's like a gunshot,
like just the trauma that happens, especially like when they're first like learning. And imagine you're getting thrown off the top rope, and like you can't take painkillers. You're signed as an independent contractor, so you got to pay for your own health insurance. If you get hurt, it's not on them to pay for it. Then you're wrestling 300 days a year. You got 1 day off a week. Excuse me. Two of them are live on TV, so you definitely shouldn't mess up while you're on TV. Then go out there and wrestle a 20-minute match. Don't get injured. And then you're hurting. You gotta drive to the next town and then do it all over again for 300 days. And then you wonder why these dudes have these long-standing injuries and can't walk. And
Guerrero, man, like he had to work those yearly long schedules every day,
especially once you become like a champion, and they're using you way more. Like,
and you every day, man.
Do you remember when Eddie Guerrero bladed himself too deeply, and he that blood? You know what I mean? And it took him all that time.
When he hit him with the steel chair, right? Remember?
Yeah, that is same thing. And he bladed himself, and he hit like an artery in his forehead, and that's why he was bleeding. Like he was bleeding so much that I'm saying like it's to the point where they even put like a mature audience warning if you watch that on Peacock right now. And he was like he had lost, they said he was losing all like somewhere close to almost a pint like every 7-8 minutes as the match was going, because that's just how profusely like how profuse the blood loss was. Yeah, I think he had to be off for 3 months, and they said he had to get like 2 or 3 bags of blood because they rushed him to the hospital after the match, and they said he had to get like 2 or 3 bags of blood, and he like passed out, I think, in the ambulance on the way to the ER.
Dude, it was all fake, dude. What are you talking about?
Fake that. Like that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Crazy. Yeah. Dude, actually, speaking of Peacock, Peacock has all of those wrestling matches and shit. I literally went and looked at what was it?
NBC bought the catalog from the WWE
Network. I can't think of it. Halloween Havoc 1989, because I was like, dude, this has literally happened like either a couple days after I was born or a couple days before I was born. And I'm like, dude, I'm gonna look at this. And I think like the headlining match was like Ric Flair and somebody or some shit.
Sting, probably.
Yeah, maybe, possibly, yeah.
I was like his mentor, Sting's mentor was Ric Flair, so
and that's when he still had the surfer thing, because I never realized that Sting and the Ultimate Warrior started together, and that's why Sting wore the face paint, because Ultimate Warrior had it.
Yep.
And
I've seen the
And
Ultimate. I actually have the Ultimate Warrior documentary or whatever. Pretty crazy.
like that, yeah, that was tragic how he died. And like I always like I think one of the reasons I like with Undertaker, like what you were saying, is Undertaker debuted on November 22nd, 1990. So it was a few years before I was born, but I was born on November 22nd. So and then when he retired, it was November 22nd, 2020. So it was 30 years to the day.
Damn.
And I just thought that was so cool. Like I'm sitting there eating like birthday cake and like trying not to cry because he's like retiring, and I'm like, no, just damn, it's some good ass cake though. Like,
Dude, yeah, that was so dope that he had like I don't know. He had such a good career, man. Like to me, he's on the Mount Rushmore. I know that sounds crazy. He's on my Mount Rushmore
no,
anyway.
hell no. I think you're batshit crazy if he's not on your Mount Rushmore. Like,
Yeah,
he's on mine. He's on my Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Like, so before we go, what's your other three?
So well, is it okay? So, I mean, is it like my personal, or is it like who I think should be up there?
Yeah, I'm saying like just what is your Mount Rushmore wrestling from any company, just like
But like
time.
personal, like right? You're not telling me like you're not asking me like who's the greatest wrestlers of all time? Who should be on the Mount Rushmore? You're asking me like who are my favorite? Yeah, right. Okay, so
your
easy.
personal,
not easy, but I guess I would go Shawn Michaels, Undertaker. Two more.
I'm definitely putting Piper on mine. Roddy Piper.
That'd be dope. I'm trying to think of some old school guys that I don't want to like miss.
I'm more like a promo kind of guy. I love the promos more. I'm kind of that kind of person. So.
I gotta say Stone Cold. So he did too much. He did too much. I think he was way too iconic to leave off.
Wait, so you said
so I got Shawn Michaels, Undertaker, Stone Cold, and who would my fourth be? Oh man. And you said, oh, this is including WCW and stuff, right?
Yeah, just wrestlers in general.
Fuck, would I say Hogan? Oh man. I just did. I didn't watch a lot of those because it was too old school. Even Ultimate Warrior, like that shit, just like it's a little bit too old school. Like I never like I watched some of those films, but not like a bunch of them. I'm gonna go. Why is it so hard? I don't know. Conrad, you finish. I don't know. Let me think about this for a second.
Thanks.
Okay.
Or Donnie, who would yours be?
Huh?
Migo or him?
It don't matter. Donnie, if you got him, yeah, that'd be cool.
Hold on. I'm having like internet troubles because it's like out, so of course it would. Go ahead. No, I mean I have my list. I mean I know who's on mine. Like,
okay, yeah, who's on your list?
All right, Undertaker.
Go ahead. Yep, go Donnie. You're good, Donnie.
Yeah, you're good, man. Never mind.
Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, The Rock, Andre the Giant.
Andre the Giant, The Rock, yeah.
All right, I got Undertaker, Roddy Piper, Stone Cold, and probably Kurt Angle.
Was Stone Cold number 3?
Yeah, and I have to go with Kurt Angle at number 4.
Kurt Angle. A lot of people don't.
That's a good one. That is actually a really good one.
This man was so intense in the ring. Like, I mean, he's a
it was one of the 3 eyes. Remember?
Okay, I'm gonna have
it was the 3 eyes. And
good one. Dino just commented.
Stone Cold, The Rock, Taker, Shawn Michaels. Yeah, honestly. That's who I'm gonna go Shawn Michaels, Undertaker, Stone Cold, and Goldust. No,
That's
not
that's
gold.
cap. That's cap. You're googling wrestlers like.
I would say okay. Why I wanted to say Mick Foley for a second, but okay. So I would
But
say
this is your list though.
yeah.
Like it's not like
I would say Macho Man because I liked his character and like everything, but I didn't watch enough of his matches, so I'd say Bill Goldberg. I have to say Goldberg.
really.
I
Yeah.
mean, I had to put in Piper in there because, like, man, whenever he talks, he kind of commands a kind of respect from the audience.
Oh, dude, he's a
So he
fucking
gets
beast,
people to
dude.
just listen to him. You know,
Like
he was very good on the microphone. So
the and see, I think like with Conrad's list, with the exception of like Undertaker, it was more of like guys who they had the mic skills was like their that was
oh
one
yeah,
of their like primary weapons, because if you were just doing that, you could have went anywhere. You could have said The Rock, you could have said Jericho, like you know what I mean. Um,
if we're doing like if I'm
yeah.
gonna add a fifth, if I was gonna add a fifth one, I'd probably put Chris Jericho on there.
So yeah, because my fifth man would definitely be Booker T.
Dude, Booker T was a beast, dude. Yeah, no doubt.
7-time world champion, like 8-time tag team champion. I mean,
Yep.
it
Harlem
dude just
Heat, you know.
yeah, it's like and I feel like especially a lot of the black wrestlers, like I feel like they get overlooked and they did like a lot of what I mean. There was never a black WWE champion until Kofi Kingston in 2019. But
Oh, yeah, yeah.
WWFE had been their own company.
Kofi
Like they
Mania.
didn't have a parent company since 1963. So that's crazy to me that it took that long. And I know you can say, oh
What?
well,
That's crazy.
you could say, oh well, The Rock, but The Rock is mixed though.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
saying
like
Samoan and
Samoan,
black.
yeah.
so before there was like like just one, Kofi Kingston's from Africa, just he's solely, like black wrestler was Kofi Kingston. And like I said, that was 2019. Then you had Big E and Bobby Lashley after him, but still, it's only been those three
Hey,
in
what are
all
your
of this
thoughts
time.
on Randy Orton?
Like, Randy's one of the greatest, I think, too. Like he's in that. I don't think I've ever heard an arena louder than when I was in St. Louis and he came out. Like it was so loud that I was like recording the entrance that like I wasn't shaking because like I was nervous, but the reverberation and just the people, it was like this. And he's standing on the the rope and he's doing the and it just that place just went crazy. And he had like this cool ass shirt that said like
I was there at No Mercy
um
in 2005 when the whole casket caught on fire. Him and his dad were there, and he just
oh,
lit that thing on
that's
fire.
right. When
Yeah,
they fought Undertaker in the handicap.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Um
man. I remember that.
because yeah, Randy Orton, it's so cool seeing him in person. And he had this cool ass shirt. There was it said like the Viper comes home or something like that. And it had the St. Louis arch. And then it had a snake like coiling its body, wrapping around,
Oh yeah,
the arch. But it was printed in like Cardinals, like font, like the Cardinals jerseys, the letters.
yeah.
And like, yeah, I think he's dope. I mean, yeah, I think you can say any from that group that Cena, um,
Batista. Yeah.
Batista, Orton, and Brock. Like, you know, any of the four of those guys. I just always thought it's just from a wrestling perspective. I just never thought that Austin was like the greatest wrestler because he's just more of a brawler to me. You know what I mean? And it just was
Just like
Luke
beating
Express
people up, you know.
stunner. Yeah,
Nah.
stomp him a bunch in the corner, stunner. That's it. You know what I mean? And like some of the Undertaker had like this like move set. Like there's no way a
Dude, you ever seen that
7
match? Bret Hart and Stone Cold? He's all bleeding when he gets hit with the bell and shit.
But that I think was before he had the broken neck, like right before.
Yeah,
So
that Owen Hart power driver that he did
the
on Austin.
tombstone, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. After that, that's when he changed his whole wrestling style to more like a brawler than actually like wrestling. Like Brock Lesnar's all boring now because all he does is suplexes. But I grew up watching Kurt Angle, Chris Benoit, and Taz, and they were all doing that way before he was there. So so I don't get hyped when I see him do it, like some of the younger kids maybe. But you know what I mean? Like I've seen this before, but
yeah, dude.
Taz was doing that in ECW, man. He was just like suplexing all those guys, man.
Yeah, through tables and shit. Like,
Dude, the Undertaker had a repertoire. He would always like his matches would always kind of set up the same where he'd be like tight roping the ropes and shit and come down on the arm and shit like that. Dude, I remember that shit. Like that motherfucker was athletic as shit. That's why I liked him because I was like, this dude's like 7 foot. I think he was under 7 foot. I don't think he was quite 7 foot, but
like 6'9", somewhere in there.
Super athletic and shit. And I was like, dude, this dude is like crazy, man.
You guys remember how he would like hit the rope and like just suicide dive over the top rope?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he would jump out.
I remember he hit the cameraman one time.
Yeah,
right.
That was when Sean pulled the cameraman in the way. That was the WrestleMania match. Yeah,
25. Yeah,
like, and see, like with Dino. So yeah, definitely. That's Austin, because Austin, it was the whole thing. He didn't tap out, and he had like the blood running down his face.
Bleeding, and
like that's definitely
that match was crazy.
I just felt like they needed somebody to kind of like keep up with the rise that was happening with The Rock, and then Austin kind of ended up being that guy that took that role. But I was a Rock fan, so of course I didn't like Stone Cold.
Yep, true.
Great time. I didn't like Brett. Like it just, But yeah, and the only reason for the record that I put Andre on the list, because I know you're like, oh well, Andre couldn't wrestle, like how big he was. But it's just the dude really like he changed. He made wrestling international because wrestling was like all territories. Like these states was one territory, and these wrestlers in this territory wouldn't go outside of these few states that they worked in and so forth. But when Andre came, it had people driving from Florida and Georgia all the way to New York to see him. People were flying
cities,
love it. Nice.
People were coming from Japan, flying, double-digit amount of hours to see him in America. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind, like the impact that he had. It just changed like the international like view of wrestling, and I'm saying that's why I put him on the list.
He was kind of like the Yao Ming of wrestling, right? No. And I love Yao Ming. He honestly played for like with Tracy McGrady, who was like my favorite player. So I watched the Rockets like all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Tracy McGrady is tied. Like it's him and Allen Iverson, my 2 all time.
And I love Kobe too. Like I'm telling you, like right now, I feel like a lot of these kids kind of forget about the legacy that Kobe left. Like if they caught a glimpse, then they're lucky. If they didn't, well then.
You know what I think is a lot of those kids who sit up there and they, LeBron is so much better than Kobe and these guys are better than Kobe and all that.
Steph Curry and like Steph Curry's really good, so is LeBron, but man, they don't realize. Yeah,
I think
they don't touch Kobe.
A lot of them saw Kobe post Achilles injury.
Exactly.
And they think, oh, who the hell is this old guy? Do you telling me that this guy is the man? It's like.
Right.
Like he won, 2 of those 3 chips, like without Shaq, like after Shaq left, he still got it done.
Playing some great team ball with pretty much, I would say Pau Gasol and some of those guys were pretty good all-star players, but mostly it was just kind of role players. Yeah. I mean, we don't need to get all into it, but yeah, again, it just, yeah. Trust me, I know a lot of basketball, dude. I know a lot of basketball, a lot of football. I probably like football a little bit more. I feel like the game is changing a little bit now, but like, it's still fun. It's still watchable. I mean, did you guys hear the news about LeBron's son today or whatever?
Oh yeah,
I did see that.
That's some crazy shit, man. Like, damn, dude, I don't know, man. That's a scary situation, though, man. Scary, but
really, that's the same thing that happened to DeMar Hamlin. Remember on the football field? I think that was earlier
you probably
this year.
shouldn't even be talking about it, Donnie. Or you're gonna. I don't know if we're gonna be here tomorrow. No, no, but for real, yeah. Yeah,
it is dampen the mood. Like,
no, I don't know, just crazy situation. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Sports and entertainment, some of the greatest shit, man. It's what makes the world go round, dude. Honestly, like,
yeah,
I don't know. Literally talking about all this wrestling shit. I might go on Peacock and watch some of those old wrestling matches and shit too. Like, seriously,
yeah. You can't go wrong with like. There's a thing that you should watch called the Monday Night War. It's a documentary. It's like 12, 15 episodes somewhere in there. But it is it's narrated by Keith David, but it goes through like each point of the war between WCW and the WWF.
Oh, that's where like
WCW had the upper hand because they had the NWO, And then WWF came back because they had Undertaker. Well, then boom, Sting starts to rise, and it's going through how they were competing all the way to the end when WCW went bankrupt or whatever, and that's how WWE ended up buying it. But it tells that whole
if Vince
story.
McMahon had like been on his shit, man, that place would have like really outdrew them every week. WCW. Like if Vince McMahon didn't like at first I heard he was in denial, but when when he saw those numbers coming in, man, he had to get these guys out there.
Yeah, and he started pushing. That's what I'm saying. That's how you get The Rock, and that's how you get like Austin and Mankind. I know, like, because Raw was on tape delay where they like had filmed it, the day before, and then just they showed it and stuff. Remember WCW had found out all but they found out all the match results from Monday Night Raw that they filmed on like a Sunday, and live on the air, Eric Bischoff was like, "You don't need to bother tuning over to the WWF because I got a list." Because I got a list
every
of all
week. It was like they were like on shots, like they're always taking shots at them all the time,
And WWF never really did that. Like, but the fact of Eric Bischoff was like, yeah, so like the Godfather beat Goldust the Intercontinental title match. Like he just read off all the matches, and at the end he was like, Mankind finally won the WWF championship over The Rock, and he shot himself in the foot because over half the fan viewership switched over to WWF to watch Mankind win, even though it wasn't live. And that's when like the tide
funny. He said it on the commentary. He was like, "No one wants to go see that that BS." And then that's when they all went over there and started watching Mick Foley.
But it wasn't until he said that Mick Foley had beat The Rock, and that was Mick Foley's first WWF championship, and so everybody wanted to see him win. And then that's when that was one of the points where the tide started to turn in favor of the WWE because they shot themselves in the foot with that.
They fucked up with that, man. They really did.
Way to go, Mick. Dino says, bro, if you watch the Monday Night War, you will want to watch all of it. It was peak wrestling, amazing stuff. He said there was also a
Stone Cold
documentary 9 days ago. That's pretty dope.
Oh, you know what? So I did see that. I think that's the one that the A&E have been doing like wrestler weekend or something like that, and they were doing documentaries on the Undertaker, Jake the Snake, Lex Luger. I think that Austin one is from that.
So he said exactly what you guys just said right here.
Okay. Yeah. Tony Schiavone, I said Eric Bischoff. It was definitely probably Eric Bischoff's idea to do that though.
Yeah, I think he was on like the other side of the headphones, and he was telling him like, "Hey, say this stuff."
Yeah, that's what it was. It was one of those two. But either way, it was still Mankind beating The Rock. Everybody just was like, "Oh, hey, screw you guys."
Everyone just switched over, man.
That's dope. Okay, fellas, my bad. Great conversation, but it's like 1 o'clock. I'm gonna get some food. I'm totally hungry. Totally hungry.
Didn't you just eat before we got on here, fat boy? No, I'm kidding.
Oh yeah, that was like 4.5 hours ago. Yeah.
I had some tamales before I got on.
So it takes your body 18 hours to digest one meal. Like, what do you mean?
Dude, I'm 6'7", 220 some pounds, dude. I gotta eat, man. No doubt. Great conversation though. Damn, you guys. We should. If I knew as much as you guys did, you guys should try to get a stream worked out for some wrestling commentary, dude. Like this shit's some good stuff, man.
Yeah, that'd be dope. I've been wanting to do something like that. I just, I'm not as privy with all this like fancy setup that you got here and all that stuff. So, I don't know where to start.
Dude, I still don't even know all the ins and outs, dude. I don't know how to there's a lot of stuff that I want to do, but it's like I probably need to Google it and shit like that. So, or at least watch some YouTube videos on it. But good conversation.
Shit, man. Like how to do the editing and all that kind of stuff.
Oh shit, dude. That's why I don't even mess with it all that much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's why I don't matter. But I will try. May, thank you so very much for joining us. I know we were going on different tangents and everything, but I appreciate you
We're
joining
all
us.
over the place, but
I'm telling you guys, I know I say this all the time, even if it might honestly be just myself, or if you guys ever want to hop on again, just like let me know. Obviously, I'll tell you guys, but I'm gonna try to start streaming more. I know I say this, and I know football's about to start. Madden's coming out like next week. I love me some Madden, like I really honestly do. But I'm literally gonna, even if it's just for like a couple hours, with films, coming out and stuff like that. I'm just gonna try to make it a thing where I'm starting to at least stream a little bit, here and there, maybe at least once or twice a week. So
no doubt.
But yeah, if you guys ever want to come back on, I mean, obviously you guys are always invited. So yeah, always good conversation. Dino, thank you so much for joining us, man. Always
he's a
good
good
stuff,
dude.
good
He's a big
comments.
wrestling
Yeah,
fan.
dude. Appreciate it, man.
For sure. Like, yeah, thanks for joining, the conversation. And you, thanks for, inviting me on, man. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys coming on, man. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's not impossible, but it's just like, not as fun to like come on by yourself and stuff like that. Cause it's like you kind of, want to go back and forth with some good conversation. So, but all you guys in the comments, thank you guys so very much, for being, sticking with us throughout the whole thing, and everybody else that, was in here throughout the night. Appreciate it. Always good stuff. And yeah, I'm going to try to get it set up where we're doing at least maybe once or twice a week. So again, thank you guys so very much. And we will see you guys on the next one. Thank you.
Thank you.